baby, wait. I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear. I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you
that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf,
would she even be herself?
if I told you that we could have a better life?
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride.
take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a
I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never hold out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3. Chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have taken slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody go
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take one.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Fabi, congratulations. You just beat MVL. How does it feel to be the first player to be through to the semifinals?
Of course, the result is great. It feels amazing, especially after I was so shaky at the start that I don't even have to play a tiebreak. You know, I said in the past that I want to play tiebreaks, but now I just want to go through one way or another. And yeah, very, very happy. I think the game was relatively good. I haven't had a time to check it, but seemed like overall I was in control for at least like the last half of the game. And yeah, it's a good feeling.
Where do you think things went wrong for Maxime today?
I thought it was first a few like small decisions. Like I was a bit surprised by Queen G6 because Queen H6 puts more pressure on F4. Then I thought like I wasn't sure after I played Knight B5 exactly what's going on, but it seemed very natural. And then A6 I think was a very dubious decision because he doesn't really have time. He shouldn't allow my knight to get to c4 so quickly.
In the semi-final, you will play either Magnus or Nordibek. It looks like Nordibek might strike back. In Weissenhaus, you were the only player to play the playoffs all the way till Armageddon. Today, you're off the hook. A, will you be watching the playoffs if they happen? And B, do you have an opponent you would like to play?
Yeah, definitely watching very closely. I don't want to really think about who I prefer because it's out of my control, and I'm not trying to think about like who is easier or not. Of course, on paper, Magnus is a favorite, so you know, it feels like okay, you don't want to play him, but I actually would look forward to that opportunity as well. I also feel a bit less pressure because I was in such poor form at the start that I already feel like I exceeded any expectations that anyone had for me, including myself. So I'm just happy to be in the semis, whoever I play.
Well, Fabi, congratulations once again and enjoy your early finish here in Paris.
Thank you.
Hikaru, congratulations. You just beat Arjun and you're through to the semifinals. It looked like the win meant a lot to you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting game. I thought the opening was relatively okay. Of course, it was very weird because everybody was playing the same thing, kind of. But then I thought maybe like one or two moves, I gave away what I felt was a promising position. Of course, I haven't looked yet, but I had a feeling after d4, somehow I should be maybe very slightly better. But then I allowed Arjun to go d5, this bishop f7, knight a5. And actually, as soon as he got these knights on d5 and c4, I was very worried about my position with the queen on c1. But then it seemed like he didn't find the best continuation. And within 2 or 3 moves, it's probably equal, maybe a little bit easier for me to play. And then, you know, my sense was that Arjun he wanted to keep the game going at all costs instead of trying to draw. And then I was able to get the win.
Like that, you're through to the semis. There's actually only one playoff happening today, and it's to determine your opponent, starting in a second between Keimer and Nepomniachtchi. Will you be watching?
I didn't even know who I was going to face the next round. So I guess I'll pay some attention, but either way, it should be a good match.
Do you have a favorite that you'd rather play?
I mean, if I had to pick someone, I would say Nepo, simply because Vincent has had a lot of experience playing these events. So I guess from that standpoint, since it's classical, I would prefer probably to play Nepo. If I could get it to like a rapid, then I'd prefer Vincent. Let's put it that way.
But I guess you're happy to avoid the playoff today as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just happy to make it to the top 4, and we'll see what happens.
Hikaru, congratulations. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage. Time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Magnus, congratulations. You're through to the semi-finals after drawing against Nordic, but it looked like you're in quite some trouble.
Yeah, this was kind of the opposite, honestly, of Weissenhaus earlier this year, where I couldn't really get going at all in the rapid, and once we started playing classical, I felt a lot better. This time, like 2 days in a row, I've felt like so clueless out of the opening and just, yeah, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So it's been a bit frustrating. I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. But yeah, I kept fighting, and I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
The cluelessness at the beginning, do you attribute it to the starting position?
Yeah, I feel like a little bit, but I think it's mostly a skill issue, to be honest.
You're lacking the freestyle chess skills? Is that what you're saying?
Like right now I am. Like I just cannot figure it out. It's the beauty of the game. It's supposed to be hard. That's why we play like this.
You are through to the semifinals without needing a playoff, as is your opponent, Fabiano Caruana. Your thoughts on that matchup tomorrow?
Yeah, I thought Fabiano put in a great performance today, and I think he's rounding into form, so that's going to be a very tough match.
Last night you were at the PSG Stadium watching the match against Aston Villa. How was that?
Oh, it was great. I'm probably late to the party, but I've really enjoyed watching PSG the last few months. They have a fantastic young team. I think they didn't have any players above 30 on the bench even, so that's how kind of fresh they are. They played great football, and atmosphere was great, and it was a fun game.
Good to hear. Magnus, congratulations. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Maxime, unfortunately, you just lost game 2 against Fabiano, which means you're out of the running for first place in this tournament. What went wrong in the game today?
The position was very double-edged, I thought, and I was decently happy with how I played. And then at some moments, I just missed some good moves from Fabi, and it became tough. First it became tough, and then another inaccuracy, and it was already borderline lost. I tried what I could to muddy the waters, but it didn't pan out expectedly.
The road for first place is over, but not the tournament. Tomorrow you will play either Magnus Carlsen or Nodibek Abdusattorov. Have you checked out their game?
Yeah, Nodibek seems like he's bouncing back today. At least last time I saw. That's quite impressive.
So we'll very likely have playoffs here soon. Will you be watching, or are you done with chess for today?
No, I'll be watching, I guess.
Are you hoping for a specific opponent out of the two?
Not really.
Maxime, thank you for your time and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every Grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 Grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Vincent, congratulations. You've just beaten Jan and are through to the semifinals. Before we talk about the games, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm still very nervous. I mean, of course, the position has been drawn for a long time, but when all you need is that draw, you're still very nervous. So I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
You beat Jan in the first rapid game of the playoff, and in the second, you were waiting a bit, but it was nervy. What emotions were you feeling in those moments?
Yeah, it was very tricky because I got a great position after around 20 moves, and that would have been a comfortable situation to play for a win as well. But since I only needed a draw, I think I kind of lost my way a bit in the sense that, I gave him at least a chance to continue playing. I don't think that I was ever in like real danger to lose the game, but the clock is ticking down, and that's always unpleasant.
The first game you won looked like a very nice game. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think my opening choice was kind of dubious, actually, but maybe that's when he should have spent some time to punish me for that, because I felt the way he played, everything worked out perfectly, and then he was the one who had to spend a lot of time and had the weak king and the worst position.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, I hope so.
And tomorrow you will be playing Hikaru Nakamura. Your thoughts on that opponent?
Yeah, I think he's one of the few players that were both in Weissenhaus and here who I haven't played in the classical match yet. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. But yeah, as always, no matter who you play, it's going to be one of the top players. So it's going to be very tough. But of course, having won that match, I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, Vincent, we're going to let you go enjoy your evening. Congratulations once again and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachdev.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history. From casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Rousseau, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
We've crested the halfway point here in Paris, France, as we've taken 12 competitors and whittled it down to 4 who are still in contention for the top spot, $200,000 and 25 circuit points up to grab for each of those 4 who are in the semi-finals. I am James Dash, once again joined by Tony Sachdev and David Howell to break down all the action. And what a semi-final setup we have. Coming out of yesterday, I think a lot of people had many questions. First and foremost, would Vincent Keimer be able to do it yet again against the #1 seed in the round robin, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who had the guts to pick him, and in a tie-break scenario, he did just that.
And Vincent answered it with a big hell yeah, right? Because he goes in, picked out, and the hunter got hunted in this case. I mean, what a resume Vincent's built in freestyle chess, starting from Weissenhaus, winning against Alireza, then Magnus, then Fabiano Caruana, and then yesterday taking down another big giant in Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the most impressive part, how he goes from offense to defense. It's like shifting gears like a Formula One driver. Is he the unofficial king of chaos?
I guess we'll find out if he's still the best, but already a admirable performance for him. And no matter where it goes from here, Vincent has done himself proud. I must admit, I had my doubts. He was a severe underdog yesterday, on paper at least. Jan Nepomniachtchi, so fast, so skillful, bang in form. But yeah, Vincent showed I mean, he answered the one question that lingered above him about tie breaks, about the rapid portion, and yeah, just phenomenal play by the youngster.
And with that victory yesterday, Vincent Keimer has bought himself a semifinal up against Hikaru Nakamura. We can pull up all the matchups that will be taking place today. There will still be 5 boards in play here. It's important to note that our tournament bracket, the way it works, is you're not just out necessarily once you lose in the upper portions. You drop down and continue to play for placement. So the marquee matchups are at the top of your screen. Nakamura against Keimer, Caruana against Carlsen on the other side of the semi-final bracket. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he'll drop down to face Arjun Erigaisi, and Norbek Abdusatorov up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're all fighting for 5th place. Richard Rapport and Pragnananda, this is the face-off today and tomorrow for 9th place. A difference of a circuit point and some money, so still plenty to fight for.
Yeah, still plenty to fight for. Richard Rapport, Pragnananda won their matches yesterday, and we'll be feeling good about getting back in the arena and playing more chess. But yeah, it's all about the top 4 right now. I think most of our attention will be focused there. So much on the line.
Quick picture of our tournament tree. Magnus Fabiano. This is a rematch from the 2024 Wiesenhouse finals. Of course, Vincent had to take down Fabiano at his final table in 2025 Wiesenhouse. So really Hikaru, I think, the one who, trying to insert himself as well into this top 4 as kind of a mainstay alongside the other 3.
Absolutely, and I think Hikaru was so impressive in his match against Arjun. However it started in the opening, one got the feeling that in the middle game, Hikaru was clearly the better player. Experience spoke. We haven't seen him as much in the confession booth as well. Uncharacteristic of our favorite streamer, but I wonder if it's perhaps he's taking this tournament so incredibly seriously, and it means so much to him that he wants to completely be locked in and in the zone when the game is on.
Yeah, Hikaru really wants it, and here we see the lower bracket, meanwhile, with less on the line, but some equally strong players.
Definitely still something to fight for. Of course, a share of 11th between Gukesh and Vidit. Hikaru taking a moment to intermingle with the fans who always are outside to greet us as we arrive to the venue. Paris has played a phenomenal host to the Freestyle Chess event so far, with 4 days left to go. The weather continues to be beautiful, the sun is shining, and the chess is delivered every step of the way.
Absolutely. Finish line in sight. It's only going to get hotter in the playing hall. I have to say one thing, having been to so many tournaments, David, freestyle chess, whether it was Wiesenhouse or Paris, I've never seen the chess players enjoy themselves so much. All of them always have a smile on their face. You can see the joy that they get playing this format, and it's so nice to see that they arrive in such good spirits every day.
Yeah, shout out to Hikaru for entertaining the fans here, but also shout out to the fans. These specific gentlemen, they've been waiting outside for a long, long time. They were here when we arrived 1 hour ago, and I'm hoping they enjoy this moment, meeting their heroes.
No one wanted photos with us, though.
No, I wonder why.
I'm about, 2,000 rating points away from being demanded for photos. Either way, the players treated like the rock stars that they are here at this tournament, so very deserving of that. There were some interviews playing in the pre-show, obviously, before we went live, and I wanted to kind of touch on a couple of points made. In particular, Magnus, when kind of asked about how he's been performing throughout the tournament, saying, man, I almost feel stupid and lost in a way, especially early on in these positions. And it's not until we get to the speedier portions of the game that he feels like he's finally getting a hang of it. And I just think that's so interesting, but also ties directly into kind of the display that he put on yesterday, giving Norbek a couple of chances, right, to take a victory, but in the end still weasels his way out of it. His strongest point of play is still the end game.
The end game, and just his ability to find these incredible defensive resources. I mean, he's won games in the round robin, sacrificing a queen. Yesterday, he sacrificed a rook for a minor to get this defensive setup, and I think that was so beautiful. I actually had a deeper look at the game, and it's an incredibly hard one for Magnus to hold. Norbek really put the pressure on, but again, they say tactics and attack, it wins you the beauty prize, but it's defense, it's being resourceful that wins you championship, and Magnus just did that to absolute class yesterday. Once he had the opportunity, just getting that very unique sort of a fortress on the board, Norbek did not have a chance to make a comeback. Impressive stuff by Magnus throughout, terrifying for the other players, just the form that he's showing here.
Yeah, it's all relative, and Magnus normally has 100% mastery over the openings. He's used to being in control there. Everything's pre-planned, and just because we've taken away that kind of crutch for the players, and we've changed the landscape, that throws them off balance slightly. They don't have that map in the early stages. It is nice to see. I think the players, they do find it challenging, refreshing, and it has led to some tests along the way for Magnus Carlsen. It makes sure that this semi-final now, there's a bit more unpredictability, but ultimately the creme de la creme, the top players, they tend to rise to the top.
It was a very fighting game, right? And Nordebek actually managed to create his chance against Magnus. And I loved how our pro commentator, Judith Polga, the strongest female player in the history of the game, you know, she's with Peter Lecco on our other stream. She actually described that scene so much, what happened on the board, and said these top guys, Magnus, Hikaru, they're like escape artists. You know, you've got them in the water, chained up for those few seconds, those few moments. And that's when you have to really go for the kill. You let them escape, and it just slips out of hand.
All right, so Magnus playing the magician yesterday, he did manage to escape what looked like a dire position. Let's take a look at what's at stake here for all of our players. From the top to the bottom, plenty to play for, but of course, the #1 prize, the coveted top purse, $200,000, 25 circuit points, all the way down to a share of 11th place. So for each of these players, reminding themselves that it's a year-long circuit, right? Obviously, you want to perform on the day and in the tournament, but still, this is a cumulative thing. When we're in South Africa, I'm very curious how we'll reflect on maybe some of those middle bracket games, you know, those 5th places, those 4th places, and how they become relevant to the overall standings.
Yeah, the difference between 1 or 2 points here and there come the end of the year could be vital. In the meantime, these semi-finals here and now, the players will really want it, not only those tour points, but the difference between winning the semi-final, having a chance at $200,000, and losing the semi-final, maybe being left with $60,000. There's a huge disparity there, so a lot on the line. There's so many motivating factors, as if the players needed any in the first place.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't need any more motivation than what you just saw on the screen right there. We talk about how we've taken 12 players and whittled it down to 4. Let's relive some of the highs and lows of yesterday that gave us these beautiful semifinals.
Four quarterfinals, 4 tickets to the semis, and 1 match that stole the show. Fabiano Caruana was the first player through. Against Maxime Bachir-Lagrave, he was solid, focused, patient. When the chances came, Fabi took them. 1.5 to half a point, and Caruana is in to the semifinals. For Magnus Carlsen, it was about digging in. His match against Nordebek Abdusattorov got tense.
A little bit of a weird move and a weird think at this stage in the game. I think when we looked at the position originally, my idea generally was that I could go knight c6 in these positions.
Nordebek was an exchange up, threatening real trouble. But Magnus switched to hustle mode, took off the jacket, defended like only he can. A draw was enough, and he got it. Carlsen advances. Hikaru with the bishop pair and 2 extra pawns. Once that endgame appeared, there was no way back. Hikaru is through. Meanwhile, in the bottom bracket, it was the end of the road for Gukesh and Vidit. Both lost their matches and share 11th place. Then, 1 match left. The big one everyone was watching. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer, the only quarterfinal match to reach tiebreaks. They drew both of their classical encounters. Heading into tiebreaks, Jan was the favorite, fast, experienced, dangerous. But Vincent, cool as ever. He just said, tiebreaks have their own rules. Vincent wasn't kidding. With black in game 1, he took over early, planted a dominant knight, shut down Nepo's play, and scored a huge win.
The tension that the players are feeling, the realization that, you know, they have to play this out, they have to play this on. Vincent has to hold on with his dear life in this one, make sure nothing goes out of control, and Jan just has to keep pushing an equal, a balanced endgame till the very end.
With white, he stayed rock solid. Queen trade, pawn up endgame, fortress built. Nepo tried everything, but couldn't do anything. Draw on the board, and Vincent Keimer is into the semifinals. Nepo, meanwhile, rushed out of the playing hall. And just like that, we've got our final 4. The semifinals in Paris, Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer. Big names, big games, and 2 wins away from the Grand Slam title. Stay tuned.
Coming out of those highlights and with his performance yesterday, I think Vincent Keimer continues to paint himself as the man to beat. He currently holds the title. You're going to have to steal it from him in a number of ways if you want to be known as the king of freestyle chess. But on the other side of the bracket, in some ways, it almost feels, and this is not to do a disservice to Fabiano and Hikaru's play so far, but it does almost feel like at this point we're on a crash course for a Vincent Keimer and a Magnus Carlsen finals.
Yeah, rematch, revenge on Magnus's mind. He will still be bitter about losing to Vincent in the semi-finals in Weissenhaus. But yeah, this is the man to beat by far. And the fans appreciating it, voting him as the player of the day yesterday, getting all the appreciation he really deserves.
I loved how he acknowledged that, you know what, maybe we are at that point that the players stop picking on me in that quarterfinals because I am out there to get them as well. And he's proven it twice. He's in good mood here, good spirits here, ready to fight it out. Hikaru Nakamura, the one name missing from that resume.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll see if he can jot that name down into his death notebook today as he steps up across the board from Hikaru Nakamura, taking advantage of all the fresh air that our beautiful venue has to offer before he dives into the player hall to get locked in battle for a couple of hours. I always so very much appreciate, too, his evaluation of positions. We talk about confessional usage. Vincent always jumping in at least once or twice for us, which I can very much appreciate. We'll see. Maybe with Hikaru, though. If Hikaru's not jumping up from the board, I don't know. Do you feel like you need to stay locked in and stick around? Does that dynamic change and shift?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru has been a bit slower than we're used to. I think Hikaru, just because he really wants it, it's forced him to sit at the board more, think about things. The one thing I will say in Vincent's favor, Vincent has proven that in these messy opening positions, he can navigate things really well. The opening, a clear strength in freestyle for Vincent. But Hikaru against Arjun, despite winning the matches, a bit shaky in the early stages there. So maybe Vincent with an early chance to strike.
Oh, and my favorite part, the David Howell cards are on our screens. So that's a 91 versus an 83 matchup. And what are we expecting? What kind of strengths and weaknesses will play out in this one? I think Hikaru's been on point with your 96. You know, those defensive, resourceful play when he did get into trouble against Arjun. And then once he got the advantage, he took that calculation 90, getting it through. Great time management as well. For Vincent, I think that card really has to jump up a little bit, especially after the performance in freestyle chess.
Yeah, I think the point has come in the season after this tournament where we will have to create some special freestyle player stats. And Vincent is for sure going to be huge on intuition there. He's proven himself. Strategy, I think, by far his biggest strength.
But I think these two cards are still very much indicative, right, of the strengths and weaknesses of each of these players. Again, throughout this tournament, we've seen Keimer pretty low on the clock and very similar to the way that, Jan can create a big time advantage. I think Hikaru is the kind of player, not only who could create a time advantage, but also in low time remaining situations, I think he is one of the best.
I have a point to make on that one. I agree he's come under time pressure, and time has definitely been a big challenge for Vincent with 82, David right there. But then you were talking about how this is so much to do with the moment the player decides to spend time as well. And if you take that into perspective, Vincent's been so incredibly smart about that. Yes, he's burned the clock in the early stages, but that's had a huge payoff for him.
Yeah.
So maybe something to think about, In fact, maybe in freestyle chess, he knows exactly when to burn the clock and when to start playing quickly.
Well, he said it yesterday in an interview, that he very much feels that the opening is the most important aspect of the game itself. And so he would be and is very willing to spend copious amounts of time exploring every possible line and variation that he can before he commits to a move. But again, that could be the case 90% of the time. That one time you get in time trouble, right? And that's all I mean. I'm recalling a moment where he had 6 minutes on the clock to near 46 minutes on the clock of Jan Nepomniachtchi. You can get out of that a number of times, but eventually it will come back to bite you.
Yeah, especially against the likes of Hikaru. It does show great confidence, though, from Vincent that he's happy to get down to that stage. He believes that if he gets out of the opening in decent shape, equal or slightly better position against these top guys, that he's not going to lose. So that kind of confidence shines through, but yeah, you can't allow yourself, especially against the likes of Hikaru, Magnus, too many times to get low on the clock. I think Vincent, maybe just the fact that he was so convincing in those tie breaks yesterday, I think we might see him be even quicker, even sharper today. And that's not a good sign for the American.
Do you think in this semi-finals between Hikaru and Vincent, is the clock going to be a big decisive factor in this one?
I think it might be part of Hikaru's pre-game strategy to use it as a weapon, but no guarantees, right? If he doesn't get out the opening against Vincent, then the clock won't help him.
Yeah. It's sort of like a double-edged sword, right? You want to use it as a weapon, but that means you have to play fast. And if you do that, you could end up in a lot of trouble straight out of the opening within the first 10 moves.
Yep.
And Hikaru found him in that situation against Arjun playing the Nepo Gambit.
I mean, really nothing gained without something lost, right? And that's kind of the idea here when you take a look at all those stats. You know, if I want to play fast, I'm sacrificing something else. Maybe my calculation isn't as strong as it would normally be because I'm not taking as much time. And so, yeah, I'll be very curious to see what Hikaru's approach is to, bringing his best version of chess towards Vincent Keimer. But I want to talk about the other matchup on the other side of our semifinal bracket. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Magnus seems to be playing some brilliant chess. While he might not be confident in the way that he's evaluated the opening positions, he always seems to find the answer by the end of the game. Now, all that said, Fabi to me is the sleeper pick. Because of how poor his tournament started, I feel like in some ways he's been written off as a true contender for the final table, and yet here he is top 4 yet again. Mr. Consistency.
Mr. Consistency, but in recent times he has struggled slightly against Magnus, especially in freestyle. He tends to get to the final, Fabi, but just falling short slightly. And in Weissenhaus in 2024, losing to Magnus there, losing to Magnus in Singapore. They had this kind of show match at the end of last year. One of Fabiano's biggest weapons is his openings. And I think relative to Magnus, he's more kind of direct there in normal chess. And he's more direct, he's kind of puts more research, invests more energy into that. Here, that strength is taken away. So against Magnus, I'm not sure that's a great thing necessarily. But either way, this is going to be close. This is going to be decided in 1 or 2 close moves here or there.
This is arguably one of the biggest rivalries of modern chess. I would put Magnus versus Hikaru and Magnus versus Fabi, for this generation. And every time these two players face each other, it's incredible for the fans. We're treated to awesome chess as well. We see how closely they're matched in so many of these stats. Right there, Magnus, the Mozart of chess, he makes it look so effortless. He makes it look so easy when he's playing. But Fabi himself, when he sits on the board, it's sort of like the Da Vinci of the board because he just relies on layer by layer, focusing on those details, calculating. But to David's point, I think one of the biggest aspects of Fabi's play has been opening preparation in standard chess. But despite that, we've seen him perform so well in freestyle. Take that away. And that just incredibly shows that how much of these other aspects he still excels at. Reason why he's been the world number 2 or the world top 5 for so many years.
And what do you think, Tanya? If he's able to get on the front foot and attack, Fabi got a good chance here against Magnus?
That's got to be a strategy, right? We've spoken about this. When you have to take down players like Magnus, you can't play on positional strategic aspects. You can't think about having a slow game and then eventually grinding them down in an endgame. You have to pull them out into those forests of complications. You have to make a messy position where both players can go wrong, where every move is a high responsibility move on the board. But I think more than anyone in the studio, Fabi's aware of that.
Yep. He needs to take inspiration from Nodibek Abdusasharov yesterday. Go and attack Magnus early, as hard and as fast as you can. Because if you slow things down, get things into the endgame, Magnus, that is where he tends to thrive.
And something switched, right, for Fabi, because we saw this round-robin phase where he really struggled. And then he comes into this match with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and you could really see why Fabi is considered such a beast in this format. He pretty much outplayed Maxime over there. I wonder what the reasons could be, David.
I don't know. Maybe inspired Fabiano. I'm not sure how we explain it.
No
the
idea.
second Christian Carrillo has left the building.
We need to take more time to stroll around the grounds here. I mean, it is such a beautiful environment to be playing
Only for
chess.
that reason.
Well, I feel like my chess will get better after that walk.
Yes.
Vincent did it. Fabi did it. They're in the semi-finals. Can't be coincidence. It's those blossom trees. Spring has sprung.
I think company matters as well.
Absolutely. Let's not do a disservice to the players who are fighting for 5th place. Maybe a quick hit on each of those matchups would be wise. Jan Nepomniachtchi, definitely a sour end to his, top table run, having come out of the round robin in such beautiful fashion. Did kind of call that shot going for Vincent Keimer. He gets knocked down now to play Arjun Erigaisi. Let's start with that one.
Yeah, I still think Jan may be a small favorite. Arjun in the classical didn't really show that he had the kind of the full package there. He was great in the opening, middle game a bit shaky though, and towards the end he couldn't really stand up and compete with Hikaru. But yeah, I mean, he was the informed player of 2024, Tanya. He is your country, your compatriot. What do you think? Is he going to take down his slightly older rival?
His slightly older rival, and I also have often felt that Arjun Aragesi just seems like a younger version of Jan with his chess. You know how sometimes he gets incredibly rash, takes those deliberate risks to create this mess on the board where he feels he can outsmart, outplay his opponent, and he goes on to prove that so many times. I think this match, yes, it's not for the place these two had hoped to fight for, but it guarantees fireworks.
And I must say, my one big regret from all these player cards, I still stand by most of the stats, but my one big regret, the time management of Arjun Aragesi should be higher. He's very fast, very quick. And yeah, of course for Jan as well, a big weapon.
That's exciting. The idea that this game in and of itself could be, 5, 10, 20 moves ahead of the rest of the games pretty early on.
Both sides trying to use the clock.
Yeah, okay, so how do they interact? Well, you've got two fast players playing each other.
Yeah, normally from my experience, one of two things tends to happen. They both really slow down, or, as you said, 20 moves in, the first time they start to think, and by then it's already got a bit messy, and yeah, they just try to outspeed each other. Very rarely do you see two speed demons and one gets lower on the clock than the other significantly.
Yeah, this tournament's been really tough for the Indian fans, I mean, I think we should address that. With 4 Indians making it through to Paris, and then 3 get knocked out of making it to the quarterfinals. Arjun, the big hope, and showed such classy play, not just in Freestyle Fridays, the round robin here as well, making it to the quarterfinals. And then eventually that first game where he did have some chances against Hikaru, not capitalizing it, but it just felt that in the middle game, Arjun's best was not coming out, and Hikaru was an absolute beast in that portion. And there he is. So all 4 Indians dropped out now.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for them to be in. I am very curious how they as a group, individually and as a group, might come away from this event and approach the future ones differently, right? What are the learnings here, I think, is really the big question.
I met Vidit at breakfast, and he's in a good mood.
That's good.
He's ready to now, take Paris, get out there. So I think it's going to be about having a positive mindset. Again, like you said, analyzing what you could have done better. For Vidit, for example, he got so many good positions but was not able to convert it. And then for some, it would be about time management. What do you think went wrong for the youngsters here?
Well, I mean, the good thing is they're all very young. Vidit, slightly older, but still very young in chess terms. And I mean, they just haven't had as much study time, as much practice as some of the more experienced players. We see Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus in the upper bracket here, still in the semifinals. That's just because they've played Fischer Random a lot longer. That's because they've studied it, more familiar with the patterns, and that helps in all-time formats. I think the young guys, maybe later this season, maybe next season on the tour, but they're going to shine through. They're going to start studying, they're going to start playing with each other, kind of studying with each other, pushing each other further, and I have no doubt that they're going to come back stronger.
I hear you with the whole experience part, but then how do you explain a Vincent Kaymer? How do you explain a Jabokir Sindarov?
He's just a superhero, I guess. I don't know.
Vincent Kaymer, Peter Lecco connection. Peter Lecco won the first ever Fischer Random tournament back in the 90s. Fischer himself stayed in Hungary, developing the rules of the game. There's a connection there from Fischer to Lecco to Kaymer.
It's all starting to make sense.
Yeah.
It's all starting to make sense. We got one more matchup to talk about, and that's on the other side of the bracket. It's going to be Noterbek Abdusatorov up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Noterbek, I mean, we sent the bat signal up just a day before the event saying, we need you here, we need you to fill in. He rose to the challenge, had an amazing round robin stage. Unfortunately, gets drawn into a matchup against Magnus Carlsen. And while he did have a couple chances just yesterday to maybe equalize and push to a tiebreak, Magnus will never give you 3. And unfortunately, he falls down into that 5th place matchup here up against the hometown favorite.
Yeah, just that killer instinct. That's the final thing lacking for Abdusatorov yesterday. But in general, he is fantastic when he gets a chance to attack. For Vachier-Lagrave, very solid tournament. Solid, if maybe slightly unspectacular. Who do you think is the favorite, Tanya? I'm going to say Abdusatorov in this one.
Wow.
It's going to be a close battle, but I think, yes, I agree with David on this. I think Noterbek, even yesterday, yes, you lost to Magnus, and that's the second time he's lost to him in the quarterfinals of freestyle. But I will say the position Nordic managed to create, had it been against anybody else, but Magnus Carlsen, I'd say he would have done it. He would have earned that playoff, that tiebreaker. But, Magnus just doing Magnus things. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I think, against Fabi, had a tougher round. Kind of struggled to get his kind of positions. Fabi somewhere outplayed him. I'd pick Nordic, but just as a slight favorite. We saw that 84 versus 85. I think that's the kind of matchup that we're going to get in this one. Really closely contested.
Maybe our closest of them all. I'm going to give the edge to MVL. Again, I think he just played so consistently throughout the round robin stage, and I think if he continues to play solid, especially through the classical portions, he might just find that one little maneuver to come out on top. He as well taking an opportunity to greet the fans here in his hometown of Paris.
That looked like Levy, but it's not.
And I love how Jan-Henrik Buchner, he just looks like a proud dad. Like he's like, oh, yes, son, go take some photos with the crowd. Enjoy this moment. I'm so proud of you.
Got this big smile on his face, with pride.
There we go. Oh, Jan-Henrik, look at him. Just waiting for his son at the school gates.
I generally think that Jan just loves the players.
Absolutely.
He's always taking their inputs on the tournament, how to make it stronger, bigger, better, bolder. He then implements it. He's a players organizer.
Loves the players, loves the game, and loves spontaneity. That's one of the best things about Jan-Henrik is you've got a good idea, great, let's implement it. Let's find a way to get it in. Speaking of some good ideas, I had been promising you all week that there would be opportunities for you at home to put your prediction powers on display and to maybe come away with some great prizes. Stay tuned, because today will be that first day where you have an opportunity to maybe come away with some signed player cards. So if you weren't able to make it all the way to Paris and get something signed outside, just like you saw those fans doing, you will still have that option. So stay tuned for the position draw and, of course, the analytical phase to see if you can decide what the starting moves on all 5 boards are going to be. Not an easy task, I will admit, but coming away with some sweet, sweet swag if you do.
It's going to be those who are keen listeners as the players discuss the positions. I just wonder, are we allowed to enter the competition? I want some signed player cards.
I mean, look, I feel like if you do manage to get it, I'll personally go around and get each of the players to sign a card for you. How about that?
Deal.
Okay.
Deal.
I think if any one of the 3 of us has a shot at predicting the first move correctly, it's got to be David. I think you're our best studio shot at winning the signed cards.
I don't know. Sometimes knowing less is more. Like, sometimes I try to overthink things and then I'm in the totally wrong direction. I haven't got any right so far.
So you're saying there's a chance for me?
I didn't mean you specifically.
No, I get it.
I meant our viewers. maybe that too.
Have we done predictions really quickly, by the way? I think we need to
for the
touch
matchups themselves.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll start on the top left. It's Vincent versus Hikaru. I'm going Vincent because at this, I had a sneaking suspicion. One of those early dinners, we were having a conversation, and I did say, there's something that tells me Vincent goes for the full repeat. So in a way, I'm not even just predicting his matchup here. I'm saying he goes all the way. We get a 2-time champion to kick off the year.
I think Vincent's been awesome. I'm picking Hikaru for this one. He's hungry for a slam win. I really, really was so impressed with the way he handled Arjun. It's going to be a close battle. I'll take Hikaru this time.
Yeah, I feel 2 draws and then Hikaru wins in tie breaks. I don't know if Vincent can keep up that. It's too much of a fairy tale. I was taught not to believe in fairy tales, and doing it twice in a row, that's almost unthinkable.
What are you saying? Fairy tales are real. What are you talking about?
It's going to be very close, though, I think.
Wildly close. I do agree that the more times he goes into a tiebreak scenario, the worse his chances get. I do think...
We've got Leia there interviewing Magnus.
On his way into the studio right now, by the way. So going to get in just in time to see what the position draw might be.
And look at the guy. He looks like he's having the time of his life. He's got a big smile. He's really enjoying all the sacrifices that he's bringing on the board. He loves this format. And what a shape Magnus Carlsen has showed up in. Incredible chess.
All right, well, let's go ahead and put our thoughts on the line here for the Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano game. I'm going to go Magnus here. Like I said, I think a wounded Magnus, an angry Magnus, is going to make his way back to a final table.
I think everyone goes Magnus here. I mean, the chairs, the tables, the sofa. I'm going Magnus. David, are you going to be bold enough to change your prediction on this one?
Yeah, come on, Fabi. Go on. Fabiano always makes the final. He always falls short, but he always makes the final.
That's true.
And Fabi looks inspired. He looked happy. We'll see.
Yeah, and maybe just ramping up at the right time. We talk about peaking in the right moments and finding your form. Well, Fabi had a disappointing first day to our round-robin play. If you can kind of eliminate those first 3 games, his scoreline looks a heck of a lot better. His overall performances look a heck of a lot better.
I love how this guy walks in, he gives an interview to Leia, there he is with Sverrir getting ready.
He's getting the heart rate monitor thrown on him. I mean, everybody wants a word with Magnus Carlsen, and rightfully so. Yeah, Sveta going to get a quick word from him as well. Maybe some thoughts before the matchup that we'll be able to key into a little later on. And soon enough, we'll have one of our 960 positions drawn.
Yeah, I love the big brother vibes as well. Sveta just helping Magnus adjust his collar. Like, oh.
You got to make sure he looks clean, right?
Exactly.
Not on camera. You wouldn't leave me with a collar popped, would you?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
Making me second guess at this point.
But yeah, I mean, 960 positions. We've seen several similar positions already. We saw many big themes in the Weissenhaus tournament, all about trapped queens. Here we've learned that we need to push pawns early in the game.
What do you guys think is the type of position, or maybe a pattern or a theme in positions that feel the most difficult for players to navigate? Is it the centralized kind of bishop pair that we've seen a couple times where it really feels difficult to get the bishops involved? Or does it feel worse to try and navigate your way out of a position where the queens and the bishops are on the long diagonals from the get-go, and maybe the black player really suffers trying to get any of those pieces involved?
I love it when it's super random. You know, we've had a couple of positions where it does resemble the 5-1-8 standard. We had one yesterday itself. And I think that's closer to the patterns that the players are familiar with. But when we've got the long-range pieces in the corner of the board and you need to start pushing those flank pawns to open it up, you know, that's random. That's sort of like the Moulin Rouge of chess. It's unpredictable. It's flashy. You don't know what's coming up, but you're still clapping anyway because we get these incredible pawn moves at the start of the game. So I really enjoy it when you've got the bishops and the queen stuck in the corner.
I mean, I just enjoy all positions other than one, and that's when the bishops all start in the 4 corner squares.
Okay.
Because then the bishops often just trade off for each other, and it becomes a bit dry, the positions. Everything else is just lively, fun, and always surprising.
Well, we saw just a moment ago that Magnus is taking a moment to share his thoughts before his matchup today. We did the same with Vincent Keimer. Let's hear from him now.
Vincent, it's kind of strange because everyone talks about the surprise that you're in another semifinal, but you're the reigning champion here right now. Do you feel that is almost disrespecting?
No, not really. I mean, most of the other players here are established top players for so many years, and it's kind of understandable that they are more in the head of most chess spectators. Yeah, I'm just happy with the way the last match went, and I'm now looking forward to the next one. And I think in terms of preparation, I did all that I could, so more or less nothing except for coming here fresh and in a good mood, and I think that's the most important. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the match.
What is it? What is the big difference when you step from the rapid portion of this tournament into classical and transform yourself?
Yeah, I would say it's a bit more calm. Yeah, we have a bit more time to control things. Of course, now that I had to play the tiebreak yesterday, that changed again. But in general, the classical games are way more controlled. Yeah.
What can you say about Hikaru? How do you beat him, say?
Well, first of all, I'm black today, so it's more or less his job to do something first, and I'm just going to see how the game evolves. And yeah, I think there's just, no matter who you play here, my goal is just to play the best chess, and that if it's enough, that will be enough, and if it's not, then so be it.
Does that mean that you approach all the matches here the same?
Kind of, yeah. I know I've said this already quite a few times, but I think it's really important to say that because all of the players here that I could theoretically face are so strong, that kind of takes a few worries and stress off, because I don't have to worry about who I'm playing against or whether I'm actually the favorite in that match. Like, of course I want to win every single match that I play here, but it's yeah, just a huge fight, and that's what I'm focusing on.
Thank you so much. Just to let you know, the last words Hikaru said going in is, hey, I guess I'll have to see now. I finally get to see how good Vincent is, and we're looking forward to see how good Vincent really is as well. Thank you.
Vincent Keimer, ever the picture of humility, reminding us that he's actually piloting the black pieces today up against Hikaru. So even saying, I don't feel like it's too much on me. It's all about Hikaru asking the questions and having to get something done today. Either way, the players have made their way into the hall. Let's find out what our battlefield looks like for the first of our semifinals.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host today. It's already day one of the semi-finals. We will see the two matches, Carlsen against Caruana and Nakamura against Keimer. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
At the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour, it's not just about the moves on the board. Many players are supported by those they trust most. Behind every great performance, there's someone who believes in them, just like Vincent Keimer and his longtime coach, Peter Lecco.
Well, I also would like to say that Vincent is not only my student, I'm not only his trainer. I really feel like we have a relationship like we are family. Yes, so of course I'm rooting for him. I'm going crazy if I see that things are going in the wrong direction. I'm very happy deep inside me when things go well.
For Vincent, this connection goes far beyond chess strategy. It's about growing together every step of the way.
It's always important to have a good personal connection with the trainer, which we had. And yeah, by now it's around 7.5 years that we've worked together, which basically means that nearly, pretty much every step in my professional chess career has been accompanied by him.
And when it comes together, talent, preparation, and heart, emotions can no longer be held back.
And this was not just because he has won, the way how he has won with this incredible power performance. That's why I couldn't remain in the studio commentating. I asked my fellow commentators, please, can I run? And Judith and Niklas said, yeah, go. And then I was running and I was hugging Vincent. That was a very emotional moment.
On the second day of quarterfinals, the game between Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi ended in a tie, leading them to playoffs. Keimer managed to win one game, while the other ended in a draw, enough to secure his spot in the semi-finals.
Of course, the position has been draw for a long time, but when all you need is that draw, you're still very nervous. So I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
The match between Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov also ended in a draw. With his win on the previous day, Magnus advanced to the next round.
2 days in a row, I've felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Meanwhile, both Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura won their matches and joined the semi-finals lineup. Stay tuned.
So those were the highlights from yesterday. Before we get to the draw of today's position, I would just like to remind the players that we encourage you, if you'd like to use the confession booth, which is right there in the corner. And now to draw today's position, I would like to welcome to the stage, give him a warm round of applause, Tobias Bosch.
616.
Thank you very much. So the position today is 616. Thank you. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare now. So to the players, good luck, and to the audience, please have fun.
Let's say c5.
Bishop, I don't like this opposite color. That's exactly how I not the back got approached. Yeah? Like take everything and then d4. Opposite color with king and castle.
No, maybe just take everything. c4 you can castle as well, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, we can also just develop, no? Anyway, we play c5.
I'm always not so happy to bring my knight out so early, but...
Why?
Castle is more dangerous. You go some g4 and g3.
Maybe you're right, yeah.
Just we have to be kind of careful, yeah? Like whenever we play this, like
but
b7 with
also
come queen b3 will
we'll
be...
probably want d5 next move.
So actually after queen b3 we have to play b6, or what are we even doing?
Oh.
And then we can't really play c5 anymore.
Yeah, queen b3 is a problem actually.
Maybe c6.
After queen b3? Okay, if I take.
Bishop h2.
Queen c7, yeah.
And then c5.
Why are we going knight g6 and not castles?
Or like, you think about g4, knight g3.
But anyway, queen b3 also is an issue.
Maybe even after bigger, yeah, after castle, I don't know if it's shaky.
Okay.
What's a queen c2? You want to go
Then g4.
g4?
If we castle,
I think should we check c5 again?
not always this d4.
Okay, let's check here. It's very concrete. Okay, we can start with d4.
It's your game, kind of, no? With another bit, more or less.
Yeah. But also, if white just does something else, like c, just protect h2 and then go d4 in the next move.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't play with c5. We should try to get c6, d5.
Yeah, I think we should play c6.
Yeah, but we have to find the first.
Then
maybe this?
c6.
Yeah, maybe c6 right away.
But I'm still not so, like, not entirely
Yeah,
happy
but
with that.
queen b3 is a real issue, so...
Yeah, but really, yeah. Like, it feels so weird too.
I mean, b6 is really weird. Because b6 you can go d4, because c5 is queen f3 also.
So basically, the idea would be to play c6. Okay, I mean, if you go g3, knight g6, then it's kind of fine, right?
Yeah.
Like we push d5.
Yeah, or castle is fine. So bishop takes, I guess we should check.
G4 is also moved.
Ah, yes.
Okay. Is that so bad?
Oh, first time.
Yeah, knight g3, d5,
Knight g3.
d5, I guess.
I was wondering if this is useful or not. Let's say CD, CD, D4, E3. It's not so bad.
But I think we can live with that.
Yeah, because also we'll have bishop b5 check, so d4 knight d6.
No, I won't play g3.
I play against this guy.
Can I castle it?
Yeah, castle. I don't know why.
Yeah, f4 maybe.
And castle and then f5, or maybe f5 here. Can be done.
Oh, okay, but the
I don't
force
f4
range.
looks too much.
F4 is nice after knight g6, so I can play f4 and quickly play knight g3, challenge the pawn, and then maybe f5.
Maybe it was like
Besides that, I'm
g4.
also sure. G4 and knight g6, I think, yeah.
No, yeah, it's,
Yeah, it's too much.
I think you want to
Okay, it's just
I don't know how you go this way. I think you have
so now bishop h7 is nothing, right? What do you think?
So we don't have this d4 idea?
Maybe this is still something.
They say it's d4.
Because after d5 I'll play c5, yeah? This kind of thing.
You want the structure.
f6.
Yeah, this is quite... Because your bishop on one is not particularly great either.
Yeah, I mean I'll play f3 in some version, probably immediately after.
Okay.
It's probably
Bishop
equal, yeah?
g6, yeah.
I mean, take, take bishop g3, take, take, and...
Knight
Probably equal,
f7,
but it's still
knight
quite
f7, e6, e7. Yeah, I mean, you're pressing, of course, but okay, if you can play the jump f5, this also works, this whole... I mean, not sure. No,
Okay,
it should be one combination.
okay, let's see. Let's see something quick.
I mean, the black castles, what's the plan?
I don't know why castling is bad. I mean, the only thing I can think is like queen c2 is potentially a bit dangerous. Knight g6, h4.
G6, h4. Maybe.
Bishop g3.
F g3 and f5.
Bishop g3. Yeah, fg.
Probably more dangerous for white than
No,
Are you so sure about that? White castles? I'm not so sure.
e6?
I'm just worried like knight e5 comes. And
No. I mean, I understand.
take f5.
Actually, like...
Knight e5. I don't know, knight e5 you can take.
Probably e6, yeah.
No, I'm just...
But okay, this is actually nice.
Yeah, with some g4, h5.
But now e4 is also weak, Alex. So d5 you want c5, what do you want after d5? Because if I go d5...
d5 and probably bishop b4, I think.
So knight g6, bishop e4, king b6, bishop e5.
I was also trying to d5, c5 because I think once we get
Yeah, then the dark squares. Yeah, this is
your bishop
great.
is
Yeah, this
completely.
is maybe winning for a while. You get this structure. No, you get this.
Yeah, maybe knight g6, yeah.
No, I mean, like, in slow game, of course, but I mean, it's like...
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah. Knight g3, knight g6, d4.
But the question is, okay, let's say knight g3, knight g6, because why? Anyway, the knight goes there, right?
Okay, knight g6.
Can you go c5?
c5.
And then d5.
b6?
I think b6.
b4, a5.
Before
And b4, a5, yeah, probably.
And b6, b4. Actually, it's quite good here, like, in a way, because...
But I just don't understand, what's the advantage of d5? Like, just...
Okay.
I mean...
d4.
Ah, but then we could start with d4.
We can start with d4,
Yeah,
why not, yeah?
I don't know, c5, e5 in this version, like, black's knights are pretty good for this one, right?
Yeah, with the knight going to e7.
I'm not sure, actually.
It's not like knight on 8 or anything.
Take.
Bishop takes.
Knight d3? Knight d3.
Bishop c7, I don't know. What's the big deal? Knight is not good on d6.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Or e3, I don't know.
Knight c7 and... Like, I don't... Okay, maybe it's playable. I mean, bishop c3, bishop d7, I mean...
Optically looks very nice for white.
For white, yeah.
This looks nice.
White, that looks nice, but maybe okay. In terms of, like, if you can come up with something.
Yeah, maybe we play f4 at some moment.
And bishop c3, f4, I mean, all these pieces are played, who cares? I mean, we have some attack.
Okay, so let's see. So we play d4, d5, c4. Anyway, black should play e5, right?
I think you have to.
Or f6.
But f6, you kind of run into e4, yeah, also. Or maybe like first knight b3 and then e4 or something like that.
Yeah. b6.
Maybe.
b4?
Before e5.
Or knight d3.
We can solve the grid.
Knight d3, yeah?
Knight d3, so if, let's say, we take with the pawn, we take with the knight, yeah? How knight?
But this is straight for black, no?
Yeah,
Why would you take
Should be good for white.
It sounds better. I mean, I'm sure this is like very good,
But this is probably better.
This looks pleasant for white. No, I think this is pleasant.
No, like, that's someone not good.
Position 616 for our first semi-final bout. Seemed to be a pretty universal agreement, at least on what might be the first move from the white side of the board. And important to note that the only player not taking part in the group discussions, Richard Rapport, down in the 9th place battle. As well, for the black team, Vincent Keimer seemed to be very much kind of the genesis of conversation, really taking control and the lead in those conversations.
Yeah, the white team, I'm going to call it. It felt like Fabiano was dictating most of that conversation, and definitely Vincent Keimer with the black pieces. Just seems full of confidence, Tanya. Feels like he is more than happy now to tell his more experienced rivals what he thinks of the positions.
It might be a team for now, but I think it's so important as the players take their own seats that they just sort of start thinking and deciphering for themselves what exactly they want to start with, despite the consensus on the analysis that we saw. A lot of it was based on spotting that weak pawn that can be threatened on the first move. And I think we saw pretty much all the players, the ones with the black pieces and Team White, to start with a threat on that move one. You're talking about the first move, and there we've got the world number 1 against the world number 5. They're ready to go. I mean, this is the kind of matchup that makes you cancel plans.
I think you'd have a very solid excuse to do just that coming into today. That move that kind of seemed somewhat universal, we saw it cropping up on both boards. I'm very curious to see if Fabiano ultimately goes for c4, that white pawn right in front of the knight on the left-hand side of the board. And straight out the gate, I already have the perspective of many of the boards. I can see that a few players have gone for it. We'll, as quickly as we can, zoom out so we can give you an overview of the state of all 5 boards in play today. Probably not going to surprise you that we all start in a fairly balanced perspective, but just a reminder of the matchups there. Hikaru Nakamura and Keimer battling it out in one of our semifinals, Caruana and Carlsen in the other. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi, Norbek Advisatorov, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're all in that 5th place bracket, and then Richard Rapport up against Praggnanandhaa fighting it out for 9th. Here we go over to Keimer and Nakamura. That's the first move made today. It is going to be Nakamura, and he does go for that c4 pawn push.
Opens up the bishop, threat on the first move, and it's on Vincent. And I will point out in the analysis, it was Keimer who came up with this interesting strategy that, yes, black can go for the symmetry in this position, but you could also keep it flexible by letting that pawn in front of the knight have the option to eventually go just 1 step forward and not 2 steps ahead, immediately sort of counter-attacking that weakened pawn on that corner right. The other aspect of this position would be that at some point, the knight at the corner of the board jumps out, you get a quick castling, and then we might be in very familiar territory with 518, with familiar patterns, you know, with similar concepts from standard chess. And I wonder if you're going to see that in sort of some kind of a move order from both the black pieces and the white pieces.
Okay, quick predictions. How is black going to react to this move? There's a few options. I'm going to say there's 4 logical moves here. You push this pawn forward, you ignore the threat completely, and then create a threat of your own. With the bishop, you bring your knight out to block the long diagonal, or you castle your king.
He brings the knight out.
You think brings the knight out, huh?
He wants to keep that c-pawn in front of the other knight flexible to move 1 step or 2 step ahead. I think he brings the knight out. What about you, James?
I want the castle, but I don't think it'll happen just because it feels committal. Actually, for Keimer, I agree. The knight. I think on some of the other boards, we might see players playing either for symmetry or that counter threat. But I think Keimer's going to go for maybe what feels more stable, less risky. Again, he's playing the black side of things. He wants Hikaru to have to ask questions of him. And so that's what I'm looking for, the knight coming out. I can just confirm for everybody that the 4 boards on the upper side of our bracket have all gone for that c4 pawn push, and we've yet to have a response from any of the players playing black.
David, your prediction?
Pawn to c6.
He starts with that.
I think so. He was dictating most of the conversation. Most of the conversation was around this move, although Vincent has been known to spend 20 minutes on move 1 and then go his own way. But it would feel a bit odd to suggest a move quite strongly to other players playing black and then go against the grain of something you've just been preaching at them.
That's a fair point. I think, well, yeah, it's a question yet to be answered. What move he goes for, and there you have it, David Howell.
Good call.
They call him the prediction prince.
The sign cards. I think you're a real big contender for that one.
Wait, do I have to guess the other 3 boards correctly?
Yeah, you would have had to, but
okay.
You would have had to do it all ahead of time.
They haven't moved on any. Oh, Arjun's just moved. C6 as well.
C6 as well.
I was too slow.
Yeah, lost out too slow. Got to move quick, my friend. Keep track of our socials and in Twitch chat for future opportunities to be involved in those prediction games. So 2 responses so far. Keimer makes his. Maybe Arjun Erigaisi says, all right, everything he does seems to work out. Maybe I just follow suit.
Exactly.
And I wonder if we're going to see a very, very early castling in this setup right now. It not only comes with the advantage of, you know, getting your king to safety, your rook closer to the other majors, but also you defend that undefended pawn at the corner of the board.
Yeah, and the players were discussing a few moves here just to break it down for you. I think Hikaru was one of those who was at first advocating this odd-looking pawn push, pushing the pawn 2 squares forward. It would never have crossed my mind in a million years, I must say, that one. Just partly because in traditional chess, it's very rarely a good idea. Pushing a pawn like this, when there's no bishops or queens to unleash on the diagonals, looks odd. The white king isn't too happy about that decision, but the idea is to open up the white rook. And just to very quickly put it on the board, bishop takes pawn now would be met very strongly by the rook sliding forward. And when the bishop retreats, then white would take up his opportunity to go hunting for the black rook, which is suddenly trapped, and white would have the advantage. Other moves that the players were discussing, this pawn push was a bit of an odd one that appeared on the white team's board. Again, the idea is similar. Bishop takes pawn now, re-establishing the threat, is met by a block. And only next move, when the bishop retreats, wherever it goes, now white would trap the rook. And I think the final suggestion was just to bring the knight out or to castle the king. So pretty much everyone ignoring the opportunity to take this pawn, interestingly.
But leaving the threat on the board, right? An ever-present threat.
Threat is stronger than the execution. I think if we see those 2 pawn moves that you're talking about, the one in front of the rook or the king, that means we get a really spicy game very soon. But if we've got the more solid approach, then the player brings out the knight or goes for the castling to defend that pawn.
Yeah, and just to explain to everyone at home why they're not jumping in, taking this pawn yet, because we actually saw something very, very similar in Weissenhaus on the opposite flank, though, and this would just end in symmetry. Both sides would be taking rooks. You don't even need to actually rush to take this white rook, but ultimately the position would just fizzle out, become very, very symmetrical. Bishops, rooks already leaving the board. I think for the side with white, at least, this is not something that they will be too excited about. Unless Hikaru just wants a very safe position, getting closer to the endgame.
I like how Hikaru is actually taking his time at the start of the game. You know, he's probably observed Vincent do the exact same thing and also realized that when he perhaps relied too much on his teammates in pre-analysis, blitzed out the Nepo gambit, that didn't really get him far, regretted it. So now he's just trying to figure out his own path in this position. How much of the players in Team White were in fact expecting that pawn, that Vincent has moved 1 step, perhaps to go 2 steps forward?
Yeah, I think initially they were all looking at the kind of the symmetry there, the black pawn to push 2 squares forward. But just in the last couple of minutes of their discussion time, they did spend most of the time focusing on this pawn push, and Hikaru brings the knight out. Very logical. And we're expecting now black to cover the weakness. Probably do the same, Tanya? It's either castles now or bring the knight out.
Makes a lot of sense. And one of the advantages of getting that pawn to move just 1 square ahead is that you've got this central break at the right time that you can always get in on the board with the black pieces, to activate the queen, to activate that bishop and control more squares. I do like this approach more than going for direct symmetry with black.
I want to jump to another board real quick, just because it's our most advanced board of the day so far. That's Arjun Erigaisi against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and largely because it's an example of where that Hikaru and Vincent Keimer game could still go, right? Had the same first initial opening moves, as you can see. We've had that queen's pawn on either side as well come out into the fray. A bit of a locking of the position, though, with the most recent move here from Jan Nepomniachtchi, pushing that c-pawn once again 1 square further.
Yeah, and this is a direct kind of transposition to a position that the players were analysing, the white team. They were looking at this exact position earlier when they were together as a team, and the conclusion was that it looked quite pleasant for the white side. Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe the fact that he's been knocked down to the lower bracket, can only compete for 5th to 8th place now. I think he just doesn't want to overthink things in the opening. He wants to trust his instincts, gain space. This isn't something we normally recommend in kind of traditional chess, to kind of just give away the tension in the center this early. But yeah, we'll see whether Hikaru tries to copy.
Yeah, big one in this. And I think the plans are pretty clear. You want to try to break in the center. You want to have some fun with that pawn moving 2 steps ahead if you're black. But the big question here is, did Jan sleep well last night after his loss against Vincent?
He left angry, I'll tell you that much. Do you sleep well when you're angry?
I think for a chess player, having that kind of a result is one of the hardest things to deal with. And for Jan, it was his pick. He chose Vincent to play against him, and then losing out in those tiebreakers where perhaps he thought he was the big favorite. It probably wasn't an easy night for him.
Some players play better when they're angry, though. Magnus Carlsen, he nearly never loses 2 games in a row. Everyone loses a game occasionally, but it's about how you bounce back. Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he was a bit younger, he was known to be too emotional. He would often spiral out of control, tilt, we call it in chess. You lose 1 game and the rest of the tournament is a write-off. But in recent times, he's much more stable.
I agree, but I will say Magnus is an anomaly to every single chess stat. The guy just breaks every single rule there. For Jan, it's going to be interesting how much motivation he's come in with today. Arjun, he's always ready for the fight. We saw him in Tata Steel as well. He had a disastrous tournament, but every round he would show up and stick true to his style.
Yeah, I'd say breaking records and warping stats is a pretty typical, attribute of the best in the world. And speaking of the man himself, Magnus Carlsen, let's hop over to his board because while it hasn't progressed too much, and I somewhat hesitate to say this, he is the first of the players to choose to go, quote-unquote, his own way. We still have the opportunity to end up, David, in very much the same board state that these other matchups have gotten to. but he elects to bring that knight out first. Again, just a slightly more solid opening, not allowing the counter threats right out the gate.
Yeah, he just doesn't want any complications early. Magnus, we have mentioned maybe the one tiny weakness in his game is when he gets attacked very hard, very fast at the beginning of the game. We saw that yesterday. He rode his luck on the way to the semi-finals. So he just wants to block any threats. Just to mention that threat yet again, the white bishop was hitting an undefended pawn in the corner. So bringing the knight out, developing a piece, super logical, very flexible. Only later will he decide which of black's pawns to push in the middle of the board. And look at how Magnus, he's staring off at the other games. He was looking at the screen there. He knows he's gone his own way, and he has done his whole career.
And I think he's incredibly chill right now because of the position that's been pulled out. The one that he got into trouble with Nordebek, let's not forget, it was such a unconventional chess position with the queens in the corner of the board. We saw Magnus jumping around with the queen dance, getting him absolutely nowhere. Here, he just has to stick to the principles. He just has to do what he does best. Just play chess. You know, you've got the knight coming out, you go castling, and then you've got a normal chess position, standard ideas. And how does Fabi find those chaotic positions where, once again, Magnus will be forced into those complications? Very hard to do with the starting position that we have.
I think there's always a conversation as well for each of the players in playing to what is working for you the best in this tournament, right? And Magnus earlier told us that he doesn't feel like his understanding, at least here in Paris, of the openings has been tremendous. But as they move to the later stages of the game, time trouble starts to become a factor for both players. That's where he can play a little bit more fast and loose, rely on his intuition, and ultimately take the game. So I wonder then, David, if that's the reason why he goes for a more solid approach, saying, look, I just don't want to take any wild haymaker punches early on. We get to the point where half the pieces have left the board. Now I'm in my comfort zone.
Yeah, and Magnus actually confessed to me at dinner that not only was he struggling in the openings, he genuinely felt that everyone else has got twice as good. Everyone else has kind of doubled their strengths in the opening stages, maybe because of extra experience, maybe because of extra study. But yeah, survival mode for Magnus in these early stages, Tanya. He doesn't look too happy on the camera, but as long as he gets out of the opening in decent shape, I think that's the first step for the world number one.
Don't know about happy or sad, but he does look like, along with Jan, maybe he didn't get enough sleep last night as well. Wonder how much energy the players have come in with today. Also, just realized this is the first Team Liquid face-off that we've got between these two players. You know, Fabi and Magnus signed up for the Esports World Cup with the same team, and here they are facing each other.
Yeah, very good call out. Of course, yeah, I think many people, at least those who have kept their eyes glued to the chess scene, have seen a number of announcements fly out from Wiesenhouse 2025 through to now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is signing for Team Vitality as well. So not just these two, but playing for the same organization, but still competitors.
Yeah. If any esports teams, you know, they want a old washed-up grandmaster, then you have my number. Just, I'm open to offers.
I've got some contacts.
What are you talking about? They'd get personality. They'd get a commentator in-house if needed. A 2700 player. I don't know how many times British champion. I mean, you're a big pick right now.
I mean,
I'm surprised you haven't been snatched up already.
Currently unattached, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, we're going to have to work on the whole selling yourself thing.
In the meantime, Fabiano brings his knight out, so still room for this game to transpose into some of the other games. We could see that kind of pawn push now for Magnus Carlsen, pushing another pawn in the center, and a very similar pawn structure to that chosen by Vincent Keimer, chosen by Arjun Erigaisi. But Magnus will most likely want to go his own way.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the moment, it very much looks like all boards are going to continue to copy each other. The most advanced boards being Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keimer, as well as Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun, though, finally makes a move, so perhaps we can hop over to that matchup to see what it is, as he's the one who, right now, is having to blaze the trail here.
Magnus doesn't look well on camera, no? It's like he's struggling a little bit.
It's still early in the day. Magnus normally peaks later in the day. He's never been a morning person. Not that it's morning even here in Paris. But yeah, definitely the furthest advanced game here. Arjun Erigaisi playing very quickly, I've got to say, considering how many choices he had. Yes, he spent 9 minutes on the clock, but I would have thought he might spend even longer. And just to recap the last few moves, we have mentioned this one already briefly, but the pawn stepping forward for white, met by a counterattack by black, and this was blocked duly by both sides, the knights coming out. Now pawns arriving in the center. Normally we call this the Slav structure in kind of mainstream chess, in traditional chess. And normally you don't want to release the tension because this only helps the opponent, makes it very symmetrical. Normally you want to keep this pawn here as long as possible in the style of the Queen's Gambit, famously in chess. But here, stepping forward, Jan Nepomniachtchi gaining space. I think this is not just about space, it's also about caging the Black Knight. The Black Knight now struggling to get out from its starting square. And this has been met by a hint that he wants to strike in the center. Arjun Erigaisi, he's going to build a pawn center next move. Tanya, who do you think is the more happy of the two players so far?
I'd say both, but Arjun getting his idea in, trying to get that break in, it suits his style perfectly. You know, none of that closed positional fight. We're going to have open lines, open diagonals very soon. He looks pretty chill on camera. Jan completely locked in. Also, one thing I want to point out, you know, I think it's easy to sort of forget this moment as just something that happened. And I can't sort of stop thinking about it at the start when the players were analyzing. Just the fact that, again, Vincent was the only one to understand that that black pawn needs to move one step forward. And I don't want to read too much into it, but the fact is that we've spoken so much about how, despite being the younger generation, he seems to understand where the pieces and the pawns belong, what to start with. And he came up with it, and we're seeing this being played by the players across the boards and turning out pretty good for the black pieces.
Yeah. Everyone's just following Vincent at this point. He's the leader. He's the new leader of the young generation of maybe just of everyone in Chess 960 freestyle chess. And,
well, the leader up to this point, but like I said, Arjun was the first one to make a move from this position with black. So Vincent, still in the exact same position without this pawn move being made, is continuing to spend time on his clock to decide whether or not it's ultimately something that he wants to commit to or to begin to go his own way. Across our top boards here, Norbert Abdusatora versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is where one of our players with black has elected to do something slightly different. So I just want to check in on it, because while it does result in a board that has perfect symmetry up to now and has only made a few moves as of yet, we will see a very different looking game between these two players.
And that's because in this case, we can see it on our camera that in fact, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, instead of moving that pawn just one step forward, has decided to place it right next to the white pawn. So we're not going to be seeing any of those central Slav-esque breaks that we've been seeing on the other boards. Maxime not on his chair, probably taking a little walk, a stroll around, checking out the other boards. I wonder if he's going to be surprised seeing that he's one of the few players who've elected for a different pawn move.
Yeah, and not just that, but we have another move being made as we speak. The second knight comes out onto the field here, so finally a very different look here between one of our games and the rest. Putting pressure onto that black pawn that Maxime did just push forward. Going to need to find a way to protect that, either bringing a bishop out perhaps, or another pawn in support.
And Maxime is very kind of rarely followed the trend, let's say. He's normally a trendsetter in the openings, Tanya, so going his own way, not too surprising.
You know, I've noticed in chess tournaments, when the top players, you know, especially the absolute elite of the world, they get knocked out, let's say, of the position that they want to fight for, right? They're fighting for 5, 6, 7, 8 here. How often is it that they kind of tend to want to take it into tie breaks? You know, they sort of avoid the super complications, the energy spending moves, the early on. We see them play a lot faster, and they're kind of ready to make it more fun for themselves. They want to make it more challenging for themselves to kind of find that inner fire to fight it out, because in their minds, they're still thinking about, we wish we were in the semis. Do you think that might have a role in this, and we might be seeing this fight for the lower 4 places, 5, 6, 7, 8, kind of go into those tie breaks?
Yeah, historically, that's definitely been a thing. And actually, Maxime as well, he's confessed that he's been guilty of taking his eye off the ball when the stakes aren't high, when the motivation isn't there. I remember in the Champions Chess Tour where he was knocked down, there was a third and fourth playoff in the end, and he just didn't really care anymore. He blitzed out a whole game, lost in 5 minutes, and yeah, ended up not winning that mini match. So We'll see. It's classical chess. There's pride on the line. There's tour points. There's a lot of money on the line. So I think that will give Maxime a bit of extra drive, as if playing in front of home fans wasn't enough.
Yeah, I do think you'll see more risk, though, taken by players who find themselves out of the running for the top spot.
That's the big point, right? He's playing in Paris. This is his home city. He knows he wants to put on a show for his fans. We saw all of them outside just a few moments ago. This is going to be a fun one, but I would predict that this goes into a tiebreaker. It's only game 1, though. We're still far away from it.
Okay. Well, how about we get our first look at what Magnus Carlsen has done most recently against Fabiano Caruana. It actually is beginning to mirror this very matchup that we're jumping from in Nurderbeck Abdusattorov versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So we've got that double pawn push there, or that two-square push. Taking a note out of MBL's playbook, let's see if Fabiano likes Nurderbeck's response with another knight coming forward to pressure that pawn.
Maxime's got to be feeling good seeing that Magnus has gone for the same choice. You know, it just reassures you of the life decisions you're making.
Yeah, the stamp of approval from the world number 1 as Magnus leaves his seat. And yeah, just to reiterate that this knight jump was the choice of Nurderbeck on that other table. There are, of course, many moves here. You can castle the white king. I think that's also a very logical move. You can bring the white bishop out maybe to attack a loose pawn. There were actually 2 undefended pawns at the start of this position for each side here, either side. And the players were actually talking about going hunting for that pawn with the queen, something maybe Magnus wanted to kind of preempt. If the white queen comes out to attack this undefended pawn, the black queen will come out to meet it. And we would most likely see the queens leave the board at an early stage. So the most ambitious move, I agree with Nurderbeck, is this one. Whether it's the best, who knows? And we'll see from Fabiano soon.
Well, he's even taking a look at the big board, trying to check in to see if anybody else has found an answer, and maybe that's where he'll get the idea from Nurderbeck, or maybe confirm the idea.
And something I chatted about with Magnus a while ago, just an idea that they haven't implemented here, but what do you think of a screen just covering, well, a screen covering the other screens, or just not being able to see the other openings on the other boards in order to prevent copying like this?
We had this discussion at Weissenhaus, right, where it was a lot easier for the players because they had these monitors. They could just turn around on their chair and look at them and just figure out what's going on the other board. I was not a fan of that. I think especially in freestyle chess, you know, which is so much about sort of making it extreme chess. You know, you want that rawness. You want the players to be stuck in those first few moves. You want to take away anything else but pure skill and your pure intuition to carry this forward. So I would love it if there's a way that the players can't actually check out the opening moves. Maybe the middle game, it wouldn't matter as much because you've kind of already navigated your way through the first couple of moves. So I'm a fan of somehow figuring out a way that the players can't see the other boards. Once the analysis is done. I love the analysis part of it. You know, where they sit down and kind of break down the action for the first 10 minutes. But once it starts, you should be on your own.
I'm a 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. I think non-committal approach to this one. To me, it doesn't matter so much as long as there's just agreement between the players with what they care about. I think there's just as much risk in following somebody else, right, and taking their word for it as opposed to blazing your own way. And you know what? Fine. If you want to rest on the laurels of somebody else and it spells your demise, you know, that's your call to make.
Hello, Nepo Gambit.
Exactly that. There is one board that's got some fireworks at play. It is our 9th place matchup between Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. Perhaps we can go over there just because it seems to be some action, some fun. We talked about maybe when the stakes aren't as high, you're willing to make some more committal moves. We did have this, of all the boards, be the one to entertain the idea of the bishops flying across, trapping the rooks. There's a queen involved as well in the center of the board. So a lot of action.
Yeah, and talking of action, let's do an action replay. Tanya, maybe you can talk us through the first moves here.
Let's do it. And it started with the one that we were expecting on all the boards, you know, opening up that bishop with a threat on that side pawn. And Prague responded with the same, a move that we have seen on the Magnus board as well as Arjun's board. And here, after this move, the pawn was indeed grabbed. So this is a fresh position. We haven't seen this one on any of the other boards. Hits the rook is trapped, but it doesn't matter because black does exactly the same. A bit of copycat chess here. And now you just leave the rooks there, and he strikes in the center. You know, why rush with taking what you can at any point of time? You can delay it endlessly. So he starts to improve his pieces. A trade in the center followed. And Prag's approach here, develop the other bishop. He makes a small pawn move, blocking the queen, improving his own bishop, creating a path for the knight eventually to come out into the game. Really interesting how the players are not rushing with grabbing that material that can be picked up at the moment. But this last move by Prag, I'm just wondering if it leaves certain weaknesses behind. There are certain checks at the center of the board that become a possibility. This is getting tactically sharp very quickly.
Getting very tactically sharp, and just to point out that check that Tanya mentions, bishop takes rook here. If the black king chooses to recapture, white can deliver a double attack, hitting the king, hitting the pawn, and start going pawn hunting here. I'm not sure he will want to do this immediately, just because the white queen is fighting the whole black army alone. And the black knight, for example, can jump out, attack the queen, defend the rook in the corner, and the material balance will be re-established by taking this pawn next. Of course, this isn't anything too dramatic. White is still totally fine, but I'm not sure Richard Rapport, it's in his nature to go pawn hunting like that. So maybe something he'll try and keep up his sleeve for a bit later.
Well, he's been taking his pieces out. He might continue that journey, bring out one of the two knights into the game. You know, the rook's trapped for both players. You don't need to rush into it. You don't need to think about defending. But maybe he could force Pragnananda's hand here by actually developing the knight that's at the corner of the board.
Yeah, bringing that knight out would very much force a capture of the white rook. And once the white rook is captured, the white king, very safe. I like the idea of just getting knights out, bishops out, just something out, get all your pieces off the back rank, and later hope the tactics work in your favor.
If this was spelling bee, would Prag's name be the hottest?
Nepomniachtchi.
Ooh.
Yeah, actually, I agree. I think Nepomniachtchi would be more difficult.
Should we try to spell it?
No.
I know.
Absolutely not.
I've known him for
I
years.
do not want to make a fool of myself.
Tanya, go on.
But you can.
Oh my gosh. How about I start and you end? So NEPO is the easy part.
Yes.
NEPO-M-NIA-CHTCHI.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh my goodness! Give me those cards right now, right here.
Well, you nailed it. We're going to you for all the spelling-related questions. From
And
this
let's
point
keep the
going
chess
forward.
with David.
Exactly. As we've taken a moment to stop at every single board individually, perhaps we can zoom out and take a stock of the field holistically, get that bird's eye view of each of the boards, see how they compare. It's still early days between each of them, and a lot of the players are doing their, due diligence to give the time to think, make sure they set themselves up in a pretty position. Vincent Keimer very much sticking true to the pattern that he has created for himself, now down to 1 hour and 8 minutes on the clock, only a few moves into the game, 20-minute differential between him and his opponent. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano, both with 1 hour and 17 apiece. So it's definitely that battle between Vincent and Hikaru where already the time differential is becoming a thing.
As predicted, as expected, but on that top center board, right, Magnus versus Fabi, I mean, the big clash, as we call the clash of the titans in the chess world in this one. Team Liquid face off, the two big greats of freestyle chess. We've seen them have the finals as well. Least number of moves being played in that one. So the slowest game to develop. And it's still symmetry on the board. The pawns that have moved on the left side, the two knights that are out. Just shows how complex and difficult freestyle chess is, even for the absolute best in the world.
Yeah, it is the great equalizer in so many ways. They've spent their lives dedicated to one singular position of 960. And just like that, we threw 959 more into the mix. That alone, I think, is kind of an interesting dynamic for each of these players to come up against the idea, again, that they've spent so much of their life, their brain power dedicated to one specific thing, and just like that, we're asking so much more of them.
How generous we are. But yeah, in the meantime, two big moves, one from Vincent Keimer on the top left of our screens. He finally goes his own way, not copying Arjun Aragaisi by castling, although the game could still kind of head back towards similar waters. And Vachier Legrave might have given both Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen something to think about, because he's brought his bishop into the center. That's our bottom left board, but they are 2 moves ahead now of Fabi against Magnus. And still, mind games, it feels like, more than kind of concrete moves here, occupying the players' thoughts, forcing them to burn time on the clock. I think it's a badge of honor not to be the one copying. Often, if you are the one kind of waiting, copying other players, then people start to ask questions. People start to think, oh, why aren't you being creative? Why aren't you doing your own thing? Tanya, who do you think is the happiest out of all the 5 white players so far? I know it's a tough question, sorry.
It is, but I love the tough questions, so bring them on. I mean, it's easier than asking me to predict a move right now. I think the fact that for Hikaru, he sees that the time advantage has already started to play a role. Nothing on the position, but I think he's got that at the back of his mind, that that's a weapon he wants to use. I don't know how happy he is about it, because obviously there are questions to be answered on that top left board. Eventually, Vincent will strike in the center. Perhaps Magnus, I see him not on his chair, early days, thinking that it's a bit tough for Fabi to figure things out. Fabi's taking his time. Tough to say who with the white pieces is the happiest right now, David, but the boards that we see that have played maximum number of moves, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, maybe they've sort of figured out exactly what they want to do in this freestyle. What number was it?
616.
616.
Yeah, and while the majority of the players are taking their time in their own chairs to give thought to what their next moves will be, the first of our pros to dive into the confessional booth was none other than MVL. He's, of course, playing the black side of the equation. Let's get a quick word from him.
We were having a tough time when we looked at the position before the start, because white has 2 big ideas. After c4 is bishop takes h7, obviously, but also queen b3. And we didn't really know how to answer. c5, we didn't see it satisfying. That's what Flag decided to go for. c6 is a more solid option, but it's always tough to give space advantage, so there's a few games there. And in the end, we had rejected knight g6 before because of queen b3. But then I assume Magnus had the same it's the same thing that I did, that after knight g6, queen b3, you can actually play c5, give up the pawn on b7, knight b6, protects the rook. And the point of c5 is that white doesn't have c5 anymore to attack the knight. And yeah, I mean, it's compensation clearly suddenly for the pawn, because the queen on b7 is a bit strange. Bishop takes h2 is a threat. Also bishop e5. And now after knight g6, knight g3, c5, at least if d4 I can take, and bishop e5. So, and in the end, that's the most satisfying answer I could come up with. We'll see how it goes.
No easy pathways when it comes to finding success in this one, but identifying the possibility of that queen looking to come in. Obviously, instead, Abdu Satoro chose to develop the knight, so won't launch the attack towards the other side of the board, but still centralizes that dark squared bishop like he talked about, remaining a threat to both sides of the board.
Yeah, really interesting how much lies beneath the surface. And now we understand why some of the players chose to push a pawn rather than the knight on the first move. But ultimately, all of those ideas the players discussed beforehand, it's just about what order to choose and to enact them. And nice threat there from Vachier Legrave. I think he's understood the start position very, very well.
And this is getting fun really quickly, right? Because we saw the position start with the bishops attacking pawns on the other edge of the board, and now that same bishop lands at the center of the board and attacks another pawn on the left side. And in fact, white can take the time out to do the exact same thing. Get your bishop into its corresponding square and start targeting the pawn on the other side. Just to highlight that immediately there is one more pawn that's undefended that can actually be taken up by the knight, but you don't want that trade, because then the bishop jumps in and your rook at the corner of the board is completely trapped. So before you go for that, you need to vacate some squares, and I wonder if Nordebek will go on the defense, which to me doesn't look like his style. If he anytime has an opportunity to go for a counter offense, that's the one he usually chooses. Bringing the queen closer to that side pawn feels a bit passive to me, David. Or perhaps will he continue with the counter offense of getting that bishop to the center of the board?
Yeah, I quite like that one. And calculation is always needed anytime there are checks, captures, and threats on the board. And here it is a series of captures. So bishop into the center. I'll take. You might take. I might take. You might take.
Take.
All the take. And at the very end, you'd have to assess a position like this. It does get a bit odd. Also, both sides kind of have options along the way. White is not necessarily obliged to take this one. White could just sidestep and, yeah, a threat as well as a capture on the docket here. Anything could happen. I think the only other move that might be going through Nodebek's mind in the game position is another forcing move. It's another take. He could take this knight, and normally you don't want to part with bishop for knight in such an open position, but this would clear an escape route for the white rook. So now if white does go pawn hunting, some calculation would need to be done. White is a pawn up, hitting this guy as well, and restoring the material balance is only temporary, because now your bishop gets hit and then the pawn behind might fall. So this is actually a pawn sacrifice for Maxi Vachier-Lagrave, we should mention. But he will get a very strong bishop in the center of the board in return, and white's knight might just never come home from a square like this one. So, yeah, I think too high a price to pay just to grab a pawn here.
It comes to that point, right, when you're fighting for the places that you'd hoped, well, to be fighting more for. You want to have fun on the board. You want to play inspired chess. You want to force yourself to kind of enjoy what you have rather than a slow grind. So Maxime here going all out very quickly, bringing that bishop out, forcing Nodebek to perhaps calculate those lines. Do we have any inside knowledge as to how the name Take came about? Was it inspired by Hikaru, or is there another story to that?
I think everyone has said it. There is a compilation out there of top streamers, top players, when the players are in interviews saying, oh, I take, you know, and then I don't know the exact story. I think it was just a moment of inspiration from the CEO, Mats Andre Christiansen. And yeah, ultimately they went for it. There were other, I won't reveal now, there were other suggestions, other candidate names, but ultimately they settled on this one.
I think they landed on a good one. I will admit my exposure to take, as at least a repeated phrase, mostly comes from Hikaru, but can confirm across all of Twitch and the different streaming platforms, it's a pretty often proffered phrase by high-level chess players. Exactly that. So while this board continues to develop, it's got a very different look to it as compared to some of our others. Let's hop back over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer, because it's a more closed position, right? The difference between what MVL decided to do in pushing that singular pawn 2 squares forward as opposed to the just one that Vincent opted for has kind of given us this connect 4 on one side, the connect 3 on the other.
And a pawn structure that does arise in a lot of other kind of traditional chess openings, we should mention. Normally not this early in the game, but yeah, just nice shout out there, James. I love your name drop of connect 4. White has a beautiful pawn chain, and black normally wants to counter that chain by pushing forward in the center. It's just about whether Vincent chooses to prepare that move or to go for it instantly. Just again to highlight something that the players discussed beforehand in their little huddle earlier. This pawn push, they were thinking it should be met by a capture. Just before black is able to make a connect 4 chain of his own by gaining more space in the center. For example, if black is able to step forward, this is a huge advantage already, because the black rook is ready to propel this pawn forward and the white king is a sitting target on this flank. And clearly the white light squared bishop is not happy about developments here. So we would see a capture if Vincent tries to break in the center. And for example, a variation such as this one with the white bishop staring down a nice long diagonal. Vincent has made a move. What is it? It is indeed pawn to e5. Ooh. Just to mention, pushing this f pawn forward and then supporting the pawn push. This was what Arjun Erigaisi chose in his game. So Vincent going his own way, and I'm very, very sure here that we'll see a capture of this pawn before it steps forward and creates a huge pawn chain that might never, ever be broken.
This could be the small start of Hikaru trying to push for an opening advantage, right? Because not preparing it the way we saw Arjun do, pushing that pawn next to it forward and sort of just getting ready to get it in the center of the board, he does allow white's pieces to come out with tempos once that trade does happen. And regardless of whether Vincent decides to capture with his bishop in the center or the knight, either ways, Hikaru has a way to attack one of those pieces and get that perfect harmony in the position. So the big question in my mind is that I wonder what Vincent found attractive about this option. Because it's almost a forced sequence of moves. You can't allow black to get all the space, get that pawn one step ahead. Trade is definitely something that Vincent is expecting Hikaru to go for. And then what does he have in mind to try to neutralize? How is he going to neutralize the pressure of the knight coming out, the bishop coming out?
Yeah, he would need to play very energetically, Vincent Keymer. Of course, he's very capable of that. He's shown that in recent months. And a bit of a death stare from Vincent just briefly against Hikaru, as we're used to. But a position like this, maybe the energy comes from bringing the black queen out to hit some pawns. Maybe it's just trying to kind of gain space for this black knight sat on the back rank by breaking the front of white's chain now. This white pawn is very troublesome. I'm struggling to find any other ideas, to be honest. If white gets 2 or 3 moves here, if white's able to establish a knight in the center of the board, a beautiful square, then I really fear for Vincent's chances. It's all about the white bishops. They do stare down at the black king, which has committed itself. So aesthetically, very nice for white, but white still needs a few moves to get everything sorted. Vincent will try and take advantage of that window of opportunity.
David perhaps fearing for Vincent's chances. So are our fans at home. 59% of our viewers think that Hikaru will come away with a decisive victory in Game 1 to the 26% who are giving it in favor of Vincent. Only 15% thinking that this goes to a draw, meaning they would enter Day 2 of the semifinals tomorrow on even footing.
I think Vincent, that just shows, has earned a lot of fans in this tournament. Trust me, James, whenever Hikaru is playing against any player and there's a poll up for this, he's winning that by 80%, 90%. Everyone thinks he takes it. But the fact that it's just at 59% goes on to show that Vincent Keymer has won himself a lot of hearts in this tournament.
And while Hikaru hasn't made too many trips to the confessional booth just yet over the course of the tournament, he did give us a quick word on his way into the arena earlier today. Let's go to that now.
It's almost the same semifinal as it was the last time. It was one difference. You're here this time, and you were so frustrated in Weissenhaus. Is it good to not face a Sindarov that was the surprise in the tournament?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know because I did get winning positions in most of the games against him, and it was more probably technique, psychology, however you want to put it. But I think in general, for me, I'm curious to see how good Vincent really is. I mean, he beat Fabiano, Magnus, and Nepo. I mean, I'm both the oldest and hopefully the best at Fischer Random. I am kind of the world champion, at least last time there was such an event. So for me, it's just really exciting to play Vincent because he's obviously been the big surprise both in Weissenhaus and here so far, and should be a good match.
I was very interested by what you said yesterday. You said you'd rather face Nepo than Vincent in classical time format here, and I guess you still stand by that, right?
I mean, I think in general, if it gets to rapid, I should be a big favorite against Vincent. At least that's my view. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think that's mostly based on history. Nepo has been a tremendous competitor in rapid and blitz formats. I mean, for most of his career, he's been one of the absolute best in the world. So from that standpoint, I mean, I would presume he's better on paper at least, but with Vincent, we'll see because I have to play classical. And if I do well, hopefully it doesn't get to a tiebreaker. If it does, I mean, also I'm curious to see. So it's really just an opportunity to play against Vincent, who I don't think I've ever played him in classical chess at all, even in normal events. So just a good experience and face off against another one of the young generation.
How happy are you with your own play so far this tournament?
I think I'm relatively happy with the classical. The rapid and blitz, it's very, or I should say just the rapid portion is very hard to judge because there are going to be a lot of ups and downs. So don't really put a lot of stock in that. But I think in the 2 classical games, I've been pretty good at controlling myself in the critical moments. And I think that was the difference in terms of why I beat Arjun versus losing to him.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hikaru.
And there we heard from Hikaru Nakamura before the game against Vincent Keymer. And Tanya, he was talking about probabilities, he was talking about his experiences, not so much against Vincent Keymer. They've barely faced each other before, and not in classical chess at all. Here we see the back of Vincent Keymer's chair with the nice yellow jacket on it. But Hikaru, the first one to... Oh, well, this is his first real think of the game after Vincent invested a bit of time earlier. He's now trying to navigate the early stages of this middle game.
And he did say, right, that he thinks he would be the favorite if it was to go into a rapid time format, into the playoffs in this match against Vincent. And I wonder how much of that strategy he will employ after seeing how the Jan Nepomniachtchi-Vincent matchup played out. Right now, I think with what we have on the board, he's trying to understand exactly what we've been discussing. that I simply take, and get my knight out, get my bishop out. How are you actually keeping this in balance after that? I think Hikaru Nakamura is feeling good about his chances out of the middle game, out of the opening. And there we've got Winston comes back. Mm-hmm. Do you think he looks completely locked in right now, Hikaru, but do you think he's smelling some opportunity in this, or is he taken aback by this central break?
Yeah, maybe he's slightly surprised, although it did feel like this was the most principled move from Vincent Keimer. After all, White has got this beautiful pawn chain, White has seized space, and they do say if one side plays on the flank, here I'm going to call the C-file, the flank, then you want to strike back in the center. So I think he should have expected this one. And this idea was something the players discussed beforehand, but like you say, locked in to something, whether it's calculating a long line, whether it's just trying to figure out where to put his pieces. Very hard to know with Hikaru.
Very hard to know, and I think Hikaru doesn't let it out as much. How much he wants it, how much he wants to win a tournament and what it means to him. We often see him talking about his streaming profession. He's a streamer first, a professional streamer, and just everything that he's done in that space has been amazing to watch out for. But I think coming to the chess that he plays every single tournament, he is super ambitious. He wants to win, whether he shows it or not. It's not that he literally doesn't care.
I think everything else that Hikaru does, he enjoys the streaming, of course, but it is to take pressure off the times when he comes to the chessboard. So a loss, a defeat, or not achieving his goals, it doesn't feel as momentous as it used to. And there's no coincidence that his chess has improved. His results have improved. His consistency has improved since he started doing other things. But yeah, he definitely wants this. That's why we haven't been seeing him in the confessional day in, day out, as we're used to seeing in other tournaments.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, right? That perhaps he's so zoned into what is happening, so incredibly taking this tournament seriously. And what happened at Weissenhaus, we saw what an effect that had on him, James, where he was taking out these videos saying that he's considering retirement. He was so shocked at his own play. He hated the moves that he was making on the board. And then Hikaru does Hikaru things. He goes on, gets the big takeaways, bounces straight back with a phenomenal performance at the American Cup and a great showing in the second slam so far.
No player seems to be more emotionally driven than Hikaru Nakamura, as well as more expressive than Hikaru Nakamura. And so I'm constantly glued into his face to gain any insights I can as to how he feels he stands in any given matchup. But how about this? A bit of a switch up in pace here from Keimer's last matchup to this one, right? And so while he still does have the time disadvantage, he's put Hikaru in a situation where he's really got to think. And I think this is a distinct difference between the way that he ultimately matched up against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last two rounds, in the classical portions at the very least, because he did pick up the pace when it came to the tiebreakers.
Yeah, and not many people can compete with Jan Nepomniachtchi's speed. Hikaru is a speed demon, but Jan is another level when it comes to classical chess. I think this is a good moment and a good tip for everyone at home to pause when pawn breaks are on the table.
Get David Armand some hot honey and some hot water right now.
Save that voice, my friend.
We need you back. But to his point, I think the fact that Hikaru has taken a pause, he's taking his time. Maybe it's alternatives. And look at him. He's trying to think. That capture at the center, he's found another way to go about this. It's that or something else in his mind, and maybe he's figured out a way that if he provokes Vincent to push that pawn one step forward, he's got a good response to it. Because David, pawn takes pawn was begging to be played. It's a move that you make in under a minute. And it's been a while. He's still been thinking.
And by all accounts, at least your intuition was that the conclusion of that kind of sequence of moves is White should be very happy. Yeah. So what, if anything, is giving Hikaru pause here? What could be the possibility that he doesn't like at the end of that small sequence?
I don't think he's even looking for options here necessarily on this exact move for White. I think he's just looking into the future as deeply as he can peer. And yeah, maybe he's just looking at the two options there. There is a crossroads already. Black can take that pawn back in two different ways. There we go. The first move, I'm not going to say it was forced, but it was by far the most logical. You could not allow Black to establish a beautiful pawn chain. And we'll see. Maybe Hikaru now will unleash a flurry of moves, 5-6 moves very quickly, and we'll see the fruits of that long think.
I think we'll see exactly that. Because yes, you can take it with two pieces, but both of them Hikaru's got a response that immediately targets it. You know, it's very tempting to bring the bishop out because it comes with a one-move threat. You're attacking the pawn, which is undefended on the left side of the board. But Hikaru would be happy to see that because that gives him the opportunity to, in fact, develop the knight on the left side of the board, the one next to the queen, to bring it towards the center and hit that bishop away from this long diagonal. It can't survive there for too long. You can fall back one step, but then the other knight will jump forward and start chasing that bishop across the board, hopefully winning that bishop pair early on in the game and landing your own bishop on a killer diagonal.
That's interesting because the bishop move is the one that, for me at least, agrees to another kind of principle of chess, which is to continue to develop pieces, right? The knight is already technically developed onto a square, so moving it a second time would have been my second thought. But as you say, Tanya, have to consider the repercussions of each of those moves and the ability for your opponent to follow up with threats of their own. We see both of these guys sitting at a cool 78 to 74 in the heart rates. Let's take stock of the rest of the field as we've done all tournament long. Get a bit of a baseline here through the early minutes of the classical portions. You see our two eliminated players grayed out there on your screen. Jan continues to be the one, I think, who comes into the day, and Noterbeck as well, actually, in that matchup.
How crazy is it that the four players in the semis have, you know, the most stable heart rates right now? It's not spiking up for them, but those in the lower places are the ones who are who've got that high heart rate monitor going on right now. I'd be touching 150 if I'd be fighting anything close to what these guys are.
Yeah, and how about what our computer has to say about the positions of each of our players? Again, through the early moves, does it give anyone a decisive advantage when it comes to accuracy? Carlsen, obviously that board has only made a few moves up to this point, so he and Fabiano both sporting tremendous accuracies. The messier games, Hikaru doesn't have one. What does that mean?
It's either 100% or 0%, I guess, for Hikaru Nakamura. The lowest currently that we see is for Nodibek Abdusattorov, only 94.5%. Looks like very correct game so far. Objectively, very high level.
Yeah, incredible stuff, right? And that's because, again, the early moves, early days in that one. But all players over the 90% mark currently. So as it develops, I'm expecting that to shift quite a bit as more complications come on the board. We're seeing diagonals being opened up, we're seeing centers being blown open, and the action's just getting started.
As we zoom out of this graphic and back into the action, we'll take a pit stop over towards the world number 1 up against the world number 5 in Fabiano Caruana. These two are oh so familiar with each other, not just in the standard game of chess, but perhaps more so than any other pairing when it comes to freestyle chess as well. For me, most notably is, of course, Tanya, that white knight did decide to commit forward to pick up the black pawn that Magnus had thrown forward earlier before, electing not to protect it, and instead invite maybe some of those dangerous ideas of the knight jumping in with some counterplay.
Very interesting, because he did first get some space for his own rook with the trade-off. We'll just backtrack one move from where we left it last, when Magnus's bishop arrived at the center of the board, creating that threat, and Fabi responds with actually giving up his bishop pair. Time is of the essence for him. He clears up some space for the rook, and then goes on to win that pawn that's undefended, saying that if Magnus was to do the same, the rook will move over. Eventually, the white knight jumps forward, picking up an undefended pawn. And like you said, this might be that pawn sacrifice that we were talking about during the Maxime game as well, which means that Magnus will be forced to prove his compensation, his initiative for the material that he's given up.
Yeah, fascinating. This is Fabiano trying to be direct. It's not like Nodibek Abdusattorov yesterday, able to attack Magnus's king, able to go straight for the kill, big pawn center, big threats. This is Fabiano being equally ambitious in a different direction, though. This is grabbing a pawn, trying to go material up, and just to try and cling on, force Magnus to, energetically try to find compensation. To be honest, I don't think that Magnus should be too worried right now. He will have the long-term advantages of the bishop pair, something we talked about a bit yesterday. And the white knight will be forced to lose a lot of time on its journey, on its kind of pawn hunting quest here. So it should be fine for the world number 1. But I do like the fact that Fabiano didn't want to sit in a symmetrical position, didn't want a slow maneuvering game, because he knows that would favor Magnus Carlsen.
And we're going into that line that we were looking at. It's going to get fun really quickly as the bishop comes under attack, expecting Magnus to fall back with it to that central square, hitting that knight. And then the big question, will Fabi take the challenge? Will he go deep into Magnus's camp by picking up that pawn, or will he take a more cautious approach? Is it just me, or does Fabiano Caruana look a little bit like Harry Potter?
My
Chessy Potter.
Glasses?
You don't see it?
I don't.
Where's the
He's got
scar?
curly
Just me
hair.
then.
He's got curly hair. I'm also not the biggest Harry Potter. Yeah.
Just when I thought we could be friends.
Well, come on. Don't let that be the decider.
There's no, yeah.
Maybe it's just the glasses. Maybe, I don't know, just felt that there was a little bit of a vibe there.
Yeah.
No lightning scar.
You're
but
calling
he's
him a
playing
wizard
lightning
of the
fast.
chessboard. I get it. Now I'm starting to see it. Now I'm starting to see it.
He flicks that magic wand and he wins the pawn.
Exactly
Caruana. Okay, moment of truth. I think you have to take this pawn just to justify your play. If you go back, then why did you go for this whole process in the first place?
Yeah. Did we expect an immediate response here for Fabian, or you think this is really going to be a substantial time of thinking whether or not to commit with the knight jumping forward or just retreating fashion?
I think he'll just spend maybe 2 minutes just double checking he won't get this knight trapped. Because you could end up looking very silly, bit of egg on your face if you take this pawn, for example, the black queen steps out, and in the near future, for example, the black rook just comes and wins this piece. Then it's like, whoops, I've had a nightmare, I'm a piece down after 10 moves. So very professional, at least, to double check. Even if you're a calculating genius like Fabiano Caruana, double check your analysis. It's like in maths tests when I was at school, you got to double check your working. And yeah, at the very end, I think he will pretty certainly take this pawn.
Yeah, it's his decision, but I don't know, guys. I feel if Harry Potter was Italian, then we'd see it.
Okay.
Harry Potter. Okay, Fabiano Caruana.
Well, if he's going to take a couple of minutes to consider where he should go, let's go back to our other top bracket bout. It's Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura. Again, we saw earlier the pawn break in the middle of the board, accepted, of course, by Hikaru after a long think. And now we have the dark squared bishop retreating as well.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, if Fabiano's Harry Potter, does that make Magnus Voldemort?
Oof.
He's been called Sauron before by Hikaru Nakamura many years ago, very famously.
And there was this whole time, right, when Hikaru would show up with wearing shades, wearing dark glasses, just to avoid the eye of the Sauron.
The Eye of Sauron, exactly.
That was what incredible times.
I miss those days. This young generation needs to start giving each other nicknames, start painting targets on each other's backs.
The all-watching eye of Magnus Carlsen.
Vincent Keimer, yeah, the Kaiser. He's got to answer this potential threat on the diagonal. The white knight now about to post up.
I was about to say, I'll just remind everybody at home, it might be hard to recognize that castling did take place on this board over on the side of Keimer. So his king is committed to that right-hand side of the board. I think this is where you can kind of get to a discussion about once the king is committed to a certain side of the board, how do you craft a strategy to actually attack it? Hikaru, I feel like, in some ways has more direction because of that early commitment by Keimer. Keimer has to consider the opportunity at any point later in the game that Hikaru can still castle either way out of danger.
Yeah, the white queen is likely to move in the near future. She might even land the whole way up the board, some menacing squares for her to sit on. Then the white bishop just needs to move. And going long, going to this side of the board, definitely has a lot of logic behind it. There's going to be a bunch of pieces for protection for white. It's going to be very slow for black to ever start pushing pawns forward. No black pieces can really start attacking that king. So, yeah, my personal preference, at least in freestyle chess, is to keep options open. I have commitment issues in life, as many people know, but commitment issues for a king is not necessarily a bad thing. Committing only later once you know which side your opponent's attacking on. That tends to be quite wise.
Why is that a difference, or at least, again, a perceived difference in freestyle chess and standard chess? I usually feel like I'm so encouraged to castle my queen relatively quickly in a standard game of chess.
I think the point is that with the pieces shuffled up and often the bishops having these unconventional diagonals, you want to be sure before you take the decision where you want your king in safety. Because again, like in this case, you're committed to one side, and we saw Hikaru's moves opening up those diagonals, placing his bishops that would give him an early target. So having that flexibility. Also sometimes, depending on the starting position where the rooks are, often at the edge of the board, you don't always have to choose the path of castling and connecting them. We've seen those pawns move forward. We've seen the rook lifts happen. While in standard chess, it's different. Your bishops are placed at the center. They're not targeting one diagonal, so it's easier to kind of have these patterns where you know which side the king will be safe. I like flexibility, and I think it makes a lot of sense. That said, I'm expecting Hikaru to actually choose the same side in this game to get the rook into the game. Go short side castle here. He's got the bishops beautifully placed. Compare the light squared bishop to Vincent's light squared bishop. And I think that's the big problem child in Vincent's position, right? Where is the activity for this piece? Eventually setting up batteries along the diagonal with the queen and bishop combining, one of the pawns on the right side of the board moving forward to dislodge that knight. I really like this position for white. In fact, I think the evaluation bar, from a human perspective, it seems even more dangerous than what that bar indicates.
Yeah, computer gives a small, stable advantage for white, but that could definitely grow if Vincent Keimer isn't accurate in his defense. And right now, there could be threats on the board, for example, the white knight jumping forward. Just to mention, though, pushing the pawn forward one square, blocking this diagonal, it's probably something Vincent Keimer wants to do anyway, just to land his knight in the center and to improve his problem piece, as Tanya was mentioning, this bishop, to bring it out, maybe to sit where the knight is currently sat. And yeah, for now, it's solid enough for Vincent not to have to worry too much. He's also sped up a bit in the last few moves, which is a good sign for the German. But yeah, Hikaru should definitely be happy with the outcome of this, this early battle.
And I'm trying to get into Vincent's head to really understand what happened in the last few moves, because it sort of feels very unlike Vincent to rush with the pawn break, to fall back with his pieces and allow a free hand to Hikaru. So I wonder if there was actually something that he was worried about if he did delay that break, which has been the cause of the problems that we've got in front of us. He perhaps thought that at some point Hikaru could forever stop that from happening, and decided to go immediately from it. Looking at him on the screen, do you think he is happy with what's happened? Because he's voluntarily walked into this.
Yeah, I think he just kind of resigned himself to the fact that this was the type of pawn structure, the type of middle game that he would be saddled with here, Vincent Keimer, that there was nothing better. And we will actually find out the answer to your question a bit, well, very shortly, actually, Tanya, because the game that started in the same way as these two, the clash between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi, that started the same way, but has entered a very different type of pawn structure. I think something that Vincent Keimer wanted to avoid.
And that's the one that I was hinting at. And at some point, we'll bring it up for all our viewers to see that had Vincent taken a different approach, a slower approach, would that have stopped the plan of getting that central break in? And perhaps that's the reason that he immediately decided to strike with the pawn.
Yeah, and as we just come back out to that bird's eye view to take a look at all of the boards, well, a number of them had started. In fact, the majority of the white positions starting with the very same move. Very quickly, we see how much creativity is at play between each of our players. I think, as you mentioned, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Arjun, this is an opportunity or an option for Vincent to take a page out of Arjun's playbook and arrive at the same position that they're at. Let's dive into that one. It's a battle for 5th place.
Yeah, let's jump into that game.
Hero shots, love these.
I love these. Arjun, with a nice little pose of a question there. This board isn't quite correct, so this is just a few moves ago. So we'll see if we can get the moves, the last updated moves on our screen. Maybe we can show this in a different, on a different board right now, but it is Arjun Erigaisi deep in thought. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi who has built a big pawn chain.
Okay, well, bear with us while we work through some technical difficulties, because as David just mentioned, the position that you see on your screen, you might, for the most perceptive viewers, be able to tell looks a little different than the position there on the board in reality. Just a little bit more progressed.
And I believe in our viewers, so I'm going to ask them to just sort of imagine the differences from a more strategic perspective compared to the Vincent board. And there we have it, you know. Had Vincent delayed that pawn advance at the center of the board, perhaps this is what he did not want Hikaru to get. That pawn in front of the rook, that white pawn that has moved 2 steps forward, taking more control of that center square, sort of just denying Arjun the access to that break, is what encouraged Vincent to go with it on his board.
Yeah, it's almost what we call the stone wall, where white just puts all the pawns on dark squares and says, good luck breaking out here, because otherwise I'm just going to step the pawns even further forward. I must admit, my biggest surprise in this board is the fact that the eval bar says it's totally level. To my eyes, it just looks phenomenal for white. You've gained so much space, you've pushed all your pawns forward. Arjun's pieces here, the black pieces, look really cramped, really starved of squares. Surprising to me that this is level. Maybe it's just the fact that black is pretty solid for now, but long term this is going to be hard, this stone wall, hard bind to break out of.
I have a question then, because you talk about, okay, looking good for white. White gets all their pawns onto the black squares. In my mind then, I would say, okay, if I'm piloting the black position, just get all my pawns onto light squares. Aren't we in a dead draw?
That's a good point as well. Blockade, I just don't think it's his style, Arjun, to try and block things up and hope for the best necessarily. It might happen later. That might well be what happens in future. It's going to be very hard for either side to open up lines. The rooks, the queens, they're not too happy right now. The bishops aren't too thrilled either. But yeah, for now, early days. And Arjun, just the fact that it isn't his type of position, he prefers more free-flowing attacking positions, uncompromising battles. It shows in his clock consumption here. He's down 15 minutes on the clock, and that is a rare sight for Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, so while this position seems like it's moving towards a completely locked up, we have some more fireworks over on the Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana board. There was that question of which direction the white knight would go. Fabiano finally made a decision. He jumps into the fray.
Oh, and that's a big, big decision, right? And that knight immediately under attack. Right now, it doesn't really have a path home, so Fabi's relying on tactics that combine the white rook on the left side of the board, that white pawn that's in front of the black queen, trying to, at the right moment, strike out with it to hit the bishop. There's no safe way back for that knight. He has to try to make the most of the tactical elements in the position. Magnus gets up and leaves. Do you think Fabi has this under control? Because it's incredibly important for him to be precise right now. He might just be losing material otherwise.
Yeah, his knight is very, very trapped, Fabiano Caruana, and most likely in order to extricate his knight or in order to give it up for the maximum value, he will have to give back his material advantage, give back the extra pawn. For example, there's a white pawn, the most advanced white pawn right now could step forward, hit black's dark squared bishop. We might just see a trade of everything and very symmetrical, very dry-looking position there. I think Fabiano has a get-out-of-jail card here, but that only leads to equality, and that's not what he wants at all. His body language looks as if he's like, oh, this is just going to end up dead level.
How do we feel about that? If this first game following this almost looks like there's going to be sort of a forced sequence of moves that follows, which would involve Fabi giving up that extra pawn, a few trades of the minors that's going to happen, and this was to end in a level position and a draw. Do you think Fabi would be disappointed with that result starting against Magnus, first game of the semifinals? Yes, you've got the white pieces, but you're also playing against Magnus. I don't think it's an absolute disaster for Fabi.
Yeah, maybe not an absolute disaster, but it's the exact little seed of doubt that would be planted in your brain if tomorrow's game doesn't start going the way you want it to. Right, where you start wondering, was there some other avenue I had, something that was sharper, something that was riskier, that would have put Magnus on the back foot, because Magnus has seemed his most vulnerable in the openings of the game, and the white pieces is where you have the initiative to be asking those questions of him. You move to the other side of the board tomorrow, and now all of a sudden I'm not so confident when you enter the day even.
And I find that so fascinating, you know, if you compare freestyle with standard, because in standard chess, with the white pieces, black often has to just sort of wait to see the strategy of the opponent, and you can have this pleasant choice based on your style of play, what you start with. But with freestyle and not knowing how the pieces that will set up, coming up with the first move itself is such a challenge for white. And black has got this task of still responding, but I think it's harder to be white in freestyle chess because you don't have time for preparation. You've not seen this position before. So maybe for Fabi to take the black pieces in the second round with a level score, onus is on Magnus to bring the fire on. Never easy in this format.
And so while Magnus has not loved the way that his opening, analysis has worked out for him so far in this tournament, he has been ever so kind as to hop into the confessional booth day over day and at least give us a peek inside of that brilliant mind. Let's check in with him as he evaluated his black position coming into the first semifinal day.
Funnily enough, I think Maxim and I have some of the same ideas, which is a bit surprising because he was one of the people advocating for playing a different first move because he thought that queen to b3 on the second move could be quite dangerous. But looking at it, I didn't love the alternatives, and I thought queen to b3 can probably be met by b6, and it's nothing special. So now he's played bishop b5 after knight b3, which was also my idea, and there are some interesting lines there for sure, like d4, cd4, knight d4, knight to b6. Then I think c5, knight c4 is probably good for black. So there's another line that goes b3 instead, then d5, c5. I wasn't so sure, so I was thinking about rook c8 instead, intending d5 without allowing c5. Maybe there are other moves like a4 here. I don't know. It doesn't look that great. But there's e4, d5, c like ed5, knight d5, cd5, queen d5, knight e2, knight f4. Now I thought bishop f5. Bishop takes d4, bishop takes c8, bishop b5, bishop g4, and here I mean bishop takes a1 should be very good for black, but I was also looking at the move h5, bishop f3, queen takes f3, and queen takes f3, g takes f3, and then bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, knight takes e2, rook d1, knight takes g1, rook takes d4, and that doesn't work because there's checkmate in the end. So maybe knight takes e2 instead works. I'm not sure. It doesn't because of king g2. But yeah, it's way too far, obviously. But there are definitely some interesting forced lines, and I think there's a reason why Fabi's thinking somewhat.
Being treated to what it's like to spend a minute inside the mind of one of the greatest chess players to ever grace this planet, running through all kinds of different possible lines and even talking about how you notice some similarities in the approach between him and MVL overall in the game.
I mean, that was just incredible to watch and listen to. The guy just calculated what it looked like to me, a mate in 40 or something. I mean, he was just spitting those lines out, all the calculations that he said, David, based on these tactics on the board. The knight is trapped, which pawn Maxime will push, how the opening approach was, just how much chess these players, the absolute best in the world, see. And it also explains how much time was taken in those first few moves in this game.
Yeah, in the end, we only see 1% of what goes through the players' minds. And of course, sometimes that 1% is brilliant. We see so many amazing moves on the board. We see some blunders as well. But yeah, that was just a hint at what lies beneath the surface. And yeah, all the top players' calculation is the one thing that binds them. They all see deeply into the future, very accurately as well, more often than not. And just to clarify, Fabiana's last move doesn't lose a piece, doesn't lose this knight, because if the knight is captured, then the white pawn will step forward and regain the piece. This bishop is pinned after all, so the black queen would be stepping into the firing line. And it's just a matter of time when Magnus decides to capture this knight. I think it will fall at some point. It might just come at the cost of the bishop, and play will level out.
So an intriguing defense to that white knight that currently and still remains very offsides on the board. And as we've heard, at least one brilliant mind in chess try to analyze the position. We're joined by another brilliant mind, the world champion Ingu Kesh, in the studio. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend. You're the first of which we get to kind of pick the brain around some of these starting starting positions, those 10-minute periods of time in which the players get to go sit and identify. This was one of the few positions where all the players from white seemed at least in some agreement that the C4 push was the right approach. But since then, all the games have gone in peculiar and different ways. So I'm kind of curious from your perspective as you sit down and take stock of the boards, maybe starting with this Carlsen versus Caruana match, who you would give slight favorites to, and if you think anyone has reasoned their way to the right approach to this starting position.
Yeah, I briefly looked at the games so far. I think this game is one of the most interesting. I was looking, the computer was suggesting this knight b7 a4 plan. I guess Fabi should be very slightly better, because after the knight and bishop are traded, the b6 pawn or the a7 pawn will be a bit weak with f3 bishop f2. But I think it should not be a huge deal for black.
You know, Gukesh, whenever we see the players analyzing at start, we are sort of trying to guess the moves as well and what goes on in your mind. We see you say the moves, but just trying to understand how you break it down. And maybe we'll just go at the absolute beginning of the game. What happens when, when you see this appear? What are the first few things that stand out to all you top players, the absolute best in the world, to a world champion? How do you approach this, and what's the thought process at the beginning when you see the position for the first time?
I guess this position in particular, it's clear that the h7 pawn is the first thing that comes to mind. So, because you play c4 and it's already hanging.
We saw that happen across boards?
Yeah, it's also the most logical move. Black has to already decide how to react to this. Always one thing to consider, I guess, is c5. Bishop h1, bishop h2, stuff like that.
So hanging pawns is one.
So hanging pawns, and then when the knights whatever pieces are in the corner, I guess you look at that, how to develop. This case, it's easier with the knight coming to g3. But sometimes the queen is in the corner and it's not very clear how to develop that. So basically the pieces in the corner, I think, is the other thing that comes to mind. And then what setup you want to achieve. For example, here I would think c4, knight g3, castle e3, f4 if I get, I would be happy. So something of that sort. You try to look at a setup and then you try to achieve that by concrete means. Yeah.
So while you try to do that, trying to figure out these plans, what for you has been the most challenging part about freestyle chess?
I think the most challenging part for me in freestyle is simply that, obviously everybody can calculate and see tactics, stuff like that, but evaluating the positions accurately, I think that is the most challenging, at least for me, because a lot of positions or ideas are similar to standard chess, but not exactly similar. In some positions, something which we might think is good might not actually be good. Yeah, our intuition is simply not all the time correct in freestyle. So.
That's really interesting, and I want to just switch that up to Vincent, because he's a good friend of yours. You work together for the World Championship match. You know him extremely well. And somehow this format really seems to suit him. Whether it was Weissenhaus or his performance here so far, what is it about Vincent that makes him so strong when it comes to freestyle chess, according to you?
Yeah, I'm very glad that he is doing very well in freestyle. I think it's partly about the confidence. Yeah, he did so well in Weissenhaus, so it's always nice to have this kind of confidence that you can again do well. I think that's also partly what I have been struggling with, that I'm not as confident as in freestyle as in the other formats. So and also Vincent, I think one thing is simply his, even in standard chess, yeah, his general understanding is just very, very good. So maybe he has some kind of special feeling for where the pieces belong, stuff like that. But I think mostly it's just about confidence, I think.
One of the other conversations we've been having is how the preparation, or maybe the lack thereof, of preparation in freestyle chess, right, is just one of the major differences between standardized chess and this. Without knowing that starting position, how can you improve at a game like this? What kinds of attributes of a player do you think are maybe serve them more in this variant of chess as opposed to a standard game?
That's very hard to say. About how to prepare, I think nobody knows the exact way. I mean, some things I guess all the players are doing is, or at least I'm doing, is like, I was trying to just look at the starting positions, just guess not guess, but like think about the first few moves to learn some concepts or ideas, and to solve some like studies, because I mean some positions are like studies, yeah, just random positions. So I was doing that, and what skills will be used in freestyle? I guess, I don't know, calculation. I found it very hard to calculate and evaluate here, because there are just much more to calculate here than in standard chess. Like in standard chess, you see like 3 or 4 options you know are good and you calculate. Here you just don't know which ones are the good moves. So I don't know, maybe the players who have this kind of feeling for for where the pieces belong, like Magnus or Vincent, I also feel he has this amazing just feeling where the pieces belong. Not everybody has that, so yeah.
And how would you evaluate your own play during the round robin? Would you say there are any turning points in the tournament for you? Were there any moments where you feel you could have done things differently or better?
I think in the round robin, it was that I played some good games, but I played some really bad games too. So there was no consistency. So the games against Arjun, against Prag and Vincent, I think were pretty good games. But like even the penultimate round, I had this chance against Richard to qualify. If I had won, I probably had a good chance. So I had a winning position. So that was probably, I mean, for not qualifying, that was probably the critical game. But yeah, in general, I think just that there was no consistency. But okay, that's also understandable that it's a new format and still learning. So,
yeah, but as you say, you won some nice games there. Do you feel that this tournament was a step in the right direction in terms of the season in general after Weissenhaus?
Yeah, I mean, in Weissenhaus, I didn't win a single game. Here, at least I won 3 games. So that's kind of a positive look at. But I mean, obviously, there's not much positive. I mean, the results were not positive, but okay. But yeah, one thing to improve is for sure just to get more consistency. And also with Black, I was just struggling with the opening, so maybe that's something to improve.
To ask you a question that's perhaps divorced from freestyle and a bit more on a personal level, how has your life shifted and changed since being crowned the world champion? I have to imagine that there is so much that comes along with that, not just in terms of expectations on the chessboard, but in terms of media appearances and kind of the commitments that come along with being named the top player in classical chess.
Yeah, for sure, it's not been easy. Like there has been quite a lot of change that I had to deal with. Mainly that, I mean, my schedule has just become much more hectic than, especially when I'm in India. It has become much more hectic than it was before. But okay, it's something that I think I'm settling into. The 1 month after the match was not at all easy, but yeah, now I think it's all fine. And also it's great that chess is getting a lot of attention in India, and not only in India, but especially in India after the match, and especially after all the candidates' Olympiad, World Championship success. So it was it's really nice that I could play a part in that, but yeah, I have to get adjusted to the new experience. Yeah.
And what a year 24 was for you personally, Gukesh, winning the candidates, the Olympic gold, and then the World Championship match. Also coming into Tata Steel, a big fight there, eventually runners-up there. It, of course, comes with this new set of fans and expectations and the pressure, being the world champion, you know, wearing the crown. How do you deal with that noise? And while I'm sure the love of the fans means a lot to you, it also comes with a lot of pressure and expectation, I would think.
Yeah, like it's great to see that, you know, all the fans, they they take up chess. I mean, a lot of kids come up to me and say, "I've started playing chess because of you," and that's very nice to hear. But yeah, there is surely like some. I mean, I get recognized more often than before, especially in India, and also yeah, there are some additional expectations, but okay. I mean, from a very young age, I've been used to dealing with expectations. It takes some time for me to adjust, but eventually I get adjusted.
Tough to be a star.
Well, but we bring up the idea of expectations and pressure. If people were to just stay locked in on your heart rate throughout these tournaments, it doesn't look like you're ever feeling any pressure. I think it's you and Arjun Erigaisi who have just these wildly low, very steady heart rates.
Mm-hmm.
Just in terms of, you know, the way that you take care of your body, your mind, are there any specific practices, you know, that you've undertaken that you can kind of be in this state of stability at all times?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was not default. Like, obviously, this was, I think, comes after a lot of years of like yoga, meditation, stuff like that. And also, I know Arjun that he has done a lot of these spiritual practices. So. Yeah, in my case, for sure, it has helped a lot. I used to be a very like impulsive or emotional kid. Now I'm able to manage them better. So it surely helped me a lot. You know, just doing these good practices over a long period of time.
Well, we picked your brain when you stepped in on the Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru matchup. If you don't mind, I'd like to pick your brain on some of the other boards as well, just to kind of see how you maybe evaluate. We'll start here because we're looking at it. Hikaru Nakamura versus Vincent Keimer, the defending champion. A very different look in this one, I think, to the Magnus Carlsen game, where far fewer pieces have come off the board. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I was seeing the position before f4. How did it exactly go? F4, f6, bishop c2, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, the other move order, but very similar. Bishop c2 first, f6.
F6, f4, bishop d7, queen h5. Yeah, queen h5 seems like a nice move, controlling the f5 square.
If you had to play a position, whose would you pick from here?
White's position seems easier. I mean, with queen side, I was just thinking about.
Is there a big threat of trapping the white queen next?
Yeah, I was thinking about knight f2, but probably already b6. Not sure actually. Now I'm not sure which position I'll pick. But
now you're thinking about taking black here?
Yeah. No, I was initially excited after queen h5 that maybe some long castle ideas are possible. But actually, to be honest, I don't see any kind of attack coming against the black's king. So maybe like knight f2, b6. I think white has to... Yeah, I really don't see what...
So then if Hikaru isn't able to create that attack on the right side, do you think Vincent will be the one to perhaps try to get a break on the left side of the board and the pawns moving forward?
Yeah, already I think if white knight f2, b6 already looks strong, because cb6, bishop b6, it's quite annoying how to deal with the e3 pawn, and c5, d4 coming very quickly. So, yeah, I mean, black for sure wants to get, I mean, not when the white's knight is on d3, but like either he wants to get some piece to f5 or he wants to get b6 break, I guess. Yeah, so black's position looks quite good now.
Well, we've only got you for a few more minutes, so I do want to hop to a couple other boards. Maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. We can just take a quick live view of that game. Because in this one, we had the question of whether or not Jan would complete the entire stone wall of black square pieces. If we flip to the live board, I know that our production can do that, as opposed to our analysis board, we will get full stock of where this game currently stands.
Yeah, a lot more moves have been played. This is not where we're at. We'll get everyone up to date with what's happening. Yeah, Gukesh, you wanted to say something?
Is that not the live position?
No,
it's not. Yeah, they're far more advanced than this, so perhaps still getting hit with some technical difficulties, and maybe this isn't a matchup that we can look at just yet.
And while we wait to get that one on, I've got a question for you. You know, one of the perks of being the world champion is that you get gifted a beautiful, fancy car. Have you finally learned how to drive, Gukesh?
Actually, I got the car after I won the candidates.
Oh, even.
But
So it's been a few months now, almost a year.
Yeah, but I still haven't learned how to drive. So.
You got better things to spend your time on.
Yeah.
Arjun got a car recently as well, right? Maybe we need to ask him too soon.
Yeah.
I think Arjun knows how to drive, no?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering this. Am I the only player in the top 100 who knows how to drive? I haven't found another one yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, far from top 100, but...
What's going on with chess players? A basic skill.
Are you saying Magnus can't drive?
He's learning at the moment.
Man,
got to beat him to it.
Now I'm thinking of a content piece. We take a bunch of players to a track somewhere, even just go-karts. We don't have to go full cars. Let's get them all out there in go-karts and see who's quickest around the track.
We keep calling freestyle chess the Formula 1 of the chess world, and imagine none of them know how to drive.
Yeah,
the irony.
I'm wondering if Hikaru missed queen c8, bishop g4 is a threat.
It's a huge threat.
Yeah.
Let's talk about time spent for players. Like, where do you feel? Vincent Keimer's been very, very specific about the idea that he does not think time and time control necessarily, or rather time management, is as big a factor in freestyle chess as it is in standard chess. He has been very outspoken about the fact that he would be willing to spend nearly his entire allotted time on the very first move if he feels it's going to put him in the best possible starting position. Do you feel like there's so much more focus on getting yourself into, you know, an ideal position than to move quickly?
I mean, he basically did that, no? Like in Weisenhaus, the final knight f2 b6 happened.
Your idea on the board?
But yeah, in Weisenhaus, the final game against Fabi, I think he spent like 20 minutes or maybe more in the first move. So I kind of do agree, not to that extent, but like I kind of agree that probably the getting just a decent position out of the opening, figuring things out is more important than like better time management. Because once you get a good position, then you can speed up, yeah, but yeah.
Well, Gukesh, we've taken a field of 12 players and we've narrowed it down to 4. I'm going to put you on the spot, if you don't mind. Of the 4 remaining players in the upper bracket, do you have an inkling of who ultimately feels like the strongest in the field and is going to take that first place spot? Would it be the repeat of Vincent Keimer? Is a wounded Magnus going to come back on a tear? Will Fabiano continue to make it to a final table, but this time get what he hasn't been able to achieve before? Or will Hikaru be the sleeper pick?
I mean, all 4 are great, obviously. Okay, I mean, it's hard to not say Magnus is not the favorite in any format. So, Magnus, but I think I'm rooting for Vincent again.
Oh, so you'd want a Magnus versus Vincent final and then make the best man win.
Yeah.
I hope for the same. So with your mind in exactly the same place as mine, I want to thank you so much, Gukesh, for taking the time to speak with us today, helping us understand some of these very complex positions. Please go enjoy yourself through the rest of the day and enjoy the chess.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
As Gukesh leaves the studio, we are going to key back into some of the action across all of the boards. We've spent some time on Hikaru Nakamura versus Keimer, and it has advanced just a little bit. This very idea that Gukesh offered up to us, that maybe Hikaru missed, the queen sliding over and the pawn coming forward to create counter threats.
And I think we need to just show it one more time because, you know, Gukesh, he of course instantly spotted the point of that queen move, and it's something that's easy to miss. That bishop comes over and suddenly the queen that had given you so much hope for a big attack, the queen which was supposed to be your almighty in the position, is under big danger, forcing the knight to come back to a passive retreat, not something you want. And Gukesh mentioned a really interesting thing. David, do you agree that he struggled to find a way forward for Hikaru in the attack on the left side, on the right side of the board?
Yeah, fully agree. And I always talk about how great knights are as defenders. Often knights are clumsy when they're fighting for the same squares, but these two knights keep each other intact. They block the diagonal. White has only one attacking piece, the queen, unable at the moment, at least for now, to get a second real attacker. And meanwhile, Vincent Keimer, he's looking at the other side of the board. Very nice and logical from him.
Yeah, considering when and if he wants to strike there on the left-hand side of the board. Keimer, head to hand, giving a think over the next move that he'll decide to play out onto the board. He stepped into the confessional booth just a little bit ago. Let's get a word from him.
Yeah, today's starting position was quite tricky, I would say. The first move for white was quite clear, c4, as also happened on all boards. The reply wasn't that clear. Of course, knight g6, what Magnus and I think MVL played, was the move that I also would like to play, because if it works, it's most likely the best. But yeah, at least in the analysis and also over the board, I wasn't sure how to react to queen b3, so that's the reason. I didn't play knight g6, and yeah, first move c5 after knight g3, knight g6 would have been fine, but bishop h7, as happened in Rapport Pagananda, seemed kind of dangerous. Also looking at how that game evolved, I don't really like black's position, so I'm kind of happy I didn't go for that. What Hikaru did was very principled, pushing the pawn to c5. We got this very interesting structure. It's potentially extremely dangerous for me, since I've already fixed my castle to the king's side, while he can still go to the other side and start some attack. For now, I'm kind of relying on that f5 square, which will be, I think, quite important in that game. I assume that currently he's thinking about whether to play f4, which would kind of cut my bishop on c7 and also give him some attacking chances, but of course, strategically, he would give few things up. For now, his knight on d3 is clearly the worst piece, and also the piece that kind of gives me hope that I will have enough time to kind of get the setup that I want to get. But yeah, the opening stage was really complicated. I mean, what Arjun did, I think after the first move they got to the same position, that he chose a different move order, allowing f4, which I didn't like. The problem for me with starting on f6 was also that after something like e3, e5, I was always worried that h4 ideas might be coming in the wrong moment, so that's why I started with castling. But I'm also not entirely sure that that was so great. Simply, c4, c6 seems like the kind of move that gives white quite a bit of freedom. But yeah, as I said, knight g6, there was queen b3, so I wasn't really sure what to do. For now, I don't see a big issue with my position, but I am very much aware that it can be very dangerous. So I need to be very careful not to run into any kind of attack, because I believe once he would get, for example, like f4, knight h5, g4, I might just get crushed. So I really have to make sure my pieces get out, and I am kind of stopping his attack. So the time he takes to set those potential attack up and regroup the knight on d3, I need to use to break out.
Well, we heard it from Gukesh just a bit ago. He feels like maybe Vincent just better than any other player. He's got that feeling of where the pieces belong, where they're supposed to be.
I got a feeling. And he said it, right? That the biggest advantage that he feels Vincent has is that this understanding, and he feels that even in standard chess, just where to land up with your pawns, what to start with, the smart decision to take your time. And he's quite inspired and rooting for Vincent to go all the way. Let's remind everyone, Vincent was a trainer to Gukesh for the World Championship match against Ding Liren, and they spent a lot of time together. So incredible to watch that.
And how about that, David? He quickly identified that White's maybe worst piece was that knight previously placed on the d3 square, and it's the one that he kind of induced into retreating yet again, now trying to create some of that counterplay on the left-hand side of the board. The most recent move, just centralizing one of those rooks for the possibility of opening along that e file when his other knight chooses to vacate the square that it's currently on.
Yeah, just great understanding from Vincent, and interesting to see, again, just like Magnus, how Magnus did it earlier, how deeply they look, how kind of wide they look. He was looking at 3 different first moves, 4 different second moves, and the branch only grew from there. And yes, there are problem pieces for both sides here, but what Vincent's done is he's covered all bases. He actually controls every single square in the black half of the board for now. And it's a matter of time before he breaks out, before the black queen comes out, maybe with a check, before we see some exchanges. And Vincent is just biding his time, covering his bases before he starts the counterattack.
Now, before we hop back over to Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana, let's quick take stock of the whole field just by getting a look at the evaluation bars, see if anybody's managed to wrestle a substantial advantage. And as you see, they are balanced across the field. So interestingly enough for me in this position, while maybe in some areas it feels sharp, no one really has seemed to found the answers just yet. So with that, we go back into the world number 1 versus the world number 5. Advancing from that earlier state of play, there are no more pawns on the left-hand side of the board there, Tanya.
It's all out of the board. I mean, this is pure symmetry, right? You've got all your 5 pawns on the right side. The minors are exactly the same. The rooks and the queen playing. I'm going to predict a draw. I see the evaluation bar does give just a slight advantage to White here, to Fabiano Caruana. And I just wonder if there is something direct that he can do, because to my eyes, the first time you turn this on, if anyone, it looks like it's Magnus with the more active pieces. Look at that knight, the rook and the queen lined up. You know, you can even transfer that other rook to the open H line. You don't have to go castle. Why does the bar prefer Fabi's position here?
Yeah, I think it's just because it's opposite color bishops, and having studied these types of positions before, of course not freestyle position, but opposite color bishop positions in general, it's always about whose bishop has the most potential. The white bishop could well line up against a weak pawn, also line up against the black king, whereas the black bishop doesn't really have any targets. Even if you give it 3 moves, it can't really attack anything. So it's a tiny, tiny difference here. But yeah, ultimately I agree, Tanya should be level. But if this white bishop ever kind of gets a helping hand from any of its teammates, it could potentially prove very strong.
There it is.
Great
just
call.
in time before Fabiano plays it on the board.
And just before it gets exchanged, probably after the black knight jumps in, it will have to be traded off for that white bishop.
I am predicting a draw in this one. It just feels like it's too little to play for because we missed out on some of the moves, and so much, like you said, James, has been traded off the board. How did Fabi manage to survive that onslaught on his knight that had entered Magnus's territory? Should we just do a quick action replay on this?
Yeah, let's backtrack just very quickly while Magnus ponders what to do next. We last left it while Gukesh was here with us in the studio. The white pawn now threatening to step forward and destabilize the bishop. Magnus actually struck in the center, and here Gukesh was saying, okay, maybe small advantage for white, nothing special. This is actually an interesting pawn sacrifice because the pawn can be captured, but then black would play this move, and suddenly we realized the white pawn was needed to step forward and kick away this bishop. This was a really sneaky trap by Magnus. Suddenly no pawns can destabilize this bishop, and the knight is really doomed now. So this would have been a huge blunder. We see another move, so let's catch up quickly. Instead, Fabiano pushed the pawn forward to kick the bishop. We saw a quick exchange of minor pieces, and this bishop now doomed. The white knight has fallen off the board meanwhile, and this is how we got here. This is how all the queenside got exchanged. And I think, as expected, after this bishop jumped forward, Magnus leapt in with his knight with a fork, hitting the queen and rook, and quick capture, take, take, and take. And this is where we are. Knight versus bishop now. Normally knights are good with just pawns on one side of the board because they're such short-range pieces. Bishops need pawns on both flanks. But here, Tanya, the white knight, not the best piece.
It's got some jumping around and hopping around to do before it came to any active square or actually had any target. Also, Fabi's pawn formation and Magnus's. Both very healthy, right? No big weaknesses here, but perhaps just having that bishop, which right now doesn't have an open diagonal, could be something that Magnus has to sort out. I wonder if at any point he could be thinking about pushing that central pawn one step forward to open up the longest diagonal on the board and place that bishop on it. It, of course, comes with its own set of consequences, which right now predominantly would be that knight jumping to the square that would be weakened if that pawn was to move ahead. Pretty balanced, something little to play for, you know, against Magnus's double pawns. With that knight, can you find a good square for it? But again, I think draw the most likely outcome in this one.
I've got to admit, this is like my dream position against the top players, because even if things go a bit wrong, you probably just bank a draw. I mean, probably a draw at best as well. But here, I think Fabiano, he's going to have a little bit of pressure, a few questions, small questions to ask Magnus. Maybe, I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind would be this queen slide. Black's queen is the most active piece. If the white queen slides across, do you trade? Because now the white rooks do have a clear path into the 7th rank where there's a bunch of targets, some pawns. If the queens come off the board, I think all risk has been removed. Fabiano plays it. The most logical move there. If Magnus retreats now, at least he's given way.
Usually you recommend never to trade queens against Magnus. That's your tip 101, you know, a grandmaster hack when you're playing against the world #1. But I think in this particular position, just trading on Fabi's terms, giving the only 2 big open files where you can penetrate would not be a good idea. Are you expecting Magnus, though, to keep the queens on the board? Because that also feels like it could end up with pressure with the queen and the rook coming into Black's camp.
Yeah, I must admit, I just genuinely really like Fabi's position. If I didn't see the eval bar, I would say that this is maybe an even bigger advantage. Magnus happily trades the queens, though. Oh, I don't know, actually. I quite like the idea of the rooks coming in.
I mean, he agrees with you enough that that you should never trade queens against Magnus, right? That he'll go for the trade and seems to think that the threat of those 2 rooks side by side staring down the B and the E or C files, rather, is not as much of a concern as others may believe it to be.
Mm-hmm.
If Fabi pulls a Magnus and grinds this one out with the white pieces, you know, it would be really something. He actually literally needs to channel his inner Magnus for this one. You know, you give Magnus the white pieces and we're looking at another 4 hours of gameplay, another 100 moves, and probably a white win.
Well, because that's the thing, right? The question of whether or not Magnus just wants to play this for a draw or ultimately will try to get it into a maneuvering endgame and look for that one opportunity to kind of throw down against Fabiano Caruana. He dove into the confessional booth for a second time just to update us on his position on the board. Let's take a look.
I think we're now unfortunately headed towards a position that's very equal. I had an alternative on the last move where I could have gone for move d5. And the idea is that he would escape with this knight via a5, but then I could actually have taken his pawn on f2. Kind of a cute trick, but I mean, it's not very good. I just wanted to mention it. But yeah, now I think it's going to be pretty flat. I think the only like minor try he has is to go pawn to a4 now, but then I think maybe d5 is the most precise, and then after let's say a5, d takes c4, I think everything's just getting swapped.
Calling all the shots there, Magnus, ahead of time, saying it looks like a flat position and maybe we're heading to an even flatter position. And just as he predicted, the moves come out onto the board. But while we were in that confessional booth there with him, a couple more moves are made. It's an interesting pawn push from my perspective. The f-pawn coming forward, just trying to create a little bit of something here, it looks like, is Fabiano.
Yeah, controlling the dot squares, Tanya.
I actually don't think the endgame is as flat as Magnus was pointing it out to be, you know. I think there's definitely something little bit to play for, like you're pointing out. Maybe next move, maneuver that knight, which right now doesn't have any great jumping forward squares. Maybe you retreat only to go forward. One path that I see is bring it to the center of the board and then ahead, and then maybe even ahead to one of those dark squares that has just been put under control by Fabi. I just expect Fabi to play this out. Yes, it might still end in a draw, but, you know, there's also a psychological factor in it involved, where you draw on your terms. It's more a Fabi draw than a Magnus draw. You make him sweat just a little bit more and don't give in easy. So I expect him to continue. The other thing that I'm really worried about is our confession booth over the next few days going to be big enough to contain Magnus's hair?
Growing by the day, it seems, isn't it? That's volume that people are jealous of, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I'm very jealous. I'm thinning by the day, and Magnus is, maybe he's just stealing the hair that I'm losing on the top.
Save some for the rest of us, my friend.
I want those hair vitamins, whatever they are.
I gotta ask him for some tips. In the meantime, I must say, I've talked about how this is my dream position against the top guys, because even if things go wrong for White, it's going to be a draw. But I genuinely believe that White has a very big advantage here. I don't see what this bishop is ever doing. And meanwhile, as Tanya mentioned, the White Knight is going to reroute onto some nice dart squares. I think he's going to try and put his pawns on dart squares as well. And we're going to see a situation of a very good knight in the near future versus a very, very bad bishop. And the main problem is finding weaknesses, finding past pawns, creating things. But yeah, colours reversed. If Magnus were white, Fabi were black, I would say this is an 80% Magnus win. So yeah, I just think that it's Magnus's style, Magnus's type of position. It's just about whether Fabiano can channel that endgame strategist that he needs to become in order to defeat the world number one.
I don't want to overreact too much, but as I've been looking at, especially our top four boards throughout the entirety of the day, the engine has given balance to a slight advantage to White the entire way through. Vincent Keimer, Hikaru Nakamura, I'm taking a look at it now. It is just ever so slightly shifted in the direction of Vincent Keimer. So I think it might be wise for us to go over there and quickly understand why Vincent Keimer might be just wrestling the slightest bit of control. Yes, it says balanced here on the screens. And like I said, I don't want to oversell this very slight computer shift. But as you can see there, for the first time in this entire day, the eval bar has slid below that fourth rank line in favor of black.
It's incredible. It's amazing. And again, I don't think it's much, but getting out into this opening position as the black pieces with just, again, knowing exactly where your pieces belong, not getting terrified by Hikaru's attack on the right side of the board. It's almost as if Hikaru's gone all chips in on the right flank. You know, the rook, the knight, the queen, the bishop lining up against it, sort of leaving the other flank open for Vincent to come to. He's created this flexible mobile pawn formation at the center, which can start pushing forward, create a passer at the right time. Also, Hikaru's ambitious play has landed himself with a weak pawn on that central line, which can again come under fire at any moment. Right now, it really feels like Hikaru's attack is coming to nothing. There's none of the knight jumps that actually come in with a big threat. The queen's there, yes, the bishop's lined up, but that black knight is stopping any attack, any checkmating ideas on a tender 8-7 square right next to the black king. So it's a key defender. This last move, though.
I was about to say, please help me understand this, because it's just resetting. It's resetting the rook right back to the square it was not too long ago. It feels like a waste of time.
Yeah, and I just checked because I was curious, but this is apparently one of the top computer moves as well.
What? No.
Vincent Keimer is just a genius. It wasn't the best necessarily. I think the most obvious move, just if we rewind one move, the best was to push this pawn forward one square. I think this is the choice of 80% of chess players of all levels, just because you can see you can gain a bit of space. Now the bishop, the knight have a nice square to come to, and these pawns very mobile. But yeah, I think his intention is to totally blunt this white bishop by pushing his own pawn forward. The reason it's so unnatural, though, is because he did just move this rook from this square and back now 5 moves ago, and he's correcting that. And to be honest, putting a pawn on a light square doesn't necessarily look so productive long term.
I'm absolutely shook with this move. I mean, you know, one says that you take this rook that's on an open file. We're talking about the weakness on Hikaru's camp. You've got an eye on it already. And you just put it next to your king, blocked by your own pawn. Yes, you know, the idea gets hinted at. It's sort of self-explanatory in some ways that he wants to push that f-pawn, which perhaps he could have also done on the previous move, which is what makes me so surprised by it, David, because he had enough defenders, but he first chooses to reroute that rook to a weird, super weird square. That pawn push, once you achieve it, yes, you've blocked Hikaru's bishop, but you've kind of blocked your own bishop. You've also given up some key central squares. This is some super GM level chess that goes beyond me. It's above my pay grade.
Yeah, Tanya's shook. We all need maybe a few minutes to metabolize what is the last move here made by Vincent Keimer as we move into the back half of the day and the action is sure to start heating up across all of the boards. We are going to step away for a short break. As we go, don't fear, we won't leave you without all of the chess action. The boards will still be on display, and we'll catch back up with you in just a bit.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
If you could be an expert in anything outside of chess, what would it be?
Baking. Something life-changing, something, something big. Maybe science? Inventing something.
I guess mathematics.
Computing?
Something to do with numbers. I was very quick in maths when I was a kid.
At the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, it's not just about the moves on the board. Many players are supported by those they trust most. Behind every great performance, there's someone who believes in them, just like Vincent Keimer and his longtime coach, Peter Lecko.
Well, I also would like to say that Vincent is not only my student, I'm not only his trainer. I really feel like we have a relationship like we are family. Yes, so of course I'm rooting for him. I'm going crazy if I see that things are going in the wrong direction. I'm very happy deep inside me when things go well.
For Vincent, this connection goes far beyond chess strategy. It's about growing together every step of the way.
It's always important to have a good personal connection with the trainer, which we had. And yeah, by now it's around 7.5 years that we've worked together, which basically means that nearly, pretty much every step in my professional chess career has been accompanied by him.
And when it comes together, talent, preparation, and heart, emotions can no longer be held back.
And this was not just because he has won, the way how he has won, with this incredible power performance. That's why I couldn't remain in the studio commentating. I asked my fellow commentators, please, can I run? And Judith and Niklas said, yeah, go. And then I was running and I was hugging Vincent. That was a very emotional moment.
On the second day of quarterfinals, the game between Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi ended in a tie, leading them to playoffs. Keimer managed to win one game, while the other ended in a draw, enough to secure his spot in the semi-finals.
Of course, the position has been drawn for a long time, but when all you need is that draw, you're still very nervous. So I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
The match between Magnus Carlsen and Nodibek Abdusattorov also ended in a draw. With his win on the previous day, Magnus advanced to the next round.
2 days in a row, I've felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Meanwhile, both Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura won their matches and joined the semi-finals lineup. Stay tuned.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take one.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France, chess player.
3-time French chess champion, 5-time Biel Grandmaster winner, and 2-time European Blitz champion, crowned his achievements in 2021 by claiming the World Blitz title. An extraordinary journey that began at a young age.
I started, I think, around 5. My dad was like thinking I'm wasting my time doing all sorts of calculation, and he thought, what can I do to get this idiot kids to pass the time? And he thought chess is a good option.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also known as MVL, studied mathematics as a result of his early passion for numbers and logical thinking.
In general, it was always about interesting problems, and I'm trying to find the solution. And to me, it feels really tightly connected to my chess, and I am a bit sad that I haven't spent that much time since I finished university.
With his aggressive but calculated playing style, he's one of the top players of the world. Now, his next challenge begins: freestyle chess.
Well, what's challenging with freestyle is, of course, the fact that you don't have a ground to rely on in the beginning of the game. And mistakes can happen very early, so it takes some time to figure it out.
With an ELO of 27-22, he stands among the elite, an undeniable force and a true threat to claim victory.
We live in a time period where chess has never been bigger. Getting chess into the big stages was always one of my dreams, and we are slowly getting there.
What's the weirdest compliment you've ever received?
I don't know, for being very aggressive during the game. Does that count?
Something from my wife, probably. I was shocked by that, but...
Once, for years, Levon, he said, oh, you're secretly a ginger. Then he found childhood photos of mine, and then he found out that I actually had like very light hair. That's not a compliment, though, no? It's neutral, right?
I don't think I receive any compliments.
Well, I know that you're a very good dancer.
Yeah,
that may be one.
Just recently, I was told I had a very nice catwalk.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, chess player.
A first-time participant and currently world number 9, known for speed, precision, and experience. It all began with an early start in chess.
My grandpa was a chess lover, and when I was a kid, like whatever, 4 or 5 years old, I just used to look after adults, what are they doing, and I used to be playing chess all the time.
That's where his journey began and his playing style took shape.
And I think I'm trying to adapt, depending on the opponent's style, to make the game as unpleasant for my opponent as it could be.
One of his most remarkable successes came with his shared victory alongside Magnus Carlsen at the World Blitz Chess Championship 2024. In his free time, he remains committed to passing on his knowledge to the next generation.
Normally what I do is at least several times a year I have some lectures, so which is like the way to share your experience and play with some kids which would be happy and probably would remember, the game.
With a peak ELO of 2,757, he stands among the world's elite, now setting his sights on victory in freestyle chess.
Hikaru's pawn moves forward, the position's falling apart.
He's woken up.
Oh, look at that! What? What was that?
Was that to himself? Was that to the audience? Was that to his opponent?
Was that yeah. Or was he telling himself, wait a minute, wait a second?
He's trying to calm down that heart rate.
Could you take us through the knight takes f5 tactic today?
When I was able to get this knight takes f5 tactic, and after after knight takes f5, I think it was takes, and I play this move e6. Or actually, sorry, when I went knight d4, he goes bishop f7, knight f5 takes e6, and it all falls apart very quickly. He just has his knights everywhere. The 2 bishops on the diagonals are very powerful. But even if he had played something like, I forgot what his previous move was, queen to a4, even if he had played something like knight c7, knight d4, it was still very, very bad for him. So probably didn't change the result, but it made my conversion a little bit easier.
My name is Vincent Keimer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5 and it was quite a coincidence actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open, and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keimer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give it absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
Those are some boss vibes from Keimer. I would be shocked if he doesn't play this. I mean, everything about him is screaming that that's about to happen on the board.
But I think if he doesn't find c4, he's going to get in big trouble.
Then he's about to do it.
Yeah,
I want to see him do it there. He's reaching for it and he finds it.
Oh, here we go. What a move by Vincent. He knew this was a critical moment. He makes sure to check all the boxes, cross the T's, dot the I's, and finally finds the pawn move.
Nepo will come to the board and he'll do vintage Nepo face. Ready? I'm gonna act this out.
Okay, here we go. We get the camera on.
Yes.
It's gonna be the lifted eyebrows and he's gonna look and he'll take a quick peek at his opponent. Okay, here he goes. A little.
There
it is. Sometimes the Nepo read is that when he slows down and take a sip of whether it's his tea or water, usually that's when a move isn't or wasn't immediately expected by him.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the first and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage. Time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
And we're back as we move into the second half of the day of our first semifinal here in Paris, the Freestyle Grand Slam in 2025. We got to get straight to the Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura matchup because we took that break to kind of internalize and metabolize what was that rook move by Vincent Keimer just a bit ago, Tanya. We had asked, you had just slid it over, now you're taking the time to slide it back. You're going to have to justify the movement to us at some point. During the break, a couple more moves have played out onto the board, and so as quickly as we can get in onto it, we can kind of explain to people what's going on. Maybe a possible draw offer at play?
It's amazing. Keimer shows a completely different idea from what we were expecting. And maybe we'll go back to that point, David, where he did make that rook shift, which surprised us all in the studio. And it was right here. And it wasn't to assist that pawn to move one step forward, which is what we were expecting to block out the bishop. But Keimer essentially vacates a square for another piece to fall back on, to start dislodging Hikaru Nakamura's queen from there. We did see that idea being played out. There are ideas of the knight jumping at a right moment and then putting a lot of pressure on that queen. So Hikaru preemptively falls back one step. And look at this. Now Vincent comes back with the bishop, hits that queen. And I believe it's Hikaru to play. He hasn't made a decision yet, but if he was to go back to the square from where it just came, that would essentially be a draw offer by Hikaru.
Yeah, we should mention the position has not repeated itself at all yet, but that would be the second time we see that position. So big dilemma for Hikaru Nakamura. The problem for him, if he tries to walk away from this repetition of moves, he only really has two choices. He can block with the pawn. Oh, wow. Okay, he moves the queen instead, so we're headed in that direction. If he blocks with the pawn, I just want to point out the black knight gets a beautiful square, an unchallengeable square in the center of the board, an outpost, and white's attack will break down the white queen as well, forced to move anyway. And stepping back with the white queen, not appetizing either, because then black would have full lockdown of the position. You could push this pawn, and the white queen passive, the white knight's passive. The black pawns are the only ones that can march. Let's go back, because big moment for Vincent Keimer. This is the second time we've seen this position. If he puts his bishop back, second time we've seen that position too.
I think Hikaru realizes that his attack on the right side has not come to anything. There's no fruition to it, and he is happy to bail out in this game. I think coming back with the queen, extremely risky, and he's seen Vincent play in this tournament. He knows when the guy gets a chance, he doesn't let it slip. It's been accuracy, super high, being able to shift his gears incredibly well. I don't think Hikaru takes any chances. I would predict that this ends in the next two moves.
So as quickly as Hikaru makes a move, he gets up out of his chair to take a stroll around the playing hall. Action on Keimer here to decide whether or not he wants to continue in the repetition. This is always like a psychological question that I have. If you're sitting at the board, David, and you're Orton, and your opponent begins that draw offer, as soon as they start to opt into it, does that make you question then whether or not there's actually a winning chance for you somewhere that they've recognized?
That's a great question, James. I think when your opponent agrees to repetition, you at some point start checking and thinking about it. Are they really thinking that this is worse for them, so they're happy to go into it? But at the end of it, you have to calculate, navigate your way through, then take a decision. Are you willing to take the risk to play on, even if there's not something direct? I think Vincent will realize that, you know, if he plays on this position, it's a game for 3 result. It's not that Hikaru is completely busted or worse. On the other hand, he can just call it a day, you know, at this moment. And that's a pretty good result to start with. The other psychological element right now, Hikaru repeats and immediately gets up from the board. And I've seen this happen so many times when a player does that to give the sign that, you know what, I'm confident. It's on you. You want to play on. I'm ready for it. You know, I don't care. I literally don't care is what Hikaru Nakamura is saying right now.
And Hikaru's not locked in either. Even if Vincent drops the bishop back, let's say Vincent spends 10 minutes mulling it over. Do I want a draw? Is a draw with black good enough? Am I confident with white tomorrow? Let's say he spends 10 minutes, drops his bishop back. Hikaru will just laugh, drop his queen back to a different square. And he's like, okay, I've cost you 10 minutes. No draw for you. And it's a bit of mind games here. The conventional wisdom is that if you're going to go for a draw, you should just play those moves quickly. If you're happy, you just need to decide what mindset you're in. But if you want to play on for a win, you repeat twice, and then boom, the move comes. I wouldn't be surprised if Vincent Keimer plays on, moves his rook across, and does something different. Because I don't think black is risking anything at all. White doesn't have any concrete threats. White doesn't even have an obvious next move. But yeah, the fact that he started repeating, the fact that he cleared this square for the bishop in the first place, that is the main sign to me that Vincent probably is happy. We should also mention his bishop started the game on this square, later came to d7, then went back, and now has come back. So the bishop's moved 4 times already. And yeah, there's no reason to move your rook back and forth, your bishop back and forth, unless you were going for the draw here.
I would love to see Vincent not repeat the move and change it up. That would be so gutsy and brave against Hikaru. But David, I have a feeling, I mean, you're saying that he continues. You're saying he doesn't repeat, right? Is that what you're expecting?
His last few moves hint that he will repeat.
Okay.
But I hope
you want him
I don't want him to. I think
he's reaching out.
He looks somewhat resigned in his face to
I think
the
he
repetition.
Repeats.
Yeah.
I think it happens. He's
but honestly, I don't hate that. Get out of the...
doesn't!
Never mind!
Game on!
Game on. Vincent Keimer was just teasing Hikaru Nakamura. He didn't want to draw after all. He wants more. Hikaru, let's watch his face on the camera. Is he going to be surprised by that decision? No. Poker face.
It's such a power move by Vincent, you know? Playing against a player like Hikaru, one of the absolute greats our generation has seen in all formats, across all formats. He's the feared Hikaru Nakamura. And here with the black pieces, with no apparent advantage in the position, there's no direct path for black, and it's not a completely risk-free situation for him. There are still a lot of pieces on the board. He just says he's ready to play this out. That's a big power statement by Vincent right here.
Yeah, and Hikaru trying to make a power statement of his own by playing a knight retreat, but very quickly. I think the clock situation, for now, nothing too dramatic, 40 minutes against 26, but that is where Hikaru's chances lie in the near future. And often when you feel slighted, when you feel like your opponent's trying to get under your skin, taunting you, that's where kind of changing the pace, asserting your authority tends to be a good idea. Hikaru, the king of practical tips like that.
Well, so as it appears, these two will play on. I do want to just take a moment to touch each of the boards as we come back from that short break that we took just a moment ago. Over to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi. Tanya, it looked like you saw something for a moment.
I just thought he was reaching out, about to make a move, but yeah, we'll check in with it, because this one as well, I mean, where has Jan Nepomniachtchi's pawn reached? That's way into Arjun's camp right now. I'm loving White's position here.
White keeps winning Connect 4 on that board. Let's go back to the live board, because this is actually the game between Nakamura and Keimer. Let's go back to the live board, and there we go. This is where we'll sit for a while. White has won Connect 4, not for the first time this game, the second time he's actually achieved it. True. White is down material, we should mention. White has actually sacrificed a rook for a bishop, but more importantly, a pawn as well, and White's queenside pawn mass. The potential there in any middle game, end game, to throw more pawns forward to create a pass pawn. I mean, Arjun's going to have more than one eye on that whole flank, and that's not going to be easy for him the rest of the game.
Also, just given the space control here that Jan has managed for himself, I fear for those two black rooks. Yeah, sure, you are the one with two at your disposal, but at the end of the day, how do those really ever get involved, feeling so constricted for space in the black position?
Yeah, now kicking back black's best piece. That black bishop in the center of the board was hit. Needs to step back. I'm not going to say this is a decisive advantage because Jan still needs a big breakthrough. But yeah, it's so pleasant for white. And black is pretty much stuck. If you open the position as black, white's bishops are the only pieces that are going to be happy about that. Arjun has to just sit and wait and pray.
I'm noticing right there in the center of the board for the black position, 3 pieces kind of hitting the dark square in front of the pawn that sits in front of the queen and the rook. Is that the pawn break we're looking for as black if we're ever going to open the position?
I would think so. I mean, the advantage, the material advantage that Arjun has of that rook, it's only as strong as the open lines and the files that you can get into it. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a null piece, right? And Jan Nepomniachtchi can continue maneuvering the minors that he has, eventually looking at a break of his own on the left side. And let me tell you, when that pawn moves forward, the one that's on the extreme left of the board for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the pawn next to it will become extremely dangerous. So Arjun's got to do something fast in the center, to your point, but it comes with its own set of consequences. You're opening up diagonals, not only the files for your own rook, but the diagonals for Jan's bishops as well. So Arjun's going to be calculating that break and timing it really well. But that's the one counterplay that he's relying on, is in the center of the board.
And talking about calculations, less than 20 minutes on the clock to his name, whereas Jan Nepomniachtchi's got 45 minutes in his time bank. So while we had talked about that's the thing that Arjun typically is so good at, creating a time advantage for himself, and we saw it against Hikaru in a number of their classical games, up against maybe the fastest player in the world, Jan. This time he's in the time deficit. From here, let's go touch base with MVL and Norbek Abdusatorov just to see where they're at in their game. A much more even game state, at least by the engine's standards here. Trying to take quick stock of the field. Massive open file there, C file controlled by the white rook and white queen.
Wow, this is absolutely insane what's going on in this board. I mean, white, Norbek Abdusatorov has managed to castle his king on the right flank. Meanwhile, for Maxime, his king is exactly where it started. It still hasn't found safety, and it's not going to find any recluse on the left flank either, let alone the one on which Norbek's bishop lies. It's extremely tricky, but if I had to pick a side, it's got to be white, right? There's one open file in the position. The queen and the rook take complete control of that. It feels like the bishop is also tying down Maxime's resources on the other end. The majors are all split for black. One set of queen and rook on the left flank, the other rook alone on the other one. Meanwhile, Norbek, all of his at the center of the board. Better coordination, better flow in his pieces.
Definitely feels that way. And we know, well, at least from the player cards, that attacking is one of Abdusatorov's big strengths. And it does feel like that type of position where an attack might be brewing. Not in the next 2-3 moves necessarily, but long-term against the black king, which is never going to feel entirely safe.
Yeah, so this one continues to work its way towards perhaps a thrilling conclusion. Abdusatorov with options. From here, we check in with the world number 1 and Fabiano Caruana. Like we said earlier, in all likelihood, feels like it's moving towards a drawn state, but perhaps Fabiano playing for a victory.
Yeah, this feels like what we call a 2-result game, a phrase that you mentioned the other day, Tanya, where essentially, if Magnus as black defends well, it's going to be a draw. If he's unable to defend properly, then Fabiano's going to win, but very unlikely that Magnus is going to win this game. I think, he needs a bit of a miracle. He needs a one-move blunder, essentially. The knight is clearly better than the black bishop, the white rook more active than its counterpart. And no dark square control for Magnus Carlsen here.
I actually like the progress that Fabi has made in his position. I don't know if we can just step back just a little bit, because last time we checked, Fabi's knight was not playing at all. He's done a magic maneuver all across the board from the right side to the left side where it actually hits the black rook. And this is where we left it. And let's just quickly get up to board to understand how he got to that position where his rook is super active, the knight is attacking Magnus's pieces, and then just deep dive and see if Fabi can start getting ambitious with his chances.
This is how the White Knight got active. Long journey, but you do have that luxury of time. There's no immediate standoff between the pawns. So one set of rooks have been exchanged, and now the white pawn starts stepping forward. Very logical here from Fabiano. The big problem is the breakthrough. How do you find a pass pawn? How do you create a pass pawn ever? And now he starts to bring his king around and then his knight.
Notice how Fabi's just shuffling the rook for I don't know how many moves that was. Just 2 moves. Magnus kept playing, right? Rook on the A line, rook on the C line. Back to the A line, back to the C line. So if Fabi wanted a draw, he could have just repeated at that point. But he's the one who's trying for more here. He's trying to grind this one out, sort of squeezing water out of stone, a phrase that we use for Magnus Carlsen all the time. It's Fabi doing that.
Yeah, and that rook shuffle, the confirmation that it really does feel like a 2-result game, either a win for white or a draw in the end. Such an incredible number of knight moves, but David, this is where I go back to that concept that you explained just a little bit ago, right? Because all of the pawns are over on the right-hand side of the board or towards the middle and the right, the knight is an incredibly effective piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is why we talk about bishop pairs, because a lone bishop only controls one color complex. White has pretty much nothing on light squares that can be attacked. And this bishop, just a very sad piece, a purely defensive piece. There is a saying, though, I think it's slightly tongue-in-cheek, but there is a saying that even the worst bishop is as good as the best knight. And this bishop, a pure defender. If the bishop ever moves, we should mention the white rook will go behind and start grabbing pawns. So black's bishop stuck, black's king forced to defend it. But white here has one problem, and that is caging the active black rook. He was shuffling for ages, Magnus Carlsen, but now at least he has a threat. For the first time in this game, or the first time since this endgame of his own, he's going pawn hunting.
He's going pawn hunting, but that also leaves the 7th rank for Fabi's rook to start coming in and giving some checks and dislodging Magnus's king. And I'm just wondering if the combination of rook and knight can create some magic so that David's saying of even the worst bishop is better than a good knight can be put to question.
Is as good as, not better. The bishop definitely not better than the white knight. But bishops are great defenders. If they just sit a few squares away from a knight, they control a lot of the knight's jumping squares.
Well, some maneuvering still to go here in this one. Let's head back over to Vincent versus Hikaru Nakamura. See how it continues to develop, because it was Vincent who decided we're still going to play on. Offered a drawish position by Hikaru earlier. Didn't spend too much time to think about it. Centralized one of his rooks.
One of the hardest things for me when I'm playing is that when my opponent offers a repetition and there's this feeling, do I play on? And then the added pressure that if I decide to play on, I need to prove that decision, I need to show something. And somewhere that also brings in the thoughts about what if something goes wrong and you get to regret that moment, because this is a mini match. I mean, here the stakes are so much higher. It's a mini match of best of 2 here. For Vincent to take that decision in that moment, right, to at least not repeat twice and sort of pass the ball to Hikaru if he wanted to end the game at that moment, what does that tell us about his mindset right now? I mean, how much of a chance does he actually view this position? And David, is it playing with fire when you're playing against somebody like Hikaru? Just the fact that this could very well be something you regret later on.
Yeah, I've been there a few times myself throughout my career, especially when I was younger, when I was playing the very top in the world. And sometimes I get a good position and you're kind of torn in 2 minds. It's like, do I just bank it? Do I just get a draw? A draw is a great result against world number 2. Or do you push and get burned? And I've been burned so many times that these days I'm like, okay, play it safe, take the result. But of course, Vincent, who's had so much success against the top guys, he's going to be feeling confident. The main problem here is that there's no clear path forward. Black has got everything perfect. Nice, beautiful kind of trio of pawns here in the center. If you push them forward, maybe your central pawn starts to get weak. It's defended by the black knight right now, so it's fine, but very committal. Maybe you don't commit to that. If you exchange bishops, we might well see white step forward in the center of the board. You allow white to break in the center, and suddenly white's pieces look like they're ready for that action in the middle. It's very unclear what to do next. Maybe you could fix the pawn structure, but then it becomes a much longer game and you're low on time. There's so many dilemmas here, and it's psychological what he decides to do next. He's totally fine, more than fine maybe as black, but...
And while I know he did come out on top in the tiebreak yesterday, faster time controls against Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe that's another internal debate that's going on there inside Vincent Keimer's mind. If there is any opportunity to get a decisive victory here, and make it and enter day 2 in a way that likely suggests I won't be going to a tiebreak scenario, maybe that is worth playing for.
Yeah.
Against the top guys, again, you get very few chances and opportunities to even try for something, especially with the black pieces, even in freestyle chess. And I think for Vincent, it's a question that he just believes in his position. He actually thinks it's far from over. He also knows if he probably accepts that repetition, Peter Lecker will not be happy with him. Like, why didn't you continue in that moment? It would be so not principled of Vincent to do that. And Vincent is a very principled player by nature. He believes that this position is far from draw, even if it might be balanced, even if it might be in the equal territory. So he wants to play on. And I don't think he's the kind of player who's going to double guess that decision. It's behind him now, it's in the past, and he's not going to keep thinking about it. Hey, should I have bailed out? Should I have called it a day in my office? Have I made a mistake? That's not what the top guys do.
I can safely say, though, Vincent is not going to play the top computer move.
What is it? Wait.
99%.
Well, hold on. Now we got to try and come up with it.
Say no more, David Howell. What is the top computer move here?
For Black. Black's best move. It's not by a huge distance, just by a very, very small margin.
It's got to be some kind of like stupid king move.
I mean, he could also go back with the bishop and do...
Ooh,
Whoa. What?
Okay, well, now that it's in play, I'm going to assume you're still correct. It was not the top move. What was the top move?
The top move, just to rewind 1 second, was to bring the rook back where it came from just a few moves ago. Of course, if you see this position blind for the first time, you're like, okay, put the rook on a semi-open file. It belongs there. But the fact that the rook went there 10 moves ago, came back 5 moves ago, and to put it back yet again, I was pretty sure that that was not going to happen.
Not going to happen, but he's put another piece there, right? It's the one that was there a few moves ago as well. And is it now that we perhaps see a repetition? Because again, you don't have so many squares with your queen as white. If you fall back next to the knight, then you're making it vulnerable to more jumps and more threats on that queen with the black knight jumping forward. And if you go back offering a queen trade, Winston can simply slide that bishop from where it came from. And are we going to see a draw now?
And maybe that's why he was willing to attempt to play on for just a little bit. The idea, I always have this resource to still drop this bishop back and entertain the idea of the repetition that it seemed Hikaru was willing to take. So, okay, I'll look to make a couple improving moves. Maybe my opponent makes a mistake, or some new idea occurs to me. But if all else fails, we just drop the bishop back one more time and offer that draw.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think it's always nice as a chess player to play a position where you have a small advantage with kind of a safety ramp in your pocket, and you know that, okay, just in case things go wrong, just in case I run too low on the clock or run out of ideas, I can bail out any moment I want. And we should clarify to everyone, there's no threat immediately for Vincent Keimer. The black knight is not threatening to leap out the way, attacking the white queen, because the pawn behind it would suddenly be hit. The white bishop would hit the h7 pawn, but more importantly, Hikaru really has been building up to push a pawn in the center. That's the move he wants to play, and then the white bishop will be blocked. So pushing the pawn now impossible due to a capture and a double hit on the white queen. So he's basically said to Hikaru, you have no useful moves, so you have to retreat. What are we saying? Draw, no draw. This time we were wrong first time around.
He's reaching out. He's about to make a move.
Okay, so then I say yes.
And it's not the queen.
Whoa.
Hikaru says you had one shot, one opportunity. Now you've let it go. I'm not coming back with my queen. You don't have any of those knight jumps. And did you see Winston's reaction? He was slightly surprised. He's like, wait, man, I thought this was going to end in a repetition.
Hold on. We had an agreement just a bit ago.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm the Weisenhouse Grand Slam champion. Well, either way, now Hikaru decides he's the one who wants to fight on. With such a peculiar retreating move from the knight, it's so rare that I would imagine you ever want to land a knight onto a corner of the board. Of course, David, I assume it's only with the intention of rerouting it further up the board in just a few moves' time.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, it's a funny quirk of this position that one of the two knights started in this corner. Because it is freestyle chess after all, we shuffle the pieces. It wasn't this knight, however, that started in the corner. This knight started all the way over on the other flank, but just to retrace its steps, it's gone forward, back, and now into the corner. The other knight, meanwhile, spent ages trying to get into the game, then stepped away, and now it's vacated a square that's going to be used by its fellow knight. I really don't get the logic here? He already had a knight on the square a few moves ago, but then again, I think we should give up trying to explain the logic, because Vincent Keimer, what was the logic between behind even, moving his rook twice and putting the bishop back on its starting square? It's
I mean, I guess is he just trying to get the knight up the board onto that light square, a little bit higher up in line with the queen, offer some kind of a trade, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, something like that?
Yeah, it looks that way. I think he's just trying to say to Vincent, you don't have any useful moves either. So white can't do too much, black can't do too much. It's a bit of a mutual zugzwang, as they say.
But as Keimer maybe thought he was going to exit this game with a draw, he's got his thinking cap right back on.
It's also a bit of a power move, right? Your opponent first declines and denies your repetition just a few moments ago, and then when you have the opportunity, you do exactly the same, sort of giving this signal, saying that I want to play on now, you know, you're not going to get that second chance, and now you'll have to sweat it out for that. I think if Vincent wants any sort of real shot at a game to try to make progress, at some point he's got to start pushing those central pawns. You need to make progress in the center for black here. Get that pawn in front of the queen up the board and rely on the fact that Hikaru still can't break open with that center move of that e-pawn moving one step forward, because of then the knight jumping ahead, opening up the bishop against the white queen. So as long as that threat is being taken care of, it might be time for Vincent to start sort of getting more ambitious with his play on the left flank.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hikaru, if he were offered a draw, he would take it. I think he was just a bit offended, just took it a bit personally that Vincent said no the first time, and he wanted to get his own back. It's like 1-1 now in terms of dodging the repetition.
Hikaru's out of his chair again. Is he the player who spends the least time overall at the table?
He's the player who uses every aspect of the game on the board, any weaknesses that might appear on the player, anything that he knows about it, the clock, and any psychological aspects that he can get on. He knows that Vincent's a time trouble addict. You know, he's seen it happen time and time over again. So for him to make a move so quickly as he did the last one, he didn't really consider the repetition for too long and immediately get up and leave. Once again, you know, as you do it over and over again, it does play games with your opponent's mind. And these are the small wins that over time accumulate and crack the player you're playing against.
We've also had questions as to whether or not, at this point in his career, he has more comfortability looking at digital boards. Maybe he's taking all this time to go assess his own board, but just in a different perspective on one of the digital monitors inside the playing hall. He retakes his seat, still waiting for Vincent to make a move.
That's definitely a thing, by the way. Like, when I was young, I couldn't play online chess half as well as I could play over-the-board chess, because I was just used to the physical pieces, the touch of them, the feel of them, the kind of just the way you perceive the 64 squares. And then now all I do is play online. All I do is look at a computer screen when commentating. Now it's complete opposite. When I played a few weeks ago in the German league, I was looking at the board like, what is this? What is this diagonal? That looks totally different. That is weird. So, yeah, I think for Hikaru, definitely a preference to see a screen rather than a board.
That's what makes him appear so superhuman, right? That he's, whether it's over the board or online, his results are so incredibly high, playing the best players in the world. How he's able to maintain his form, his world ranking, being a streamer, continuously streaming every single day for hours and hours and still being able to be world #2 is really some kind of a very special ability. And I can't imagine any other chess player being able to pull that off, you know? We've had people dip their toes into the streaming world, but to maintain yourself at the top, it takes some special something. I don't know what it is, but Hikaru has it, a lot of it.
Yeah, endurance. I think mainly he streams for, 6 to 8 hours a day sometimes, most days of a week, showing that he has the stamina to match the skill. And in the meantime, he's forced Vincent to burn some valuable minutes off the clock. Hikaru, if he gets a chance when Vincent's down at the 5-minute mark or lower, he's not going to let Vincent off the hook, just like Jan did a few days ago.
Not at all. And I think that's a great point you make, David, because Jan really had the opportunity in his classical matchup to push for more, to play for more, especially on the clock, even if the position was balanced. But I think for Jan, what happened was that he had this strategy. I want to take it to tie breaks because I consider myself a favorite there, and it backfired. For Hikaru, you know, he understands, he knows it. Even if he considers, and he said it in the interview, that when it goes to a shorter time format, he's perhaps a bigger favorite, he's going to utilize and use every single opportunity that he gets in the classical as well, and that's what he's doing. it's incredible to see this move. And this is not an easy move to make, I want to just point out, James. Bringing that knight back to that square from where the other knight started from, corner of the board next to the king, it's a special move in its own self.
Right, it feels ludicrous by so many standards. And while Keimer continues to work his way towards his next move, I'm going to take us to another board. On the way, we're going to check in with the heart rates and the accuracy with each of the players, and then eventually touch base with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, because there was a move recently made that, again, at least to my untrained eye, felt like it was voluntarily giving away a pawn. Of course, I see that the engine doesn't give an advantage to either one player, so I just maybe a learning opportunity or teaching opportunity here that I can selfishly take for myself as we do peek in on that world number 1 versus world number 5 semi-final bout. We said it was going to be all about maneuvering here in the end game, but Fabiano dropped his knight back just a few moves ago. And as we peek in on the board, David, I'll turn to you, because the very move that followed is exactly in some ways what I expected. We have a black rook managing to pick up a white pawn. Not a clear advantage?
Not a clear advantage, and that's just because black is too passive here, and black's extra pawn is a doubled pawn that's never really going to be kind of able to advance. Let's just do a quick backtrack to show that I think Fabiano took his eye off the ball slightly in his haste to create progress here. He brought his knight forward. We actually left it at this point. We said, oh, it was quite a good idea kicking the black rook away, but maybe bringing the knight back towards the center just to keep an eye on the pawns was the order of this specific moment. Instead, he brought his knight forward and realized, Fabiano, with a long think, it should be mentioned here, 12-minute think, that there was simply no way to guard this pawn other than moving your king across, but the king needed elsewhere. He instead gave a check. The black king attacked the white knight. Now he had to lose a bit more time defending that knight, and the rook slid across. So Magnus going pawn hunting. Fabiano drops his knight back. He's actually got his eye on a pawn of his own. This black pawn is going to be hard to defend for a second time, just due to the pressure from the white rook on this 7th rank. Magnus now gave a very important check, forcing the white king away, and only now took the pawn, and he's rendered the white knight passive for this move at least, because if the white knight jumps, a second pawn will drop. I'm expecting here Fabiano to bring his king forward just to guard the pawn, gain time, and now Magnus has a few moves he can consider, probably going back this way, but if he wants to go really passive, he can drop his rook back and maybe consider defending with his rook. I don't advise this, though. The top players don't normally like to put their pieces on bad squares.
That's not a winning attempt, right? Yes, you're pawn up and you want to defend everything that you have with the rook and the bishop placed like that, defending a pawn worth a point, and only the king, which is also, by the way, stuck, has got absolutely no squares to move to. This is not Magnus being ambitious. I'd be really surprised. And I think Fabi's about to win that pawn back, because if you don't want to go on to the defense, the knight just jumps forward on the next move. Let's say you bring it to the 1st rank, and that's about it. Yes, you can kick that knight out with one move. That f-pawn moving 1 step forward, hitting the knight falls back, and now you can say hello to the other pawn at the other end, and nothing's defending that.
Yeah, this is still a winning attempt by Fabiano, we should mention. So he's lost a pawn, but only white can still really be better, just because the black bishop is so passive. Okay, he doesn't use his king, he uses his pawn instead, but the idea is the same. Knight into the center is almost automatic on the next move from Fabiano.
Do you think there's going to be a draw for soon, or do you think Fabi still fights for the advantage? You're saying it's a winning attempt. Will he continue playing, or will there be a sort of an eye contact and just, you know, hey, let's call this a day? It's a check right now. He's going to move up with the king.
Actually, after this last move, I think you might be right, Tanya. He's going to move up with the king, I'm not sure where, but the black rook can actually come across and defend on the 7th rank. And if you can't win your pawn back, if you are down a full pawn, yes, you have a better minor piece, but no real winning chances. With or without rooks, I think this is a dead draw now.
Especially notice how Fabi's put all his pawns on the opposite color of Magnus's bishop, so they can't even be targeted. And those 4 pawns completely clamp down Magnus's extra pawn. It's 4 versus 5, but essentially still a 4 versus 4, because there's no breakthrough for Magnus Carlsen here.
So expectations still a draw, and as you have so brilliantly answered my questions on this board, I've got questions back over on Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura, because it seems like at this point we're just resetting the pieces for the beginning of the game. Another knight has returned itself to a corner square. What is going on?
Wow, and this knight came from that square. This knight started life in this game in the corner. And, well, nobody puts knighty in the corner here, but apparently they both do. both knights sitting back. And actually, if we retrace the steps of this knight, and there we actually see the starting position to the game. Thanks to our production team there, right at the bottom of your screens, you can see a white knight did start the game in that corner, top bottom right and top right for black. But this knight doesn't have any good squares to jump to, no forward squares at least. It can jump here to attack the white queen, but it will very quickly be repelled. It will be forced to step back. You can't really defend it with your own knight, you get trapped. So if you can't jump forward, sometimes you want to jump back, and knights shouldn't get in the way of their own pawns. That's one positional motif in general in chess. This black pawn sticks out slightly, and he wants to defend it with his own pawn. The black knight actually has a clear path indicated to a nice outpost that he's carved out for himself. Knights, the longest journey is always actually this one. To get to a square, a diagonal square with just one square in between, it always takes 4 moves to get there. Here it's 1, 2, 3, and then finally 4.
And it's only 3 for Hikaru Nakamura to do exactly that. So it actually might be his knight that enters that spot first with his own journey, especially now that the defense of that square has been removed. So Winston, I wonder if that clock's getting to him. You know, he's on 14 minutes, a lot of pieces on the board. The pawn formation's completely asymmetrical. There's really no way to trade off into any kind of a balanced position. And yes, you're not down materially, but dynamically it's completely imbalanced. You know, White's knight arrives on that square. Let's point out, that square cannot be challenged by Winston. Meanwhile, his own knight, when it gets to that central square, Hikaru's got the bishop to trade it off.
Yeah, Hikaru controls the square in front, but let's jump to another game in the meantime, because we might be about to see a handshake, the first result of day 1 of the semifinals.
Yep, it's that other semi-final board, Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. Finally, the rooks have left the field. Fabiano perhaps resigned to the fact that he's not going to find a way to push this one to a victory in the end.
Yeah, without the black pawn on the dart square, if we could pick up that pawn, throw it off the board, then big winning chances for Fabiano, because this white knight would actually be on an outpost, would be impossible to challenge this piece, but that knight will get repelled very shortly. The black king will come first to the center, and then the knight might get kicked away. Enough dart square control, and the white knight will not be able to find a way to dominate the black bishop for much longer.
It would be extremely important that when Magnus gets that, Fabi just keeps the tension as is, because what you can't afford to do is help Magnus undouble those pawns on the line where the king is right now, allowing that trade on Magnus's turn, and then suddenly Black's got real winning chances. So Fabi will just hold on. You know, he sort of created the best formation, the best defensive setup here, down a pawn. He shouldn't change anything about it. Let Magnus trade if he has to, but make sure those double pawns stay exactly like that, and you've got the draw in your hands.
And I believe there's a no draw offer rule until move 40.
Correct. Except by repetition.
Except by repetition. This is move 46, so the players do have the right to offer a draw. I'm just wondering whether they're both being stubborn, or whether Fabiano genuinely believes his knight is still so much better than the bishop that he has winning chances. Hard to believe that Magnus is playing on this one for a win. Maybe.
Well, but with a light squared bishop against 4 pawns sitting on dark squares?
Yeah.
That would...
Both sides need a big helping hand here to win this game.
Yeah, that bishop has no targets at all. Magnus may be just contemplating if right now is a good time to think about offering a draw in the next move or two. Fabi knows. I don't think White has any winning chances either. You know, you've got one weakness with that knight to get to. The bishop beautifully defends that pawn. With no breakthrough for Black's kings, no pawn formation changes, I'm expecting a draw for by one of these two players. But David, you mentioned it, right? That it usually is the player who's got the upper hand. It's more polite for him to offer a draw. So in this case, that would be Magnus?
Normally, if I see a side of pawn up, the onus would be on them. But Fabi has had the upper hand for most of the game. For at least the end game, he's been the one trying to make things happen. He's the one who could have forced a draw at any possible moment. So just body language-wise, it feels like Magnus is ready.
Okay, so here's maybe a wild question. But what is stopping, and this is requiring many moves to be made, what's stopping the White King from traveling down and around to the left, along the dark squares, all the way around and infiltrating the position? Because the Black Bishop has no option to deter that, necessarily.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, especially again, if that black dark squared pawn didn't exist, then black has no pawn breaks, black is stuck, and that would be the winning idea, just to bring the white king in. The one downside is if you go too far across the board, I think as soon as you land on this edge, maybe black will try and kick the knight away and try to initiate play on the other side.
And now your king is too disconnected from the defense of the remaining pawns as they fall.
Possibly. I just don't know if they fall, though. That's the question. Right. Maybe it's still totally fine. Maybe it's still white playing for the win there.
And I think white could do that. The other defensive resource that you'd have is that once the king does get there and you have kicked out the knight, you can then get your own king to defend and make sure that white doesn't have any infiltration squares. So you just have to move 2 steps towards the left side as black. And you look at Magnus on the screen, it almost looks like he's getting ready to make that draw offer.
He's like, come on, mate, just offer the draw. Stop being stubborn.
Yeah, we've been there, done that, you know, the 12 World Championship matches, the classical games, all of them ending in a draw.
Very hard to separate these two. I mean, they've beaten each other plenty of times in classical chess. Even in recent years, Fabiano's beaten Magnus in Norway chess, for example, in classical with the white pieces, but they're just both so good. So hard to separate them. Fabiano's actually played a really good game, I should mention. He put Magnus under a little bit of pressure without risking anything himself. But ultimately, endgames, Magnus knows what positions he can and cannot defend. It's that gear shift we talk about. Just knowing what positions you can hold gives you such kind of extra leeway in the middle game.
Yeah, but that's the tricky thing, right? You see even just a 1% chance for you to take a victory over Magnus Carlsen. You're going to play on for every opportunity at it. We know that freestyle chess so rarely ends in drawish positions, so if you draw here today, you go to tomorrow, you know, we're likely to see just a decisive result. The statistics say that we're likely to see a decisive result one way or another, but you'd be giving Magnus full control of the white pieces to try and maneuver to that victory himself.
And then really, how much of a chance do you see yourself if it was to even go into the tie breaks, you know, with the faster time formats, the performance that we've seen by Magnus in the round robin, the shape that he's in, just excellent chess all around. So for Fabi to play this out till the very end makes a lot of sense, but I think the end is near now because he's kind of exhausted all of the resources. The knight is in its strongest post. The king march, the only plan available to him, James, the one that you pointed out, but I think Magnus has got enough moves of his own to counter that. When the king comes close enough, just transfer your own king, take the opposition and make sure that it doesn't get over to the other side.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's here and now. It's just about how long Fabi thinks. The longer he thinks, the more likely he is to offer a draw. Simply no plan, no winning plan. But I think he's just coming to terms with the fact that he's going to be facing Magnus tomorrow with black on level footing.
Well, there's one break that white has, right? That is in the center line. But the more pawns that you trade off, the easier you make Magnus's life here. So that doesn't look like something that Fabi could be thinking about. With the knight on the board, you want to keep the position as blocked as possible. You don't want to give Magnus chances. No draw offer. Oh, my goodness.
I am so glad you brought it up just before it happened, because while it might have not been the expectation, Fabi says, I see that 1% chance. I'm going for it.
Unbelievable. This is what happened during the World Championship match between Dingleren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. That last move that Dingleren made for that, there was no way. Nobody was expecting it. And that's not going to happen to continue the game. And it did. And Ding went on to win that World Championship. And here it is. A move that I'm really surprised to see on the board, David.
Feels like he's playing for a loss suddenly.
Oh, no.
Caruana. He is a pawn down, so why open things up? That only helps bishops. Ooh, a bit odd. I mean, of course, there's such reduced material. This should almost be guaranteed.
He's surprised. Magnus wasn't expecting that either.
No, he's like, really? You're gonna make me think again? I thought we were in agreement. This one was done, and here I go having to calculate once more. Is there any reason not to take this pawn? I guess would be my first question.
No, I think you just take it. The only alternative, the bishop can't move. The bishop is protecting pawn, so the only alternative is to kick back the white knight first. He might start with that one. There we go.
Okay.
Kicks the knight away. White should not trade off pawns here, because that would undouble the black pawns. Should retreat with the knight.
Two options of where the knight goes from here, really.
But actually, pretty much one option. If he'd gone the other way, Fabiano Caruana, then after a trade of pawns, the white king and knight would have been forked by a check. So this was the only safe square. And now we'll see a trade. And then the bishop comes to life.
This is so strange. I mean, just allowing yourself a weakness at the center of the board, giving an open diagonal to Magnus's bishop. You know, as a player playing with the knight, you want to keep the center as closed as possible, deny activity to that light squared bishop. What is Fabi doing?
He's playing as if he would be playing...
Me.
Well, I was going to say a low-rated player, but not you. You're too high-rated. I don't think, Fabi
He
would
looks
never
he
win this against
opted
you,
into
Tanya.
this, and he looks so dissatisfied.
He just wants more chess. Like, Tanya, you would never lose this position to Fabi, like, in a million years, I think. So why would he play on?
Against Magnus.
Against Magnus.
I mean, the position that he had right before that move, if anyone, we were talking about White's plan to push, right? You jump around with your king, you can move your knight, Magnus's bishop is a dead piece, there's nothing to be done. And he's just voluntarily just made life so easy for Magnus. It's still a draw. But this is a dream draw. Magnus will make Fabi sweat now if he wants to. Such a strange decision by him.
Now we're talking about the black bishop coming to a nice square in the center, or round the back, big threat to pin the white knight. A bishop for knight trade, and black is winning because of the extra pawn. Finally, that pawn actually matters. But yeah, eventually the white king will be forced back. Maybe the black king will start to come in. Should still be a draw. In the meantime, Magnus's hair has grown an extra inch out of excitement through this potential winning shot. Maybe.
Just don't understand this, David, at all. I mean, when I mentioned that move, it was purely with the intention to talk about how no one would play it.
Yeah.
It's just, it blows my mind that a player like Fabi, I mean, you make that move if you've got something concrete in your mind, some tactics, some idea, but it just makes no sense at any level to go for it.
King slides back, sidestepping the pin that could come through.
So if the bishop and the knights are off the board, Magnus is winning.
Magnus is definitely winning that one. Also, as well, black's king has a nice central square to sit on. The white king will eventually be forced to give way and allow the black king in if the bishop and knight didn't exist. I think this should still be a draw because the white knight has a nice, pretty outpost to sit on, and the only way to destabilize that or make progress there would be to trade off even more pawns. But why suffer when you had such a nice position? We talked about the player's strengths and weaknesses, Tanya. Now I feel slightly more vindicated in giving Fabiano maybe lower strategy than Magnus. I think Magnus on the white side of this endgame would have at least put more pressure on the opponent.
David, I don't even think it's strategy, right? This move, it's so elementary. This is what I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to find an explanation for this. How? Why? How? What is the point of it? You're down a pawn. Why are you opening up your opponent's position? And this, for that level, is absolutely basic. This is such a mystery to me. What went on in Fabi's mind to provoke him to make that move? And yes, it's probably going to end in a draw, most likely result, 99.9%. But why put yourself through this?
Seems to be a mystery to Magnus Carlsen as well.
Yeah. We talked about a two-result game earlier. Only white could win, and probably a draw with best play. Now, definitely a draw with best play, but only black can win.
Still a two-result game, but the other way around.
Shoes on the other foot, exactly right.
Do you see the shift in Magnus's body language?
Yeah.
Completely different from 3 moves ago. The guy had resigned himself, okay, this is ending in a draw, probably thinking about what he's getting for dinner, and then game 2 of the semifinals. And here he is for the first time leaning forward and thinking, can there be more here?
Last player in the world you want to give even an inkling of hope to is Magnus Carlsen. That being said, as long as Fabi maintains formation, I think he's got to keep his king sat where it is, defending all the pawns. The white knight just needs to jump to safe squares, not get traded off in the process. Should still be a draw. But Fabi there, I think he's just trying to mask the fact that he made things a bit more tricky. Maybe just while Magnus has a think. Again, I hesitate to jump because Magnus...
I'm waiting for the hand to be extended at any moment.
You think? You think after this he might offer a draw on the next move himself?
No, I don't think he will. I'm just saying, I still, as we mentioned, it still, in all likelihood, goes to a draw. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of when each player comes to that realization.
But there is stuff happening elsewhere. Hikaru taking a chance. I just want to mention a new game, Connect 5, has been won by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And maybe we just show the live position. We don't need to dig deeper on that one. Just because Jan has created the most beautiful pawn chain you will ever see. And we joke about pawn chains, but the real strength of them has been shown in this one. Look at that pawn chain. Tanya, one of them's about to become a queen, surely.
Wow. What is that? That's a pawn formation you don't get to see every day in chess.
Ever.
There's supposed to be a black pawn there, where Jan's is. I mean, it started on the second rank, slowly and surely marched its way across all the board. He's still down on material. I mean, if you do a quick count, Arjun's got that extra rook. But I'm loving Jan's position. I mean, nothing to attack. All of Jan's pieces defending the king. Everything's safe on the right side of the board. That white pawn is not worth 1 point. That pawn is worth far more than that.
Yeah, we see the eval bar says it's winning for Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's just because long term, that white pawn is going to paralyze a whole rook. That white pawn, 1 square away from touchdown, is worth 5 points essentially, and could be more. Could become a queen.
Right. Yeah, you're up in exchange, but your rook is relegated to guarding the back rank for the remainder of the game at this point.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say any piece that could support the advance of that pawn is going to force it through.
Very tricky position here for Arjun to try and navigate his way out of. From here, we're going to go back up to the semifinal bracket. That's Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura, because some progress has been made since the last time we checked in on this one. I'll note those knights are slowly making their way towards the center of the board as we had predicted.
Whoa. But there's been a standoff on the right side of the board, right? With Hikaru's pawn in front of the king moving forward. Can we just back up and see what happened there? Because that would have been a big move by Hikaru.
Yeah, let's bring it back to when the knights were sitting pretty in the corner next to their kings here. Hikaru decided to go for it, actually revealing why he dropped his knight back. He wanted to just prepare, pushing this pawn forward. And yeah, this bishop, if it opens up, becomes a very strong piece. So Vincent said, nope, I'm going to keep that diagonal closed. The pawn here is amply defended right now by 2 pieces, so that would just be a trade that favors black because the knight would get active. White's brought his knight back, the knight centralized for Vincent. It's coming round to a nice outpost. And okay, the knight was stopped from jumping in the other direction by a white pawn. Now, queen into the center, not approved of by the computer, saying that Vincent should actually have taken the opportunity to expand in the center of the board, but that doesn't seem to be something he wants to commit to. He's refrained from doing that for a long time already. The knight hit the queen, and the queen retreated. So actually, I don't think we'll see it from Hikaru because it doesn't make any sense on its own as a move, but retreating the knight would repeat the position for the second time. And it's just about what else Hikaru thinks he can do to improve his position. Next move, Vincent will certainly kick this knight away from the center very happily. Okay, I don't know who to choose here, to be honest. It feels like Hikaru's made great progress, but Vincent still has solidity. Clock situation, 20 versus 10.
He's clawing it back.
Yeah, this could get very messy. It feels like they've been maneuvering for ages now.
I was going to say, again, if we're to take the computer as gospel, it still indicates to us that very likely everything here is even and we go to a draws position. But do you think that happens here?
I have a feeling it seems like neither of them really want a draw.
Yeah, I think somebody's winning today.
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more it just feels like someone wants to press the chaos button. Someone wants to be in the lead. And yeah, I'm impressed that Hikaru is actually playing moves like pawn to g4 just because, okay, he's actually just played a move just in the last second. Sorry, delay on my end there. But yeah, I was impressed in the first place he played pawn to g4 because it just shows that he doesn't really care about his own king safety. He wants to go forward. Even though he's the favorite in tie breaks, he wants to win here and now.
Yeah, slides his own queen back along that same file from the previous pawn push. I guess I could see him now tucking his king up and to the right or something behind that pawn and then sliding the rooks over and trying to maybe launch an attack along the right side here.
I can tell you've been playing some Puzzle Rush from Blitz.
My puzzle rating far better than my actual chess rating, I'll tell you that much.
Ooh, am I allowed to ask?
2,300 puzzle rating.
Nice, nice.
That's very cool.
That's a cool plan, though. Like, the white king definitely feels safer, one square further forward. The rook as well. Hikaru.
Hydrating.
Hydrating. That's a big bottle to be carrying around. Coming back to his board now. A full Hikaru Nakamura venue tour. I must admit, I love those lamps in the back.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for our viewers to get a peek inside the playing hall. Quite spacious. Very comfortable chairs everywhere. There's no bad place to sit in the playing hall, I'll tell you that much.
That's true. And he had to go the long way around. The player lounge for the players with the white pieces is actually on the other side, right on the other side. So he had to...
Getting his steps in today.
Exactly. Hence the high heart rate, maybe. He's been doing those laps, 10,000 steps.
Oh, lordy. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. Let's see, I've seen an extra pawn leave the board on either side. Again, still looks like, by all accounts, it will go to a draw. But Magnus continues to increase the tension on the board. Let's check in with it real quick. We could come right back over to Hikaru and Keimer in just a moment. Because like we said earlier, it feels like those are the two who are most unwilling to accept a drawish position today.
I think that's about to change, James, with more pawns coming off the board. But right now, this last move, it does offer a trade, but you can't take that pawn because you need it to defend the knight. So still putting some pressure. But if in the end, you know, once the knight moves away, and then I'm struggling to find a good square for the knight to move away, because if you give a check, the king falls back. You can't afford a knight and a bishop trade in this position. So perhaps there is a bit of a tension that Magnus has created, and it's not that easy to get rid of these central pawns. Once that's done, that's a draw. That's an instant draw in the position.
Yeah, we see here how the two pawns are not that much better than white's one. White's one pawn holds both of them up. And as long as this white pawn can be defended, which it should, by the white king or white knight, then yeah, then I think we'll see the handshake finally. Fabiano, if he's just accurate for one move here, or two moves, I think we might see this game end peacefully. I'd probably start by bringing my knight round this way, just to get it off the eyesight of the black king.
You know, there's a tendency of the knight getting dominated in these positions by the bishop, and usually it involves a two-square rule. So you got to distance your bishop 2 squares away from the knight. We're sort of seeing that being played out right now. If we highlight the bishop and the knight, it kind of takes away a lot of squares for the knight to retreat. If you're able to achieve that and force a trade, Magnus has an extra pawn in that endgame. You know, Magnus will push that out, and in all possibility, that would be winning. So he's trying to achieve some sort of a domination over Hikaru's knights to force that trade off.
Yeah,
I said Hikaru, Fabi's knights.
Thank you for that. That's the first time anyone's ever explained that concept to me, whether vertically or horizontally. If a bishop is placed with 2 squares in between it and a knight, it protects at least 4 of the squares that knight can jump to.
And you know, James, where it gets trapped is if knight is on the edge of the board. So if that knight was on the A line or the H line, the absolute flankmost line, and you can get your bishop 2 squares distance to that knight, that's when you trap it.
Okay.
That's when the knight has nowhere to run. I don't know if there's a way to actually demonstrate that.
Can you get that knight to the edge of the board?
I'll make some bad moves here. Just ignore the first 2 moves here. I'm just going to show you the type of example. So a white knight on the edge of the board cannot move ever because it has been caged by the enemy bishop.
Wow.
So this is, a friend of mine calls it the knight's stable, because the knight will be parked here and not able to move for the rest of the game, without being traded off at least. But this is the dream formation for Magnus. If he can trick Fabi into something like this, then he might just win this game.
That's awesome, though. I'm so excited to try and put this to use now in my own chess games.
The 2-square rule.
The 2-square rule. There you have it. Okay, well, again, hesitant to miss the handshake here. There is still more action over on the Vincent Keimer versus Hikaru Nakamura board, and that's the one that we feel of all of them has an opportunity, I should say, in our semifinal matchups to end decisively. This is the pawn move that we kind of expected. It's the one that the computer wanted a move or two ago, and has now effectively been induced by that white knight jumping into the center of the board.
Yeah, actually, the computer has been calling for this move pretty much as its top suggestion for the last 10, 15 moves. So the last 10, 15 moves, Vincent could have pushed this pawn at any time. He just was reluctant to weaken the pawn next to it, the central D pawn, which has been protected by the black knight in the center, but now means that the black knight is tied down to the central pawn. He has, however, unleashed a nice diagonal for his bishop, especially since Hikaru has opened up the king side, and Hikaru decides to simplify things. He takes a pawn himself, and things are starting to heat up. That is clear. This was all about maneuvering for ages. Now it will become about calculation. And note how Hikaru waited till Vincent had only 7 minutes to change the pace of the game. Whether that pays off is yet to be seen. Knight takes knight now. And the downside is you cannot really recapture this pawn with your knight, or at least you have to worry about the consequences. Maybe you can get away with it, but rook takes pawn, then chaos ensues.
But that's a diagonal that Vincent wants to use for his bishop anyway, right? I think the plan for Vincent to try to get more or try to make use of the fact that Hikaru was over-ambitious on that right side of the board is to get that bishop there. Start targeting the queen, start targeting the white king, look for those rook lifts, get into the attack mode. And I wonder if Vincent, the reason why he slowed down from that recapture is to first defend that pawn, place the bishop there. It's a double pawns, it's not going anywhere, and only next go on to capture it. In fact, I'm really liking Black's chances here with the developments that we've had.
Yeah, it's odd. I like Vincent's position as black. I hate his clock time, but Hikaru's getting excited. Hikaru's pacing around. He's getting a bit twitchy. He's sensing something. He knows that the critical moments are coming. The next 5-10 minutes is going to be so essential for both players.
116 on the heart rate there, so he's definitely feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, he's spent 30% of his entire time at the board here, in this round in particular.
Vincent's been just taking so much time that Hikaru's got all the time in the world to hydrate.
Restless.
Get that Evian, go take a walk.
The confessional booth's right there, Hikaru.
Yeah,
get in there.
No, I think this would be a tough time to jump in, right? Not knowing whether or not a move would be blitzed out by Keimer soon after, and not wanting to eat too much into his own clock.
He's got 11 extra minutes.
He does have 11 extra minutes. You're right. He can give us one.
He could have spared
Give us one.
Hikaru back at the board, but Vincent still hasn't moved. And this is where you start to get nervous. Vincent, yes, he did well yesterday in the tie breaks, but this is classical chess. The time disparity feels so much bigger. And especially against a beast like Hikaru, who knows all the tricks in the books with which to catch you when you're low on time. Vincent just needs to decide. I like Tanya's move. I really love Tanya's move, bringing the bishop out to target the white queen. You can maybe take this pawn. Maybe that's what he's calculating. You can just wait. You can shuffle your king into the corner just to keep it safe. The action about to heat up here, but Vincent needs to speed up.
Because there's action on the clock, which probably is more decisive than the one that we're seeing on the board as he goes under 6 minutes now. The fans, the commentators, we'd all love to see Hikaru in that confession, but the fact that we haven't so far and it's into the semifinals, again, it just goes on to show how locked in the guy is. He wants nothing less than the championship is this one. He knows he's close. He knows everything went wrong in Weissenhaus, and he wants that redemption here in Paris.
Yeah, an absolute singular focus for Hikaru Nakamura this time around. He's staring down the guy who, at least as of yet, through 2025, seems like he has the best understanding, the greatest mastery over the format of freestyle chess. But like you say, David, 5 minutes on the clock and counting. You can know everything there is to know about the variant, but if you don't give yourself the time to work through, those critical moves in the end game, it might spell disaster.
Yeah, out of Weissenhaus and Paris now, out of all the matches, the knockout matches Vincent's played, this is the biggest time disparity and the wildest position. He's been low on time in the past, but it's been a position he can handle. This one, shake of the head from Vincent. He's getting confused. He's in his own head too much. You can sense that he doesn't like the fact he's lost control on both the board and the clock.
It looks like he's sweating right now. I mean, he goes back and forth, about to make a move, and he does go for the king move, an idea that you suggested, and I was surprised by it, David, because I'm trying to understand. Yes, you move away from the firing line of the queen. Felt so much more natural to get the bishop on the board. Is there more? Is there a deeper concept to this?
I think we'll dig deeper in a second, but just to mention, Vincent, he was panicking, shaking his head, spent ages. He found the best computer move again.
What?
He's so accurate. He's definitely the most accurate player in the tournament so far. I think the idea is actually a bit deeper. He wants to take this white pawn, and there will be stuff happening in the center of the board. We mentioned that there will be some captures in the middle, but the black king would have been checked from this direction in many of the key variations. So he just wanted to preemptively shuffle his king into the corner. He knows there's no rush. That's a classy move from Vincent, but it did cost him a large proportion of his time. So mixed blessings there.
Of course, gaining 30 seconds for every move that they make here in the time controls that we have in the classical portions of the tournament. So very rare that you would ever see anybody end up flagging ultimately. But like we've said and seen before, when you have less than 30 seconds on the clock, or maybe even single digits, that's when you start making mistakes.
For sure. I've been there so many times myself, where you feel you're in control, you're dominating the position, suddenly your clock ticks down, you panic, you have 2 seconds left on the clock, and you make a blunder. But, okay, Vincent hasn't made many of those so far, but Hikaru, can he amp up the pressure?
And Hikaru is the absolute worst player to have less time against, because he's going to bring up so many tricks out of the bag just when you're playing on seconds. And the amount of turnarounds that he's done, you know, how quickly he calculates on his own end, how quickly he plays his move just to put more pressure on your clock. Vincent, it's going to be a tough one, even though the position's in the balance. It amazes me that he found the absolute top engine move here. And it's not an easy one that he played. And I believe we've got a move. Ooh. There he reaches out, he puts his knight forward, he's coming closer to the king, he's coming closer to that central square. And is he also hinting at that pawn in front of the rook to move one step forward to open up the king's side?
Yeah, he's hinting at everything here, Hikaru. And one of his biggest strengths, Hikaru, in these time scrambles is he'll play moves that scare you. They might not always be the best move, but they scare you. You often have 3 or 4 choices. He gives you that abundance of choice, and then you don't even know where to start. Vincent can take this pawn with the black knight. He can move the black bishop to a variety of squares. He can even hit the white knight. Loads of options, some better than the others, but no obvious moves. He never gives you an easy, forced choice.
Yeah, with 4 minutes on the clock, I don't want to have to make decisions. I want obvious, clean moves to make. Vincent, he's got that nervous bounce to him. Can only imagine the amount of adrenaline that's coursing through his veins right now.
Is this the most nervous we've seen him?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to remember back to Weisenhaus itself. I have to imagine in that final matchup, perhaps he was feeling slightly more nerves, on the verge of doing it all. But
yesterday, before the tie breaks against Nepomniachtchi, the heart rate was at 150 for Vincent. I mean, wow. I'm amazed that being in this situation, facing Hikaru Nakamura in beast mode, actually, Vincent's able to keep his heart rate under control at 96. And it's so incredibly important he does that. You panic, and it's game over in these kind of situations.
I mean, and how about that, right? Hikaru's he's got so much time on the clock compared to his opponent. He's taking time to evaluate other positions. Let me just go ahead and check in on this board real quick before I go dive in to my very own matchup and try to apply the screws to Vincent Keimer. We do have a bishop move made. It's not the one we were expecting.
But again, it's the best move. Vincent Keimer, we should stop being surprised now. He keeps finding the best move time and time again. He wants to take this pawn with his own bishop because he realizes that the white bishop is actually a very strong piece that needs to be exchanged off. Vincent keeps playing the right moves. He keeps doing everything correct, but 3 minutes now. And that's a tightrope that you will have to walk if you tick down to 1 minute and the path narrows.
And what you said earlier, right? Hikaru's incredible ability to actually play practically the most difficult move to respond to. Even if it's not the top engine move, he poses the biggest questions. And I'm just wondering what kind of a move that would be, because if I'm black, I'm already looking at white's pawns moving forward closer towards the king and creating checkmating ideas if possible. How does Hikaru double down on the pressure, looking at Vincent's clock, looking at what he's got with those pawns in the center of the board?
Yeah, not easy for Hikaru. I guess we'll find out soon. He's upped his speed. But the moves that come to my mind, one, jumping the knight into the center, that seems to be the kind of fate of the knight, to finally find a good square after dancing around the board so many times. You could push this pawn forward, create a bit of confusion. You could push your central pawn forward. I think that would make the white rooks happy. I like to talk to my chess pieces, and the white rooks are not happy right now. They're telling me they want to be activated on open lines. So
can you talk to Hikaru's mind right now and tell me what's going on there?
If I could talk to Hikaru's mind, I'd be world champion.
They call him the chess whisperer.
But another move, maybe shuffle the king. An idea James mentioned a bit earlier, just to open a line for the white rook.
Very spicy.
Some options in play here. Hikaru giving it a good think. Still see some shuffling on the other boards. Maybe it would be a good idea for us to just zoom out, kind of take that wide-angle view, right? Check in on the rest. Obviously, we've put so much focus on the semifinals, and for good reason. Each of those 4 players fighting for over $200,000 in the top ticket purse and 25 circuit points, but there's still plenty at play for all of our competitors. And take a look at that. In the battle for 5th place, both boards, white, well advantaged. Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to put his foot on the gas here against Arjun Erigaisi, and Abdus Satorov, you know, hey, good recovery after taking a loss to Magnus Carlsen.
And we see the players chatting there, that top left, right board that you were talking about. I believe we've just got a result, and if it has to be anything, Jan Nepomniachtchi getting the dub here.
Yeah, let's zoom in on that, see if we can just catch the final moments of it. I think this is the board where we've struggled a bit all day to find an analysis approach to it, but we can at least take a look at perhaps what is the final position. Clock is still ticking away here for Arjun, but as the players are discussing, feels like we can call it.
Yep, it was a resignation from Arjun Erigaisi, and we talked about the Connect 5 earlier. There were 5 white pawns in a row. One of them was replaced by an even stronger bishop, and just this pawn, 1 square away from promotion, this is what forced Arjun to resign. The rook is attacked, and if the rook had moved, then the white queen would have just swooped across, and a new queen would have appeared, costing black the rook. Arjun, tough game. Very dominant from Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi comes back swinging here on the first day of our semi-final day. Of course, he is still only fighting for 5th place after being knocked down by Vincent Keimer just yesterday. Let's go over to Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano, who are still maneuvering around the board. But importantly, as we arrive, you'll notice there's no more white pawns in play.
That's 2 extra pawns for Magnus. This is Magnus doing Magnus things, even if it is a draw right now, David. I am terrified for Fabiano Caruana in this position. Magnus is on the hunt for a full point now in this endgame.
Yeah, and it's actually not the pawns, at least not in the near future, that are going to win this game. The only way Magnus can win is to trap the white knight. The white knight will actually be fighting a battle on its own against the black king and bishop because the white king is stuck. The white king will be blockading the black pawns. They can go no further because you can't control the dark squares. So the white king is going to sit on this square for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, watch how Magnus is going to use his king and bishop to try and hunt down and trap the white knight. It shouldn't be possible, but if anyone can do it, Magnus can.
It's still self-inflicted torture by Fabiano Caruana, you know, going back to that moment where he allowed all of this play for Magnus, and he's going to make Fabi sweat in this one. The idea of the king and the bishop combining, it's a difficult one to deal with, especially when it's tick-tock on the clock and you're running out of time as well.
Yeah, the pawn break that might come back to bite him in the end. And especially now in this situation, how much is that playing in the back of Fabiano's mind? You know, why did I even do that? I had my out. I could have gone for the draw against Magnus Carlsen and just gone into today or into tomorrow in stable position. And instead, I've invited Magnus to play his best form of chess.
So let's get this, David. White keeps the king there to stop the pawn from moving forward, right? What are the chances, the realistic chances of that king and bishop actually trapping or forcing a trade of the knight? And is there a clear defensive path or a setup that Fabi can take here?
Yeah, I think it shouldn't be too realistic as long as the white knight stays within touching distance of his own king. A knight separated from its king would get trapped. Like, if you could imagine the white knight over on one side of the board, it would just be easy pickings. It cannot survive against the king on dark squares, bishop on light squares. But as long as you keep your knight around your king, for example, giving a check here, you should be able to have enough safety squares to run to, protected by your king, to outlast the black king and bishop together. I think just keep your pieces coordinated. That is the key.
At 95, Fabi doesn't look super worried about his chances to hold this one, despite a lot of things going wrong.
Yeah. Just the nature of the draw. Like, if he drew earlier from a position of strength, he would have been like, okay, good game, good result. Now he's suffering. Feels like Magnus is going to start tomorrow as the favorite, at least mentally, either way.
The king comes in, questions to Fabi. You never trade. That would be lost on the spot. You need that knight to stay on. A pure king and pawn endgame would be lost for white here.
Yeah, it would be a draw, actually, if there were only one black pawn. But with 2 black pawns, you can't afford.
Can you just play that out for me? Because as I look at it, if knight takes bishop, king recaptures, do I not beat him to his...
Yeah, the king gets back in time to defend its
just
pawns.
in time, okay.
And just to show why it's worth, why it's nice having 2 black pawns, because this is actually a dead draw if it were just 1, just to play it out to the very end. But unfortunately, because the white king is forced back the whole way, and at the very end, in this position, rather than step across with a stalemate, black can wait with his extra pawn.
Meaning, the white king has to move at some point. That allows the black king to step forward and give that promotion square over to the black pawn. Okay.
Yeah, so no trades, and Fabi retreats his knight. He moves it and then gives a check. Good technique so far, although he's running out of squares slightly. Got to be really careful now. You've got to keep your knight
on one of these two safe squares. Maybe in the corner. That would be appropriate for the way we've seen.
Go back to where you came from, my friend.
Start life, end life, as you started it.
But it does start to look a bit tricky for that knight, no? You're running out of squares to move to, you can't go forward, retreating is just, it's a tough move to make. Your hand, it resists itself, you know? Do I really want to put it to the absolute corner of the board? And look at that, that's smart. That's the kind of king-pawn ending that saves the day. Once Magnus is king, and that's it, that's a draw offer by Magnus. We're going to see both the pawns off the board. This game is about to end as Fabi's king marches step by step and picks up both those pawns.
Yeah, the difference is Black's king is not round the other side now. Earlier it could defend its pawns, this time it cannot. We'll see a handshake in 2 moves time. The players going through the motions. No draw offers.
Yeah, I like that they're doing us the service of playing through till there's only 2 kings left on the board. The handshake is extended between the world number 1 and the world number 5. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana going into day 2 of the semifinals with half a point apiece.
Yeah, just 2 kings left between 2 kings of chess, and a fair result in the end, Tanya.
Absolutely, a big fight, and Fabi, with some questions about his decisions, but never out of control, confidently holds this endgame. Magnus tried to push it to the maximum. A great big fighting battle. Level ground going into that final classical game. You know, we say world number 1 against world number 5. I don't know what it's like for you, David, but calling Fabi world number 5 seems strange to me. How many years has he been on that world number 2 spot? The player to come closest to Magnus Carlsen in rating ever, with just a 3-point difference at a certain... when was it? During the World Championship match?
Yeah, 2018. If Fabiano had won any game, he would have overtaken Magnus as the world number 1.
It's never happened since 2010,
I believe. 10, 11, around there.
Yeah, seems like his rating is an untouchable position as of right now. And as these 2 players kind of talk through maybe some different opportunities or scenarios that could have presented themselves, some different pathways or forks in the road that Caruana could have taken, we go back over to Vincent Keimer and Hikaru Nakamura and take a look at this, Tanya, the clocks. This is the same board state from which we left, and it's still Hikaru giving it a think.
And that makes me wonder if Hikaru's and look at that, shake of his head. He doesn't like taking this much time.
Yeah.
He knows he needs to be quick on the clock to put pressure on Vincent, so he hates that he's thinking for that long. But he's got to be calculating one of these breaks that we're talking about, right? One of the pawns moving forward and asking some big questions. But the more time Hikaru takes, the more time Vincent has to figure things out, to calculate for his own self.
Oh, this really reminds me of his quarterfinal in Weissenhaus against Sindarov, where he had some winning positions, Hikaru, and time advantages, but he just froze. Here, he's been thinking for nearly 12 minutes on one move. That's 2/3 of his remaining time he spent on this one moment. And like you say, Tanya, this has given Vincent so much time to calculate all the forcing moves. Unless Hikaru comes up with something genius here, something really subtle that Vincent hasn't spotted, which is hard to do, then I don't think this is going to be a good idea. Long think, wrong think is the saying, especially if time trouble is the result. 5 against 3 now in terms of the clock.
It's just dwindled, right? All the advantage on the clock, and that was really his biggest and only real advantage in this game. Because the position is crazy. Anything can happen. It's a position for all 3 results. The bar in the middle, draw is the least likely outcome in such a structure, in such a pawn formation. So for Hikaru, this could go very wrong now. In fact, I think Vincent might start getting ambitious seeing Hikaru take such a long think.
100% agree. 100 also Keimer's heart rate right now. Both players, yeah, I think they'll have to find some really clever moves to win this either way. But Hikaru's shaking the head. That's not good. This body language was exactly how he looked when he lost to Sindarov.
Yeah, a look of distress, if anything, strewn across his face, and just like that, the time is equalized.
Whoa.
So it's been a bit since we've come to this board. And just like we were talking a moment ago, how Hikaru was putting Keimer in a position where, okay, maybe 2, 3, 4 possible good moves is part of what was, you know, resulting in that time being eaten off the clock. Maybe we can remind people, what are the moves even being considered here for Hikaru? Why is it such a difficult decision to make of where to go next?
Yeah, I think it's a fork in the road in terms of stylistic decision here. There's 2 main options: jumping forward with a white knight into a nice outpost, but after black takes back the pawn that was earlier sacrificed by Vincent, play becomes much more stable, maneuvering. Neither side can immediately attack. If, though, he chooses to blow open the center by pushing his pawn forward, we'll see the open lines explode. The problem is white's king probably won't like that development. Yes, the lines will be open for the rooks, but imagine it's just going to be these 3 pawns remaining for white. They will all be weak. That's very committal. It's not his style, Hikaru, these days, to make big technical kind of weaknesses in his position, but that's the more ambitious of the 2 moves.
And now, just like that, he's got less time on the clock than Vincent Keymer. I think he's got to be thinking of some tricky ideas here. He wants to put more pressure. I don't know what the lines are, but at some point, he has to push forward that F-pawn. And that's a double-edged sword, right? That's playing with fire, because yes, you're opening up your bishop, but you're also giving a line to Vincent for his rook to come into the game and start targeting your own king. Hikaru, he's trying to focus on what are his best chances to make an absolute mess out of what he's got. And then that goes either way. Anything can happen in that kind of a position. Is he ready to take that risk?
He spent nearly 15 minutes. He only had 17 minutes. This is not Hikaru-esque.
Make a move.
Yeah, this is somewhat ludicrous.
He's frozen. He's totally frozen. He's panicking here.
And he reaches out every time and then pulls back.
Now look at the score sheet, but you don't get any extra time after this. It's just 30 seconds per move now. No extra time at move 40. That is the key difference here in freestyle chess.
And Hikaru might be a speed monster, but there are so many questions that lie ahead, right, in this position. And also, objectively, Vincent's position's a good one. There's no direct path. Every move, Hikaru's going to need a couple of seconds to think.
And this is where Hikaru might regret walking around. From my experience, he was walking around the tournament hall. Once you do that, you lose a bit of focus on the moves themselves, the position. It takes you a while to get back in, to reintegrate yourself into the position. He's about to move finally.
He's only got 2 minutes on the clock.
He keeps changing his mind.
It's just utter frustration for him.
Keeps shaking his head. This is so rare, this sight, Hikaru panicking. Normally, he's so confident. He's so fast and furious.
He really is. And finally, we've got to move a central break, and this is what he was calculating. That move on the board, opening up a diagonal for himself. The queen's going to capture the center pawn next with a huge threat on the board. Hikaru setting up some tactics.
Yeah, now at the very least I can confirm that after spending over 15 minutes of thinking that was the engine top move, was the E4, was that E4 push right there.
Followed by what he just did.
Wow.
Pushing another pawn. So he did find the best moves, but it cost him all of his time advantage and more Hikaru. Now Vincent needs to be extremely careful to dodge the threats. The white rooks have come to life along the open lines. The white queen is coming to life, more importantly, on this diagonal. So Vincent, did he spot that? He made an instant reply to the first move, but he slowed down. So maybe he was just slightly behind Hikaru's thinking.
This is getting into pure calculation zone for both players, and both have barely any time on the clock. I think blunders lie ahead in this one. Every move is a high responsibility move. It's a high cost move in this position. Did you see that?
Hikaru.
It's like he's calculated all the way to the mate.
I've noticed anytime he shakes his head, he more than makes up for it with head bobs. He tries to, like, balance out the score there.
Yeah, I realize it might seem weird that we're talking about, again, what an engine calls as a drawn game with such intensity, but given the fragility of the position for both players and the time on the clock, it doesn't feel like it's going to end in that fashion.
It's also him sort of talking to himself, right? He's got this. He's calculated. I think he has this thing where he up-talks himself with confidence, with those head bobs, putting the pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, he's very emotional these days, as we've talked about, James. He's a bit older now. Hikaru, he wants this more than ever. And definitely talking to himself helps when he's streaming. And he's trying to hope that it helps over the board. But what is Vincent thinking about? Surely he has to remove that white pawn from the board. It's just too strong.
Is that the only move?
2 ways to do it, though. Rook or pawn.
Yeah, the rook takes would fall victim to the white knight. So apparently there's only 2 moves not to be losing for Vincent Keymer. One of them is, of course, taking with the pawn, the most natural move. The other one is to move the knight, but I would never dream of that, allowing the white pawn to drag the black king out into the open, to just grab its collar and force it out. He does make that move. Whoa, wow. Good move from Vincent, but that is brave, to say the least.
Wow. And now Hikaru can force with the check the king out into the board and then capture the center pawn. We're about to see that happen.
He does take here.
We have a hanging pawn, though, on f4, yes?
Yeah, both sides have hanging pawns in the middle now. The board is starting to explode. One thing Hikaru would love to land is a queen check. If you can imagine the white queen coming across on this diagonal, that king is bare. That king has barely any defenses. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes this pawn with his bishop, if anything.
Are we going to see a flurry of trades? Takes, chop, 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 get a lot of pieces off the board. Pawn gone. Will Vincent neutralize the pressure with more trades to follow and try to simplify? When you've got little time, that's the human instinct. You want as many pieces off the board as possible. A big check being threatened. Is it time to pick up that knight?
Yeah, no better way for a Hikaru game to end than a takes.
Mm-hmm. And the only move not to lose is to take this knight, as Tanya mentioned. Everything else is dead lost for Vincent Keymer because the white queen will swing across, and when the black king retreats, the knight will give a check. He does, of course, find the best defensive move. Normally, when you are defending, trades. They are the source of safety. So he gets rid of white's attacker there, the white knight. Exclamation point, the only move Vincent Keymer.
Does Hikaru want to try and get rid of the queens then now, or does he like his position, as you mentioned, opening up the line for that possible queen check by sliding to the other side of the board?
Yeah, arguments for both. Hikaru likes his endgames. The one downside to keeping the queens on here as well is that the black knight will take a pawn, hit the white queen, and the black queen will be ready to jump as well. White's attack is far less fearsome with the knight now having been removed.
It's also the mindset, right? If Hikaru wants to play for more, wants to play on the clock, he might decide to keep the queens on the board. If he feels that it's too much pressure, too much risk, he might go for the queen trade.
Yeah, queen trade feels like a draw offer. If Hikaru wants more, he'll take with the pawn. Big crossroads for Hikaru Nakamura. To take or not to take?
What's the risk-reward ratio here? Because it's also extremely dangerous for Hikaru to keep the queens on the board. You know, his king isn't exactly super safe. It's not the picture of safety right now.
Ooh, he's frozen again, Hikaru. Mm-hmm. What does he want? Does he want to risk it? Or does he want to bank a draw in the first game of the semi-finals?
Well, he's got 1:30 to his name to make that decision.
If we had to predict right now what Hikaru goes with, David?
Queen. It has to be queen. He loves his endgames, Hikaru. He hates being attacked.
I'd love to see the pawn recapturing it simply because it means more fun for us. The position would really blow up. Anything can happen there. But I think you're right. I think he's going to play it a little safe. He's the one who's down on the clock here. And again, his king also feeling the heat.
Okay, moment of truth. What do you think's going through Vincent's mind? Okay, the queen exchange. Is Vincent going to whip those queens off and hope that he's safe now? Checkmate unlikely if the queens depart this board. Hikaru shaking his head.
And that's usually the case when he feels that he's missed out on a certain opportunity, a certain moment in the game, you know, taking too much time. And Vincent doesn't take too much time, accepts the queen trade. We're probably going to see the rooks go off the board as well. And then there's that one pawn next to the bishop that's hanging for Hikaru, which eventually will be picked up by Vincent. I think the queen trade essentially was that let's end peacefully this crazy battle that we've had.
And shaking his head, Hikaru Nakamura, but he's not been better at all this game. I don't think he's been significantly better for a single move since around move 10. He's actually been slightly worse, Hikaru, most of it, but I think it's more the fact that he had that 12-minute time advantage and couldn't make anything at all of it.
No, it's a good point. He only benefited from the tiny advantage that the white players all started the game with, as deciphered by the engine. But Vincent was one of the first of the players who was piloting the black pieces to even wrestle the tiniest bit of control in a game. Of course, as we mentioned, now it looks like maybe we're heading the way of a draw, as we expect to see more pieces fall off the board. A quick count shows 3 pawns apiece, 1 minor piece per player, bishop against a knight, and then, of course, both rooks. One of those, though, facing off against the other on the d-file.
Classy move there by Vincent. Just a small step by the pawn, placing it on a square that can't be targeted by Hikaru's bishop. You know, your opponent's got a light squared bishop. Put all your pawns, every single one of them, on the dark squares. So great chess technique there. And I'm just wondering, you know, usually they say a bishop versus knight. If you've got pawns on 2 sides of the board, the bishop's stronger. But that's probably not the case here, given the knight activity and no clear targets for Hikaru's bishop.
Yeah, I think I would still take white slightly. But yeah, with so many rooks on the board, it's very unlikely that white will be able to switch the attention to the other flank. The one hope is that white does have an a-pawn which promotes into a light square in the corner. So if he can ever make that a pass pawn, he might have some winning chances. But just too few pieces left on this board. It should be a draw if Vincent is accurate now.
If you're Vincent, are you keeping the rooks on the board or off? Are you trading them? What happens?
Good question. Let's allow Vincent to answer it. I think I would love to trade one set of rooks as long as my remaining rook with black is active, and it's a draw. A draw offered by Hikaru Nakamura, and this semi-final ends level as well.
There you have it. Our top of the ticket bouts, they're going to end in less bloody fashion than the remainder of our games today. All of the players, while I'm sure they wanted opportunities to win, resigned to moving into day 2 in stable fashion. Half a point apiece between Vincent Keimer and Hikaru Nakamura. Half a point apiece between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana.
2 draws, but 2 very different draws. You know, Fabi and Magnus balanced from start to finish, end game play, absolutely sort of kept in the balance and precise end game technique by both. That ended in a non-dramatic manner. This one was fireworks from the word go. You know, it was completely dynamic, crazy position. Both had chances. Vincent struggling on the clock, but making all the best moves despite having those few minutes left. Incredible resourceful play by him, and finally ends peacefully. But the game itself was anything but peaceful.
Yeah, we should mention it felt like a chaotic game, crazy game, time swings, of course, but 97% accuracy for both sides. Still so high quality. And the Fabiano Caruana Magnus Carlsen game even higher for both.
And there was only one result that we missed because we did not want to divorce ourselves from that battle between Vincent Keimer and Hikaru Nakamura. It was Nodirbek Abdusatorov actually coming away with a victory for himself up against MVL in that battle for the 5th place bracket. So decisive matches down there. We kind of asked ourselves the question earlier in the day, would players be taking more risks as they find themselves out of contention for the top spot? It appears we have our answer.
And one final game remaining. That is the clash between Richard Rapport and Prag. Here, Pragnananda, this game is about to end peacefully as well. Opposite color bishops. It's a handshake and another draw.
We get there just in time to see it. Just as David said, this is the battle for 9th. Some extra prize money, an extra point on the circuit. Richard Rapport, let's not forget that he you know, almost, just like Gukesh, almost made a case for himself. He's creeping into the top 8, coming out of the round robin. Unfortunately, was robbed of that opportunity, but at least has put himself in a place where he can come away with a victory tomorrow and snag that all-important 9th place.
Yeah, a big draw this one, as well as the players continue to fight. But really, I'm just thinking about our semifinals bracket and that Vincent Hikaru game, because it was just such a spicy one. And like you said, incredibly high accuracy in both our semifinals matchup for Magnus, Fabi, and Hikaru and Vincent. But one has the feeling that to maintain that accuracy in the kind of position that existed in Hikaru and Vincent is just so much more difficult. You know, the Magnus Fabi was a more strategic positional battle. So I'm just so impressed with the nerves of steel that once again Vincent had on display. How Hikaru tried to make things messy, but Vincent showing that versatility, that universal style of play, just being able to handle any kind of onslaught.
I think especially considering kind of how quickly, from a number of moves perspective, that ultimately the Hikaru and Vincent Keimer game came to a conclusion, ending in just 41 moves. Wow, we did go all the way into that late game maneuvering situation between Magnus and Fabi, 67 moves before the draw was agreed to.
Yeah, just very different levels, different games, kind of in their style, in their content. But the one thing we should say, every semi-finalist brought their best. I don't think anyone can be faulted for their effort in that one. They all fought to the bitter end. They all tried. Hikaru maybe not looking at his sharpest, not at his quickest, certainly. Made some slightly odd decisions under time pressure, but ultimately that just sets us up nicely for a really exciting day 2.
That's exactly what we want, right? 4 players, 4 of the best. You've got one from the Gen Z situation with 3 chess giants battling it out, and all of them just bringing their A game on today.
Well, and as you rejoin us here in the studio, we're very happy to be joined by the tournament organizer, initiator, the man with all the big ideas, Jan-Henrik Buettner. As David just mentioned, we go into day 2 of the semifinals with everyone on even footing. But before we even consider what takes place tomorrow, did we get set up for the best semifinals ever? Were these the perfect 4?
Yes, I thought it was a good moment. I was watching you, of course, doing this incredible commentary. Once again, thank you for being so professional. We are just so happy with you, what you are doing, the progress that we have been doing. So it's just a pleasure to sit here silently and watching you doing this. But I thought, like, as we have, don't want to disturb all the excitement, which is really the main thing, of course, that everybody wants to watch. I don't want to hear me talking about stuff that other people want to see the players. So I thought that's a good moment. So yeah, we have some exciting news. But before I get to that, first of all, yes, we have the best semi-final that we could ever think of. Yesterday evening we were talking about, it's like, at this point, as organizers, I mean, I love all the players. For me, if you ask me, we should have had 12 finalists, right? But so the way it worked, and but looking at this now, I can see a dream final everywhere. I can see a dream final just between Fabiano and Vincent. Having a rematch of Weissenhaus, like the challenge. I can see a perfect final, of course. Magnus against Vincent, would be great as well, because Vincent obviously is like really pushing it, and having a rematch again from Weissenhaus from the semifinal with Magnus. I would love for Hikaru to get a final, and then against, Magnus against Hikaru would be like, of course, for many fans, a dream final as well. And also the All-American final would also be fantastic, right? Fabiano and so at this point, I was like, okay, I wish all the best for everyone, and I see how it's turning out. And yeah, we are very excited and seeing like some of the draws. And I thought it's a good opportunity to tell you and the viewers. Which camera are we having? Somewhere here. So this one. Yeah. Telling you about the exciting new developments that we have decided.
Ooh, okay. So no bad options when it comes to finals, but now we're all waiting on bated breath. What do you have to share with us?
Yeah, so we have been talking a lot with Magnus, of course, during the dinners, and with other partners and amongst ourselves, and we're seeing as we're going into the next big event, our third Grand Slam, so to speak, like an open tournament. We're going to have Karlsruhe Grenke Freestyle Open. 3,200 people have already signed up. So we're going to have most of the Freestyle Chess Players Club being there. So it's going to be an exciting tournament as well. And we're going to give like all the championship points for there as well. So the top 10 will get Grand Slam points. So it's a very good opportunity to qualify for South Africa for the final.
Wow.
So the year is shaping up, and I think it has been already, like the rumor has been out, so we can say that we will do the next Grand Slam in 3 months in the United States, as we said, but it will not be New York. So we have decided to do it in Las Vegas.
Oh wow!
Vegas, baby.
Yeah, so it's like we are still talking to some options. We are talking to some great companies there. So I can't really say exactly where it is, but as we are very solid with our options and our things that we wanted to do, we do also something together with basketball, with Derrick Rose. We call it Chestival. It's all going to come out. So it's going to be an exciting thing in Las Vegas, starting July 11. And then we're going to have 2 days of the Chestival tournament, July 11, 12. And after that, we're going to have the Grand Slam directly immediately after. We're going to have a media day on the 13th again. And then we have the Grand Slam. And now the big changes that we are doing. So we will basically shorten the tournament time from 8 to 5 days. So I think that's the big one. Right?
Yeah,
so it's
significant.
It's significant, yeah. It's significant, and this is due to the fact that basically we had talked. The whole tournament format has been invented by Magnus, myself. We have worked it out, and it was all aligned on Magnus's idea to say, I really want to play Fischer Random 960. We now call it freestyle chess. On the highest level with the best players in the world with normal thinking time. Now he's on board with that. We of course want to more and more go into like also being attracted to linear television. You know, we have some great sponsor options here right now. People who are looking at us right now every day. We have great name sponsors that look at us. Maybe they want to sponsor us. They want to see us, of course, like on linear television. More where we are very much making progress on the streaming and on the viewership and so on. So in terms of that, we need to shorten the games, right? So like a 4-hour game is very difficult to get an audience with if you're not in India. But even the cricket games have been, or the games basically that take a long time are also shortened. So we have now decided to do the longer games in terms of a 45-10 mode. So we significantly more than less than 50% of the time, because now we have 90-30. And we're going to 45-10.
Right. Start with half the time, but increment far less.
Yeah, start with half the time and only a third of the increment. Yeah, we thought about 30-30, but then it's like you have like less time to think about in the beginning, so it's similar the same. So we want to get the game in under 2 hours. So that gives us the opportunity to have both games on the same day, like for quarterfinals. So this is why we have the round robin. We'll have the same like before, and we're going to have 1 day of quarterfinal, 1 day of semifinal, and 1 day of the final. This is what gives us the opportunity to shorten the time from 8 to 5 days, which also is more like, again, TV, like around a weekend. We can organize it around a weekend and so on. And it's not like 8-day and like all these long games. So that's kind of the big one, right?
Wow. I mean, two big announcements, honestly. Yeah. A shift to the city of Las Vegas, a city built on gaming in a way. And we're bringing one of the OG games.
There's actually more to come.
Oh my goodness, it never ends.
So that's kind of the baseline. So now, in addition, we are thinking about, you know, we are a baby. We just have been born. We're just trying to get new stuff, but still we are trying to get the same quality, of course, of the game. And Magnus said basically that we as players, not I, but they as players, have gained so much and you see the quality of the game is so good. They have gained so much quality that he said, we don't need the 90 minutes anymore. We can go with 45 minutes. It's perfectly fine. So that's kind of the decision of Magnus, you know, and I talked to some players before, so, you know, to see that we have not only Magnus, but everybody on board. So I think it's exciting to do that. And then the second thing that bothered us a little bit with our format is now we have 12 players, and we had this amazing roster in the beginning also, like, and we said, okay, who are the 4 players who cannot participate, right? And in the second thing is like right now we have the quarterfinals yesterday, and it is such a decisive round, right? The quarterfinal means like if you miss this, if you have like a bad day or two or whatever, then you are not in the top 4. You're just playing for 5th place, and it's like all frustrating. And you see like the players here, some are frustrated. Last time they were frustrated. So we are addressing this as well. So what are we doing? We will have the round robin as before. So we will have then 4 players basically kind of falling out of the system, but they have the chance to still get into the system again. So we're doing it on the quarterfinal day, like on the third day. We're going to have a round robin of the players for 9th place. Right? So the winner, who will be 9th, he will then participate in the next day in the semifinal in a round robin for 5th place. So we're going to have 5 players for 5th place in a round robin. And then the winner of that will go into a match with 3 players, the losers of the semifinal and the winner of the 5th place. So 3, 4, and 5 fight for 3rd place. This is so that even if you are like after the round robin are last, you can still get to 3rd place.
Wow.
Which is important because the difference between 3rd and 4th in prize money and everything is very high. So we still have the chance to do that. And that's something that we also discussed, and that's an additional thing that we're going to do.
That's an incredibly unique idea.
Yeah.
Do you mind if who came up with that idea?
Yeah. I don't want to brag. It was basically a little.
Was it you?
It is, I mean, the initiative came from Henrik Carlsen, right? So he basically said, you know, we had a telephone conversation. Magnus Farr said, yeah, it's really difficult and so on. And also, we had some issues also with players not being happy and so on. It's like some is that true, some is not true, and so. But in the end, we said, okay, let's do something about it. And so we were brainstorming and the back and forth. And then yesterday, I basically called him. I said, Henrik, I have the idea. How about this? So it's kind of between Henrik and myself. We had that, and then we integrated just to tweak it more. Like we entered. Sebastian into the scene. And so, but what he also is doing we're learning, of course, like we had 2 last-minute dropouts of the. This was very challenging for our organization. As you know, we have the color codes, we have all the pictures and so on. It's nearly impossible, and only because like Nordibek is such a great guy. He just like jumps on the plane 20 hours later. He's here. We already had like the material produced for him from Weissenhaus. We even brought the Uzbek flag from overnight from Weissenhaus here to Paris. But we don't want to do that anymore. So what we are doing is in the future also, we will name 2 alternate players right from the beginning, right? So we will basically say, okay, so we'll have 2 more, and we'll produce all the material for that. We'll actually invite them to Las Vegas, and they can be with us. And so if something happens to somebody, some can be incredibly sick or whatever, we have an immediate replacement to do that, right? And then we're also giving these alternates the chance to play in the round robin for 9th place.
Okay.
Right? So that they not come for nothing, but they at least have the chance to also play. So this is like enlightening, making the community bigger, more of the players who are actually also volunteering. Anish Giri is here just to be with the players. Levon Aronian is here. So there are some other players who are just like our family kind of style, and we want to enhance that. We want to give them the opportunity to do that. So that's kind of a little bit. There are still some more, but I think it's enough to digest for now. But
save some for the future days.
Exactly. Save some. But I thought it's a good idea to see where we are going to, addressing some of the concerns, and so that's what I wanted to tell everybody.
Spectacular,
awesome.
Yeah, mark your calendars then for Las Vegas. A bit of a shake-up here in the tournament format. Very excited to see how that plays out in the end. Always been, for me, one of the most incredible things about freestyle chess, again, is kind of the flexibility, the malleability of the team, and the way that you guys, event over event, are looking to improve upon what was done before. And speaking of which, I think one of the unique things about this event has been the fan interaction. We've seen you outside a couple of times as well, giving tours, impromptu tours to fans who decide to make the trek over. How has that been for you to kind of open it up now a little bit more to the public?
Yeah, so now as you say it, I have to reveal something.
Oh no!
We will have live audience in Las Vegas.
Whoa! Get your tickets.
We're gonna open it up. We're gonna have a venue where we have live audience and we have spectators on site, and we're working on that as well to make it really successful. So it's gonna be like so much different events. Like this event is so different than from Weissenhaus because of the openness in Paris and the close from Weissenhaus. Next event will be so much different with 3,000 players on site, and then Las Vegas will be completely different event, right? So just be ready to experience something completely new again.
Ready as ever. Cannot wait. Well, Jan, before I force your hand into revealing any more information, I guess I'll let you go. Okay. And as Jan steps away, I think it's an opportunity for us to peek in on one of those fan engagement opportunities here in Paris. Levon Aronian hanging out at the Blitz Society Cafe all day today for a fan viewing party. There you get a peek inside what is one of the longest standing chess societies here in Paris, France. Games at play, the opportunity to challenge Levon himself, as well as enjoy all of freestyle chess action.
Thank you.
Yeah, Julien Song there, a very strong French international master as well, very famous streamer. Yeah, they're getting the atmosphere going. This watch party, I believe, today. So shout out to everyone there at Blitz Society.
Yeah, we were lucky to have him on the broadcast, I believe, day one. Love hearing from him.
This looks amazing, and this just shows how much the players enjoy freestyle chess and want to be around here, with everything that Jan is doing. I mean, whatever anyone's opinion on classical standard of freestyle is, you have to admit with everything that's going on, the game really grows. Chess is becoming bigger and bigger. And look at this, Levon's not even playing in the tournament. He's flown all the way across the Atlantic to be here, to just have a good time playing chess. And this is what the tournament does, for the chess world. It's beautiful to watch.
I did hear that Anish Giri flew in just to hang out with us as well. So
It's got to be us, David.
exactly.
We're definitely the reason. And so while Jan did already give us some insights as to how the format will be changing going forward in the year, things remain the same here in Paris, France. Let's pull up the brackets just so we can take stock of where things currently stand. Our upper bracket bouts, they ended in draws, a half a point apiece to all four of those players, Vincent Keimer, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura. Down there in the battles for 5th place, that's where we saw more decisive action. It was Norbek Abdusattorov coming in and beating the hometown favorite, MVL, and Jan Nepomniachtchi dispatching Arjun Erigaisi in the first game of our 2 days of play. Of course, nothing is settled until we get through the games that take place tomorrow, and we also do have that bottom bracket bout for 9th place. Richard Rapport and Pragnananda duking it out there. Half a point as well for each of them as they ended in a draw.
And Vidit and Gukesh didn't play, but we had Gukesh in the studio with us, the world champion, sharing his thoughts, insights into what make Vincent so incredibly strong. And I'm still thinking about those incredible accuracy scores that you guys just threw out, the numbers, over 95%, in a position that every move can be a mistake. It just blows my mind how much of a great form, the top-class chess we're seeing here in Paris.
You mentioned Gukesh. He's one of the guys who would benefit from that new system, right? The opportunity after not getting out of the round robin, you play in a new round robin to 9th, and it's kind of a really inventive double elimination style bracket that they've created for future events.
I wonder how Vincent feels about this. We've spoken about how important it is to have those extra minutes for him on the clock, and from halfway across from 90-minute to a 45-minute game. How would that affect a player who's sort of the unofficial king of freestyle so far, David?
Seems like that's the only way they can stop him, taking away his time. He just keeps winning everything. He'll probably win that too.
Oh my goodness. Well, your job's not easy today. Those of you at home, to vote for the MVP, the most valuable player, exclamation point MVP, followed by a player name in chat. I see Tanya's got her thinking face on immediately, trying to figure it out for herself. We put so much focus on the top ticket bouts because maybe they did have such different looks in terms of games, but ultimately ended in the same result. I wonder if our chat will believe that the best performing player comes from those top 4, or maybe across one of our other boards today.
It's a tough pick today. I mean, I'm actually trying to...
I have my pick.
Okay, what is it?
It just occurred
Should
to
we
me.
do... Wait, don't.
Oh.
Should we do that thing where we go 3 to 1 and we all have to say one name?
Okay, and this never works because I can never hear, but I will do it because I can never hear what you guys say. Okay, ready?
You give the countdown.
3, 2, 1. Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Henrik. Who'd you go with? I went with Nepo.
Did you say Jan Henrik?
Yeah, he said Jan Henrik.
You mean...
FIFA Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go. I mean, that was the best move of the day. I was going to say Vincent. I just thought, the way he moved the king to the side of the board, the rook back and forth at the right time, and then under pressure, not crumbling onto the attack that Hikaru got, that was the name that came to mind. But now that, David's thinking out of the box, I think the best news came from Jan today.
That is a really good point. Okay, maybe I'll acquiesce then, and it is Jan Henrik Jr. But the case I was going to make for Nepo was that beautiful Connect 5, right? He one-upped David on his normally searched for Connect 4. And again, just established such incredible control, really suffocated Arjun out of the game. Felt like he, of all the players with the white pieces, kind of had the best understanding of how to take it from start to finish in a victorious fashion.
Beautiful game. Agreed with you, but I'm just wondering, I mean, is it a possibility that we do award Jan Buettner the MVP simply because of everything that he's doing, all the news he brought in for Vegas, where chess is headed with freestyle? It all looks amazing, and we've been waiting for this opportunity for so long. So maybe the MVP of the chess world right now.
Not up to us, it's up to chat.
Exactly.
Make
chat
your voices
decides.
heard. I'm waiting for that answer. I know that I've also got David over here searching away for the best move of the day. That's where we'll go next as soon as production tells me who came away as the most valuable player for our first day of semifinal action.
Yeah, it's actually a tough choice as well. It's nice that you're giving me the time because several strong moves today. Abdusattorov playing a brilliant move to finish off his game against Erigaisi, but I will not reveal the winner just yet.
Okay, all eyes on Vincent Keimer and Hikaru Nakamura. It was Vincent Keimer who gets the top spot. Hikaru taking second in the votes. And I go back to the point you made earlier today. Any voting situation where Hikaru's name is a possibility, I think this speaks to the amount of fans that Vincent Keimer has built for himself from the start of 2025 to where we are now.
And he keeps delivering game after game. You know, coming to the chess that we saw by the German Grandmaster today, incredible play with the black pieces. There were moves that were not on anyone's radar here. You know, especially that rook move, the king move, the bishop slide, going forward with the pawns. Little time, I don't care. I'm playing a beast right now, the speed demon right now. I'm still gonna bring my best. Vincent Keimer, this is no more an underdog story. This feels like a takeover story to me.
Oh, sweet. All right, we get the answer to the question I asked on day one of the tournament. What would he have to do to kind of shirk that, identity of an underdog? And it looks like inserting himself back into the top 4 while trying to defend his title and at least holding Hikaru to a draw today. It's done just that.
Yeah, he's already done it. He's not an underdog tomorrow. I think it's genuinely 50-50. I think if it goes to tie breaks, maybe Hikaru 55-45, but
Jan would like a word with you.
Yeah.
After his tiebreak situation yesterday. All right, my friend, what do you got for me when it comes to the move of the day? Who had an ingenious play?
Okay, for this, I'm going to give it to Jan Nepomniachtchi. It was a consolation after yesterday's disappointment of losing to Vincent Keimer, but here against Arjun Erigaisi, he was the star of the show. And this middle game position actually looked very, very complicated. It looked imbalanced. Currently here, white is temporarily a pawn up, but it's not the best pawn in the world. Doubled pawns here on the side of the board, one of them about to fall. It's almost guaranteed that the black bishop picks up that pawn. Next move leaves white with an isolated pawn on the edge of the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, used a motif that is so instructive in chess. This is one for all of you to remember. It crops up in so many different pawn structures. Often, a rook is just as strong as a minor piece, and pawn structure is everything. He already had the connect 3, a very nice foundation here. He built a wall of pawns by sacrificing his rook. Rook into a beautiful outpost here. Double exclamation point given to this move because it is a sacrifice. More importantly, though, he's keeping his pawn intact. He would rather that that pawn lives and improves its quality than the rook lives. And here, Arjun Erigaisi actually refused to take this rook for a few moves, but we will fast forward to the moment it was finally captured. The rook just too strong to ignore. Another brilliant move here, all based on the point that this is a sacrifice. The rook is just too powerful and had to be taken, and now we saw the connect 4 form. In the near future, we saw this pawn step forward, and ultimately it steps forward yet again to connect 5 and win Jan Nepomniachtchi the game.
Of course, that would be your move of the day. I should have been able to predict that one myself, but it's good to see it play out on the chessboard. And while the fans at home, they gave the top 2 spots in the MVP voting, Vincent Keimer and Hikaru Nakamura, we got a quick opportunity to speak to them as they exited the playing hall just a bit ago. Let's take a look.
It's a good situation to be in. You have white pieces, and going into tomorrow after drawing today, you got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm still kind of under the impression that in the middle game I managed to get a slight edge and then kind of messed that up and maybe even got into like an unpleasant position. Although I didn't see anything direct for him, but at least I did feel that I made some mistakes which gave away my advantage. But I mean, in general, the game was very complicated, and I guess there were some dangers for both sides. And we also spent quite a lot of time, so I think overall the draw is very much fine. And yeah, as you said, tomorrow I'll have the white pieces with the match tied. That's a decent situation to be in.
And you could also flip that argument and say that you managed to create a little bit of pressure with black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. You're playing pretty good chess then.
Yeah, I think it was also because he was trying to be ambitious. I mean, if he would have just more or less stayed, there was not that much for me to do. I think it was just him trying to keep the game alive and maybe even being ambitious that made it interesting and gave me that chance.
How do you feel physically? There's a lot of players who's come down sick. There's some who are complaining about feeling a little tired. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, in general I do. Of course, such a day as yesterday is tiring, so I did feel that, but when you win that tie break, it gives back a lot of that energy. So I mean, I will have that routine of calming down, regenerating, and I believe that tomorrow I'll be back here in good health and energy.
We really look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting discussion you had with Vincent after. What was your feeling about the game as a whole today, Hikaru?
It'll be interesting to look at afterwards. You know, one thing is a lot of the players here were familiar with each other, and one player in particular, Fabiano, has sort of. I played this tournament in St. Louis, I think maybe whenever it was, which was Fisher Random, and he's been advocating that the Slav structure with this D4, D5, C4, C6, C5 is good for white in almost every position. And before the game, myself, Jan, and Fabi, I think we all thought it was very promising. And then somehow in the middle, I couldn't quite figure out how to prove the advantage. I don't know if like D takes E5 was wrong, or there was no advantage. Of course, that's the other option. But it was very murky. And then at some point, I think I kind of lost control. I just lost sense of danger. I just started just playing moves to keep the game going, which was insane because I think somewhere towards the end, I was probably in some trouble. But a draw is a fair result.
Is that one of the beauties about this freestyle chess format? The fact that theories have yet to be proved, that you actually are trying to prove those kind of theories like you were talking about with the Slav here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely interesting. You know, some of these things will become pretty commonplace, but you always have to be careful because every position is different. So, like, if there's a knight on A8, I think the structure is very good. In this game, there's no knight on A8, so it's hard to judge. But, yeah, I think these sorts of things, players are going to become more and more familiar with them and look at these. The more positions you see where you get these pawn structures, the more chance you have. So I think we're going to start seeing certain things happening pretty frequently in the near future.
About the game with Keimer today and how you're feeling about tomorrow, are you still optimistic even though you're going in with black pieces tomorrow?
I mean, I don't think unless you get unlucky and you get a bad position from the start, I don't think it should matter that much. I mean, really for me, I think the thing is just to play with confidence and sort of remain objective. Because I think today I lost the objectivity at some moment and perhaps I could have been punished. So just play simple chess.
And for the final question, Vincent has been truly impressive now for the last tournament and the start of this playoffs. How does it feel to sit on the other side of him? Do you feel like do you notice that he's a much better freestyle player than he would in classical chess, for example?
I don't know. I mean, it's one game, so it's hard to judge. I mean, I think the thing that I find surprising is someone like Vincent, who's worked with such a classically trained player like Peter Lecko, is doing very well in this format, where you kind of expect someone like that to be really, really good in the normal positions and not so much the creative ones. But he's played quite well. But, you know, he's still only human. We all are. So just looking forward to tomorrow.
And I'm looking forward to that human battle tomorrow. Thank you, Carver.
Thank you.
Great to hear from both of those players after the end of a long day, but possibly a longer day tomorrow. You heard the question asked of Vincent Keimer, how you doing with the energy? And he says, obviously, coming off of a win against Nepo, that did wonders in terms of gaining some of the energy spent back. But we've talked about it many, many times. Hikaru's another player that maybe you don't want to face in a tie-break scenario, and you'll need that kind of energy to overcome someone like him.
I think Vincent can take anyone at any point of time right now in freestyle chess, just what he's been bringing on. I mean, he's got to be the most chill guy, right, in the world. You've got this freestyle stuff going on. You start with the Weissenhaus slam. I mean, look at the players that he's the giant slayer right now, taking down once again. I can't get over the name list, you know, who he's hunted. Alireza, Magnus, Fabi, Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw today against Hikaru. That's a result few chess players can boast about. David, their entire career put together.
Yeah, it's more than I've done in my entire career. It's hard to beat those guys once, let alone beat all of them in the space of a couple of months now. It's very impressive, but of course, he will not care about what's happened in the past. He wants Hikaru's scalp tomorrow.
Yeah, I think one other interesting reminder, just that Hikaru kind of threw out there for us all, is the idea that we don't know what the starting position will be tomorrow. So he says, unless I get, you know, super unlucky with the black pieces and it's dead lost early on, he's not too concerned with having to play from that side of the board, because we've seen almost just as many games end with the black pieces taking the win as the white pieces, because so much is unknown.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also what Hikaru said, right, that at the end of it, Vincent's also human. We haven't seen that happen too often, that human element, those mistakes. He's been playing like an absolute genius this whole event so far, and I absolutely love that each one of these players in the semifinals today, you know, on their A game, whether it was a positional strategic battle of Fabi and Magnus or the absolute tactical blowout in Vincent and Hikaru, all of them up to the task. Super excited about that second classical game, but even more excited about Vegas, guys.
So excited about Vegas, but first we have to get through Paris. 3 more days of play ahead of us. Tomorrow we conclude the semifinals and we'll learn who will be the top 2 challengers for that $200,000 prize and 25 circuit circuit points? Will it be Vincent Keimer taking down Hikaru Nakamura to defend his title? Will it be Magnus Carlsen coming back angry, or will Fabiano reach another final table? Those are the questions that will be answered tomorrow when we see you back here, same time, same place. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to pull my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything